Welcome in, folks. We have a brand new metagame hot on our heels as the Hunted has come into Classic Constructed as the World Tour makes a stop in Memphis. Sam O'Byrne joined by Ellie Bird. We're going to be bringing you the action 3 days of Classic Constructed back to back to back. We got to see this brand new meta because I can't wait to yap about it. I got a professional yapper here on my left. Ellie, how are we feeling? Are you ready to get into this?
I'm stoked to see so many of these new heroes in action. I personally, big Fang bias on my end, so I'm looking forward to seeing some of the Drukhai blades in action today.
Yeah, I truly, this set, just as it got more and more spoiled, as I got to experience that incredible world premiere back in Prague, it has just gotten like the hype levels, they just continue to rise for me. I mean, some of my first actual competitive events as a player was Uprising Meta, man. It was that ProQuest season was my first event I ever went to my LGS to play Flesh and Blood with my community. The Worlds in San Jose was my first calling ever. So playing with the Draconic talent, again, for me, unbelievably special. And I didn't really, like, the nostalgia came out of nowhere. I did not expect, like, when we went back to Aria, I was like, oh, that's how I started this game. Like, I loved Aria. But, like, I didn't expect hitting Volcor to just really make me feel the things I've been feeling.
My very first armory was actually, I pulled up to a draft armory, like, they didn't say that it was draft online. Pulled up with like a bad blitz deck I built out of a single box of Monarch that I had bought, and it was Uprising draft. Like 2 weeks after the set had came out, Brodie taught me how to play the game and how to draft the set.
Pretty good teacher.
Pretty good teacher. Pretty good teacher.
Did you know when he was teaching you that someday he would be on a card? Did you have that premonition?
Absolutely not. They did call him. They called him something really dorky about how cool and good he was at the LGS. And I was like, he's like a local legend. And then it turned out to be much more than local.
Yeah, truly a living legend
I think he was like
us.
16 at the time.
Oh my gosh. Well, he is out there gaming. I think maybe on a pretty spicy, cool pick. We'll get into that in just a little bit. So let's set the stage now, Ellie. We have seen a metagame, over the last 2024 kind of come to its, not conclusion, but with the advent of a new set, kind of all options are on the table. Next stage, exactly. Talk to me about how you might imagine we see the Hunted impact the meta, impact the heroes, impact our game over this weekend.
All right, I'm gonna come out of the gates on this one.
Okay.
I don't think you're gonna see that much Fang right off the rip. So you have the Hunted. You have Draconic Ninja, and you have Assassin. Assassin has showed up 5 times in sets in the past couple years, and Draconic Ninja already has a hero. You got Mr. Rising Rebellion himself, Fang's a new archetype. There's a lot of new stuff to figure out. What's good here? What's bad here? And he's very, like, unique. He's doing this red line thing. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for people to solve Fang. I think people are sleeping on him. Our Sunday compatriot, Nathan Crawford, posted a tier list online where he put the Drukhai of Blades at B, a respectable B, the highest placed warrior. Outside of that, Cindra is interesting. I think a lot of people are underrating Cindra. I think we have something pretty exciting round one on exactly that. No spoilers.
Yeah.
But I think people are sleeping on Cindra a little. I think that hero's got some real gas in the tank. It just has to be found. And Mr. Mario Marionette themselves, I look forward to seeing that hero kill someone from 17 off of the back of an isolate and take up the mantle today.
I will say, I did not expect coming to this meta. We've had a lot of kind of assassin dominance. I didn't know that even a new assassin might be even edging out some of the established assassins we've already seen. Talking about, Part the Mistveil, definitely a really impactful set in Classic Constructed, has put a lot of points on the old LL board. How do you think the Hunted kind of impacts maybe those heroes that have been enjoying some dominance? Do you think any of them are threatened? Is Enigma maybe going to have a little trouble of time dealing with, we've got Jagged Edge, we've got a lot of Flick Knives activations coming out that might be threatening a bunch of wards. How do you see that kind of fitting into the puzzle?
I don't believe in Jagged Edge.
Okay.
I don't believe in Jagged Edge. I don't believe in it. It's not real. It cannot disappoint me. It can't disappoint me. If
I
it's
see.
Not
You're
real.
you're just waiting. You're waiting to see it, come out and actually do the thing you need to do. You haven't gotten to play with it yet.
Exactly.
I see.
I think I was very impressed with Marionette's tendency to push new out of the meta a little bit as the assassin du jour. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that new, especially the count your blessing centric decks from previous events and metas, really don't like sitting down across from a Draconic Ninja. You do too much damage, you present too much of it consistently, and you're so hard to disrupt. I mean, New plays Bonds of Agony, you say, okay, yeah, take 12, no blocks, here's my hand, and they're like, okay, you've taken head jab number 1, what about head jabs 2 through 5? What are you going to do about that? And I think that's not something she copes with well enough. Marionette is very capable of just killing you, man. You know, if Marionette keeps a 5-card hand, you got to worry about key cards like Savor Bloodshed coming down, forcing you to interact with their daggers that both threaten a mark, which sets up more powerful disruption, and threatens drawing cards. Yeah. I mentioned it earlier. Take up the mantle. You never know when that harmless, oh, I'm not marked, you don't have any daggers on the board, how bad could this be? Reaper's Call. Take up the mantle. This is Bonds of Agony. Goodbye.
Yeah. Of course, we also have another assassin that has to, you have to find your way. You have to slip through the cracks, perhaps, to find the slip through the cracks. We do, I believe, have some gamers out there slipping through the cracks. We'll see if we can grab one of those 5 compatriots as well. Thank you to everybody who has joined us so far. I know we are so hyped. There's over 1,000 people hanging out, and we cannot wait to bring you some action because, listen, I love the ideating, the postulating, but we really have no idea yet just what is in store now that the Hunted graces the counters of our LGS. Let's go ahead and talk just a bit about what is on the line this weekend because the World Tour has come to Memphis and it's brought with it 2 callings. We've got a classic constructed calling and a limited calling that starts tomorrow. Of course, we're going to be doing classic constructed all weekend long. And so for the players you are about to watch today and tomorrow, this is what is on the line. 5,000 USD to the winner, as well as one of the very first gold foil Stonewall gauntlets ever brought into circulation.
I am stoked about that Stonewall Gauntlet. I think I was a little bit under the impression, especially after Art of War left the game, I was like, oh man, that's maybe a little bit of a stinker gold foil. But now that the Hunted has hit and we're seeing the return of cards like Spreading Flames, that becomes ever so much more an enticing prize to take home, in addition to, you know, it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's an amazing trophy card and a fantastic memento. But you also, it's getting a little more enticing to actually play that card.
100%. Of course, PTI's all the way down through 8th place, but you're getting paid out if you go down even to the 32nd place. If you top 32 a calling, I know that's something, you know, 95% of Flesh and Blood players might never do. As you're discussing Miss Bird, look at that gorgeous piece of the cardboard that you could take down and you could take with you if you manage to be the sole final player standing after these 2 fierce days of competition. But if you notice on the right side of your screen there,
what's that?
I see 16 World Tour points. Now this is such an exciting addition to our constructed season this year, folks. The World Tour brings with it not only this $1.5 million US prize pool for 2025, but we've got a brand new enticing reward for the players. A new title amongst us who are going to go ahead and take down the most events and get the most World Tour points. You saw those 16 World Tour points on offer. This is what you get with those points. The player of the year is going to be the player with the most World Tour points from this season. But there is so much more on the line than just the overall World Tour winner. There are 9 winners, folks, that are going to be so enjoying the prize money, and this is where you can be going ahead and grabbing those points. We've got the World Championships coming to the USA, of course, and the Pro Tour in London, and an as-yet unannounced location in APAC. But look at that, man. 60 planned Battle Hardens, 22 callings, 2 of which are happening, I believe, this weekend, and then the 50 national championships. And RTN season is beginning. We're going to be talking about that all weekend. A very exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player. This is how many points are going to be on offer, of course. You win the World Championships, you might be taking home a cool 32 points. But you can see 28 points at the Pro Tour, 16 at the Calling and the National Championships, and then 3 points at the Battle Hardened. But if you're like, dude, what can I win? Look at this. There are going to be so many champions that are going to be able to take home prize money. 3 people from all 3 major regions, the Americas, EU, and APAC. The overall champion, of course, is going to be the player of the year, getting an additional 10K. But for the top players in those 3 regions, 15,000 US dollar. For the second place, you're going to be getting 10,000. And then for the third place, 5 Okay, let's take a look at the Americas leaderboard because I think there's been some misunderstanding out there, Ellie. I feel like people are like, oh, this is, they see Brodie Spurlock at every one of their events all around the world. He's on a card in this set. They're like, oh, the player of the year. Is it a foregone conclusion? Nay, I say nay. There are 3 winners for every single region. So look in here, we've already got multiple people fighting for the prize money.
Plenty of usual suspects there. I have heard it affectionately referred to before people were aware that there were 3 per region as the Brodie Award. Some usual suspects here. We have Michael Hamilton and Fang in 2nd and 3rd place. The marveled Michaels in Flesh and Blood, and Victor Mercado, finals of Calling Portland recently, as well as Jude Cornett, who was also at Calling Portland. I'm excited to see where this race lands. We've got 11 more months ahead of us for people to rack up some points here.
Yeah, it's a very exciting time. And I think you bring up a great point. Victor Mercado, right? Finals of Calling Portland. Now all of a sudden he looks up and sees himself on a leaderboard with all these Titans. He's out there, I think, blasting people perhaps on a certain Drakaev ace
right.
here. But you look at someone like him and Jude that took, that made it so far in that event in Portland back last year at the end of 2024. But now all of a sudden they're on this leaderboard. They got a lot more to fight for. Let's check out, the Europe leaderboard. We have, of course, Simon Nielsen, who just took down the Calling in Prague. What a titan of so many games, seeing him atop the leaderboard. But it's a pretty tight race there when you look at actually who's between 1 and 3. As we've got a 2-way tie for 2nd and a 2-way tie for 3rd at the moment. 3-way tie for 3rd. Look at that.
And Jacob Clemens is here today, traveling from Europe to Memphis, Tennessee, in an attempt to break this deadlock and perhaps even surpass Mr. Nielsen.
I think that's like the perfect, actuation of the goal of the player of the year, right? You have somebody like Jacob. He took down the Calling in Florence, a limited Calling, and got those big old 16 points. And now all of a sudden, I got to get to Memphis. I got to get all around the world because there's actual, cold, hard cash on the line. Taking a look at the Asia-Pacific region, this is a pretty tight race, folks. Nick Butcher, the winner of course, the Calling in Kuala Lumpur, but still looking to keep his place atop the standings as we move throughout this year and look towards the Pro Tour in London.
I just want to talk about how sick it is that the top 3 players in this race right now are all from different countries.
Yeah. Look how cool that is. Love to see it. Just love to see it. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard here. And this is where, if you are the overall player of the year, you have the most World Tour points. You get an extra 10,000 USD, a total of 25,000. You'll already have been your regional champion, getting your 15, and then you get that extra 10, bringing it to a cool 25. And this is where you have to start looking at perhaps Brodie at the lead at the moment. Another top 8 to his name after Prague. Gonna have to see if anyone can catch the boy wonder. Let's take a look at all of the different places you can acquire World Tour points. Coming up, we have, of course, look at that, like a triple header all around the world coming up in just a week's time. We've got the Calling back in Flesh and Blood's homeland in Christchurch. Got a great show for you planned there with some LSS devs bringing you all of the action. Of course, Barcelona and Portland got a couple CC Battle Hardens. And then take a little bit of a pause, a break as we look ahead to March and the road to the Pro Tour, the World Tour in London ramps up in earnest. Taipei and Charlotte over that weekend. And then some incredibly exciting callings around the world in those next 2 weekends. We have the Calling coming to Kobe, Japan. That's going to be an absolute banger of a weekend. And then Fab comes to Brazil. Sao Paulo finally gets a Calling. So excited to see that one. We will be bringing you coverage from that event as well as Kobe. It's going to be such an exciting weekend. I can't wait. The Brazilian community just shown themselves to be unbelievably passionate and so ready to throw down at a Calling.
And just after that, you have Milwaukee, which is actually notably a team classic constructed event. If you're craving to rock up with 2 of your buddies with your favorite deck each and try to take down a Battle Hardened and then work out who gets the gold foil among the 3 of you, I bid you good luck.
I bid you, hey, maybe there might be plenty. Who knows? How many gold foils are they going to get? 3 calm foils for the winner? I have no idea.
I actually don't know.
I could be spouting misinformation.
Don't quote us on that.
No quoting. You'll just have to go to the event and see for yourself. And of course, the 2 final chances, the Battle Hardened in Dublin and Jakarta, 2 final chances to really put your CC deck to the metal before the metagame breaks open at the World Tour in London. We've got the Pro Tour, the Calling, the Battle Hardened, of course, but all eyes are going to be on that Pro Tour to see who will be our next Pro Tour champion.
It's going to be me.
It's going to be you?
It's going to be me.
You mean the next Pro Tour champion?
No.
Called shot.
Not even a little
Called
bit.
shot right here. Well,
we
we talk about champions. We talk about heroes that have gone by and ascended to living legends. Why are we bringing this up, Ellie? Why are we talking about the Living Legend leaderboard? Because it's an incredibly exciting year for Flesh and Blood with what is to come in the Living Legend moving forward.
Do you know how many LL points are on offer this year, Sam?
Talk to me. How many?
Just about, word from Brian Gottlieb himself, just about 8,000 points. That's
an
offer
That's
this
an
year.
insane amount of points.
That's an insane amount of points. I don't think 2,000 even covers what is needed to get all 10 of these heroes rotated out of this game. And what's so exciting about this, it will break my heart to say goodbye to all 10 of these heroes, but even Viserai, you know, one of my first loves in this game, his passing will make way for new Rune Blades to tear up the meta in their own way.
Yeah,
pick up the mantle.
Absolutely. You know, it's not a foregone conclusion that we're necessarily saying goodbye to all 10 of these heroes, but we are going to watch plenty of heroes ascend to Living Legend this year, and it is something that I honestly, I could not be. It's not like I'm excited to say goodbye. Like, I think like Flesh and Blood without Viserai. Like, Viserai's been there since dang near the beginning. You look at Bravo on that list, who has been in this game since the beginning. They seem nearly synonymous with the great game that we play. And yet, as heroes ascend, new strategies, new decks, new ways to attack the meta will have to naturally rise up. And all of a sudden, with all the new heroes that are going to be joining Classic Constructed, there's a little more room at the table. So I cannot wait. We'll be checking in with this leaderboard all year, all season long. It is such an exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player. If you want to talk about excitement, if you want to talk about reasons to get involved, this is your last chance to win a trip to the World Tour in London. If you just go ahead and grab a Fabled or Go Again event package, you can grab those at, of course, fabtcg.com. Today or tomorrow, it's your last chance to take care of your flights and your accommodations, because we're going to be drawing that winner on Sunday. And while you're there, while you're on the registration site, go ahead and pick yourself up one of these red hot souvenir package, taking a look at the gorgeous deck box, the 3 beautiful Sink Below promos, and my goodness, I just love the Command and Conquer art. It just does something for me.
Yeah?
So it just does something.
Big fan of the new art?
I'm a big fan of the new art. So I do hope you go ahead and grab one of those souvenir packages, because they did sell out, if you remember, back in Osaka. And they sold out pretty quickly. So we've upped the count a little bit, but you want to go ahead and grab those. Already 50% of them are gone. Time is running out.
And time is running out. Before we go straight into this game, we have Yuki Lee Bender. So many accolades to her name. I'm not going to take the time to list them out. That bit is tired. On Cindra, the Drakai of Retribution against Shane Cooper on Aurora Shooting Star.
The time has come, folks. The Hunted is here, and let's take a look just at how it's going to impact the metagame right off the rip. You've got a player, like you mentioned, of Yuki's caliber, someone who has taken down plenty of tournaments, a national champion, and she has taken the Drakai of Retribution to this tournament, and we're going to have to wait and see if she can take down Aurora in the hands of Shane Cooper, one of the premier aggro decks of the more recent formats. The time is now for all questions to be answered. The game is live, the Hunted is here, and the calling from the World Tour in Memphis. It's time for it to begin. Starting things off, looks like Shane Cooper on the play. We've got a Burn Up and Shock to start things off. No Arcane Barrier, so it looks as though the first point of damage is going to be taken by Yuki, down to 39. Going to go ahead and get that adjusted in just a little bit. We've got an Embodiment of Lightning being created, and then the card heads to the arsenal.
Interestingly here, Yuki is presenting Blood Splattered Vest as Cindra here.
See the Ignite coming down as the first action, but yeah, some brand new pieces on the equipment suite in the Dragon Scalar Flight Blast and the Blood Spattered Vest, the EA Cold Foil, my goodness. But the Flick Knives, we're going to be talking about the Flick Knives over and over again. This Ignite, a card that has really impressed me. Looks like Shane's going to just take this down to 38, but talk to me a little bit about what you think the Vest, the Flick Knives, how do these cards change and present the game plan for the Cindra deck?
All right, we've already seen an Ignite. Ignite has made Kunai of Retribution free here. I think the goal with this Blood Splattered Vest is to never pay a dang resource for any of the cards that your deck is playing. From what I understand, Yuki's deck is nearly entirely redline. We saw on the Blue Pitch Card Guys show match somewhat recently, Alan Lau had a similar concept with fully redline Cindra. And this deck is still pretty similar. Tries to, never have to pay for things and leverages Blood Splattered Vest and Flick Knives as a nasty combo. You're never really swinging these daggers outside of Ignite here. You just flicking them. You just throw them at your opponent.
Flick them with the dagger. We're going to see it get played here because this would be the third chain link that did not hit thanks to that Sigil of Suffering played from Shane. But this is one of my favorite interactions coming out of the set. The Flick Knives going to be thrown across the table. That is going to deal another point of damage as the Sigil of Suffering deals damage as well. And then because that attack, that chain link has now hit, Mask of Momentum still sees that 3 chain links have hit. The chain link has hit even though the attack action card did not hit. Right. So now this Blaze Headlong is still threatening the draw with Mask of Momentum.
Yep. It checks specifically for the attack action. A little bit of a funky interaction there.
Looks like the Crown of Providence and the Grasp of the Arknight going to go ahead and get in front of this Blaze Headlong because it is still threatening that draw. Shane's going to go ahead and filter a card, so only one card committed on the defense here.
This is something Cindra is so good at, especially this deck when you're just all gas, no breaks. She's so effective at just chewing up your opponent's armor. It's going into Shane's second turn, and he's already used up both his Crown of Providence and one of the blocks on his Grasp of the Arknight. That's a pretty sizable chunk of a hero with already a large fridge's amount of armor gone, and Yuki's had one turn.
And we saw the Cindra activated there as well as the dagger was flicked and then came roaring back from the graveyard. We've got an Arc Lightning coming across. That's going to be 1 point of damage over to Yuki. And the next action, of course, going to gain the go again. It's going to be that gorgeous EA Arcanic Shockwave with the Flittering Charge as the reveal. 4 damage going to be coming in with some go again. And then any go again is going to be pinging for some Arcane as well.
Those Shockwaves are so hard to come by. Do you know where they were distributed?
Oh.
Exclusive to entry at U.S. Nationals 2021.
Oh, wow. Just goes to show you. You see Shane, he's got the
That's
Marvel Hero,
player.
he's got the EAs on the Arcanic Shockwave and the Arc Lightning. There's a player that loves his Aurora. 4 damage looked like that's going to be accepted from Yuki here.
It's a man after my own heart.
Down to 32.
Oh.
Ravenous Rabble and just your least favorite feeling when you play that card. It's fun to play that gorgeous one from the promos last year given out at some of those callings around the world, but you hate to reveal the blue. You hate to put down the 2 on the dice. Much better feeling when you reveal that red and comes in for 4. Looks like Yuki happy to take this here, going down to 2 from 32 to 30.
I suspect we will not see much blocking on Yuki's side of the table.
Looks like it's going to be an arsenal here for Shane. No effects. Yeah, no effects from Yuki, so those 3 cards back to the graveyard. Let's see how Yuki wants to actuate this turn. Like you said, not a lot of blocking done there. Down 7 life, but a bunch of cards to work with. The Oath of Loyalty coming in. As Cindra's going to go ahead and pledge that fealty. No cards can be played this turn if they are not Draconic, but this is a 3-block, 4-power go again. That is Draconic for that Cindra ability. Just pretty much everything you'd want out of a card.
Interestingly, you can bypass that restriction with cards like Brand with Cinderclaw or by activating fealties generated by Display Loyalty or Demonstrate Devotion, both of which are cards in Yuki's deck.
4 go again, taken there by Shane, down to 32. Have to see when, this is my favorite part of playing these kind of more aggressive matchups. When do players start to block and why? It always changes the timbre of the game so quickly. Burning Blade Dance going to be the second chain link here. This one's got non-hit effect. If it hits, it allows for a dagger to be flicked. And if you're Cindra, you're always looking for ways to flick daggers beyond just the Flick Knives, because then you get so much value from bringing both daggers back with that Cindra activation.
especially when you're just planning to basically never swing these knives very much outside of just throwing them at your opponent. Burning Blade Dance kind of always represents some extra damage. You're never going to find yourself in a situation where you don't want to throw a dagger because you might want to swing it later.
Let's see how Yuki wants to continue the turn. Cindra's ability currently 2 less to activate.
We got a handful of head jabs over there, I believe.
Yuki considering maybe the flick knives, wanting to get the chain link to hit as well with that dagger being flicked. It's just such a freaking cool interaction, man. Being able to flick a dagger, get around your opponent's block to allow the momentum to continue. I just love it. I love the deck. I have so much fun when I get to play it.
There's some really nasty mind games with Mask of Momentum in especially these aggro race matchups, but just in general, it's really hard to make the decision on where you're going to block to best disrupt their ability to threaten drawing cards. Especially, you know, when your opponent's hand is small, you might want to block on the first chain. That might be the first chain link. That might be the most crippling. But here, you know, Shane decided to commit on the second chain link and was punished with a yellow pitched and 2 daggers coming in. And now the next attack is yet again threatening Mask of Momentum, where had he waited, it might have been a little bit easier for him to shut this down.
And looking here at the way this chain played out, because Yuki didn't flick that dagger, she had the ability to pitch that yellow brand, come in with both of them. Now she once again is able to threaten the mask. This brand with Cinder blocked out with the armor, but here comes the kunai flung across the table, meaning that now this yellow brand that was in the arsenal, this one only comes in for 2, but it also has the on-hit draw a card thanks to the Mask of Momentum, and we're seeing in real time what this Cindra deck wants to do, especially in these aggressive matchups. Leverage the flick knives, leverage the Mask of Momentum, and utilize that to break the math and break the game apart.
She has drawn an Art of the Dragon Fire off the top. Sadly, she can't cast it since she opted not to float a resource off of Blood-Splattered Vest when her dagger's connected, and she only pitched a yellow, but that's still a free arsenal, and her opponent committed so many resources to trying to stop that Mask of Momentum, and she just kept coming for it. Over to Shane's turn. He's got 3 cards to work with, including a recently buffed by a rules change Electromagnetic Somersault. If you are unaware, that card has gotten a little bit of a buff from a new change to how the rules work. You used to have effects go on the stack and damage step and resolve and resolution step. Now we resolve them in damage step thanks to a new rules reprise, which what this means is because Electromagnetic Somersault says that you put the cards back in your hand at the resolution of the chain link. You may play it in damage step and pick your card back up, and this presents some really nasty forks that Aurora Shooting Star can put you in. You know, you can throw a snatch. Maybe Aurora has her Tunic on 3. She draws Electromagnetic Somersault off the top in damage step after resolving the snatch. She goes, okay, Tunic, Lightning Greaves, Somersault. Here's another snatch. Do you want to let me maybe draw another Somersault off the top?
Look at this, cards being drawn in your, mind palace there in those snatches, and a potential threaten of a card being drawn here with the Channel Lightning Valley played to give this Flittering Charge go again. But another brand new card hits the combat chain in the Shelter from the Storm. That is a really hot commodity this weekend, coming in blocking 4 in reactions, meaning that the Flittering Charge does not get through and no card draw yet, but there goes the Somersault into the pitch zone to satisfy the Lightning Flow clause on the Lightning Valley. And this Starfall comes in for 2. And Shane might be asking Yuki, listen, you drew a card last turn. Can I draw a card?
I would like to draw some
It's
cards.
only fair. If this 2 damage comes across, of course, the Channel Lightning Valley going to trigger the card draw. Let's see if Yuki wants to block. She's already done a little bit of blocking on this turn with the Shelter from the Storm. Does she want to continue? And does Shane have a follow-up to also pressure more card draw?
Interesting bit of texture in this matchup is that Shane has a lot of armor to shove on Yuki's Mask of Momentum, which is more consistently going to be threatening drawing cards throughout the course of this game, whereas Shane kind of has to find his Mask of Momentum in the form of Channel Lightning Valley, but it's a little bit more punishing on the Drakai of Retribution side of the table because she doesn't really have much armor to work with that she's willing to give up. The Blood-Splattered Vest is basically an engine, you know, you never really want to be forced to block with that. Same with Mask of Momentum and Flick Knives, so you only have 1 functional point of armor in the Dragon Scalar Flight Path with its Battle-Worn 1, and that's a tough thing to want to give up, and you also just don't get these free shutdowns of your opponent's draw abilities.
It's cool because the deck is pushed into having different, wants out of the armor suite. We're not just running the Flamescale Furnace. We're not running the Tiger Stripe Shuko. That was in the days of Phi's dominance. Being able to just throw 4 block in front of an on-hit effect was so important. It's part of why Aurora can succeed in her aggressive matchups because she has that fridge to push in front. And we can see at all of those -1 counters. Shane's already been doing a fair amount of blocking, but when it comes to this Starfall, this might have to take a card from hand for Yuki. It looks like she's going to go ahead and throw one down here. We can see Ira peeking from the back of those card sleeves. And let's see if a card wants to be committed. Is it going to be the hot on their heels committed for the block? Does Shane want to continue to pressure? Because it looks like Yuki is really incentivized, or at least valuing, trying to keep that card draw from happening, and she succeeded in her quest. Shane's just going to Arsenal.
And Arsenal he has, but he will have 5 cards with which to come at her next turn, threatening 6 if he can push that Chain of Lightning Valley through, opting maybe to just kind of set up for a bigger turn rather than keep pushing here and give her the opportunity to continue blocking.
Yuki now only got 3 total cards to work with. Here comes a Ronin Renegade. 3, go again. Of course, Draconic as well.
3, 3, 3, 3.
No, it's not just 3, 3, 3. 3, look. Thank you, Yuki. 3. Ooh, flick for 1. Here comes the dagger coming across. Shane going to take 1 in the reaction step down to 26. And then the Blood-Splattered Vest is going to get its first stain counter of the game, gaining a resource on demand. Let's see how Yuki wants to continue the turn from here.
Stain counter is a new type of counter.
And a cool type of counter. Don't you think?
It's pretty cool.
Art of the Dragon Fire going to come down onto the combat chain as well. If it's Draconic, dealing 2 damage to any target. But no cards needed to be pitched thanks to that brand new chest piece. This Blood-Splattered Vest already showing some of the, functionalities of the equipment there, being able to allow Yuki to preserve a card for her arsenal and still threaten a total of 8 damage with only 2 cards.
9 damage thanks to Flick Knives.
9 damage, yeah, with that Flick Knives.
That is really something that rears its head up at the stack, is you have these situations where maybe you don't have the fealty or the brand with Cinderclaw to turn that card on, and it feels a little mopey sometimes, but that was still just a 2-card 9 with a head jab into the 1 for 5 thanks to Blood-Splattered Vest funding you free resources.
Impressive stuff from Yuki, showing why she brought the newest Draconic Ninja to the table here, but we've got a Channel Lightning Valley, we've got a Burn Up Shock, and no Arcane Barrier, meaning that damage is coming across from the shock. The card draw already has taken place from the Lightning Valley, so you might think, oh good, there isn't an on-hit effect of drawing a card that Yuki has to worry about. No, no, no. She now also has to deal with the burn-up on the second part of that meld card, so any damage taken from that weapon or an attack action card, Yuki's taking an additional 4.
Speaking of on-hits, Shane is holding on to a Snatch, which we could see kind of come down at the end of this combat chain.
Here comes in Lightning Strike. Card heads to the bottom. 5, threatening 9 if it hits. The card draw, of course, already taken place. Yuki did some blocking last turn, and still, because Shane was incentivized to keep all of those cards because of, look at what, all of the power that he is able to present here with the drawing a card, with the burn-up shock. He is down 10 life, but the wax on, kind of a blowout.
Definitely a bit of a blowout. Super, super efficient defense reaction that Cindra gets to play in this matchup. She doesn't have the armor to shore things up, but she does have a cool little block 5. I've kind of loved seeing this card creep its way into the metagame, as kind of when it came out in Everfest, it was not a very attractive pick. I think it was a little bit of a meme, a little bit of a joke inclusion in a lot of people's decks. But with the printing of Wax Off and Bright Lights as expansion slot, as well as the advent of some of these heroes like Aurora that just play so many 0 for 4 attack actions.
Look at this. 3 cards being committed. 2/2 blocks in the Fire Tenant. Strike First and the Oath of Loyalty are enough to cover up not only the draw from the Snatch, but the burn up from the burn up, the 4 damage arcane that would have been presented. So we talked earlier in this game, we don't think Yuki's going to be doing a lot of blocking. That was a full 4 cards worth of blocking there because the value threatened by Shane just too much. She's bought herself a 10-point life lead. Looks like she's going to try to leverage it here and force Shane to do it a little more honestly.
Shane holding on to another burn-up shock, the third of this game, as well as a current funnel and an arc lightning. Thankfully, he does have an attack action in this hand, but I think he may only have one to work with on this turn, which is maybe not what you want to see when you are holding burn-up shock.
Shout out to all 2,000 of you joining us here for our round one of this calling at the World Tour in Memphis. 3 days of Classic constructed all weekend long. We are going to dive into this new hunted metagame, and we can't wait to share it with all of you. Here comes the Arcanic Shockwave, fusing for that 1 point of Arcane, but of course getting the go again, so this card's coming in for a total of 6 points of damage. 4 physical, 2 Arcane, 1 from its own effect, and 1 from the Arc Lightning. And the Shelter from the Storm once again perfectly blocking the on-hit effect because that burn-up threatening that for an additional time. Back-to-back turns for Shane, back-to-back defense reactions from Yuki Lee Bender.
I think there's really an expectation that Ninja, and especially Draconic Ninja, just won't block that well because of a precedent set by heroes like Fi. But because Cindra gets to play all these new 3 blocks with conditional go again, like Hot on Their Heels, Burning Blade Dance, and other similar cards, as well as just some classic pieces from the Draconic pool, like this Breaking Point hitting the combat chain, she gets to block so much better than you would expect. Once you add these defense reactions, these red 0 for 4s, Waxon as a 0 for 5, into the mix, she can really take a pivot basically whenever she wants, if she needs to.
Shane's got a blue card left in hand. Looks like it's going to be the Grasp of the Arc Knight activation instead of the Embodiment of Lightning from the Aurora hero ability. Just wanting to get more damage because of the Arc Lightning as well. Still persistently giving the go again the arcane damage. So gets 2 points of value from the Grasp of the Arc Knight activation and now threatens another point of arcane from the go again from the Starfall, and still threatens the burn up. And so Yuki's just going to continue to block. She's still got the life lead after all of this, after all is said and done. But now Shane, tempo fully in his favor from those couple of turns. Let's see what Yuki is able to present after once again blocking with 3 cards, and the only piece of armor that she's maybe comfortable blocking with, easy to block with, as the rest not going to stick around much longer, but maybe the perfect follow-up here. Just 4 points of damage
0 4 4
with a single card from hand. Still threatening to do a significant chunk, nearly a full 4th of Shane's life total, over a 4th at this point. And Shane, no arsenal of his own, but the Sigil of Suffering is going to go ahead and shore that up. Just D-reacts back to back to back on both sides of the table.
That's never what you want to see when you have a 1-card hand into Aurora. She goes, okay, Sigil of Suffering, here's a cool 0 for 5. I'll ping you for 1. I'll block 4 pretty comfortably.
It's actually pretty cool. We've seen 5 points of value from the Sigil of Suffering there, and we saw 5 points of value from the Waxon as well. So, you know, these aggressive decks, don't say they can't block. They'll block pretty well if you let them. Here comes Gone in a Flash. Damn, dude. Shane's got a nice deck here in terms of the foiling out, the cold foiling out, the extended arts. This is coming in for 7. Looks like this was done in the layer step to give it the +3 so that the Gone in a Flash doesn't just come back into the hand and is not able to get the damage across with the Lightning Press.
It was done in reaction step. He neglected the Gone in a Flash's trigger.
It is something you're allowed to pass on. Good call there, Ellie. Here comes 3 points of damage from the brand with Cinderclaw, but of course, also threatening to turn the next thing Draconic. Let's see what Yuki is working with. She's got some really nice cards, Ellie. Walk me through it.
She's holding Art of the Dragon Blood, and she's going to get to make that Draconic thanks to Brand with Cinderclaw, which is going to discount the next 3 Draconic cards she plays, not activates, plays this turn. So at the least, and it gains Go Again. So at the least, this is, you know, kind of another Blaze Headlong, a 0 for 4 with Go Again in this hand. But I believe she also has another way to make something Draconic in her hand. She has an Art of the Dragon Fire, but she'll need to make it Draconic for it to be discounted by this Art of the Dragon Blood.
But you can see Shane there giving a little bit of a nod of the head because this now comes in 4 with Go Again. And, like you said, discounts a bunch of cards. Got this vest on offer if she can bring back those daggers. But because of the brand with Cinderclaw, this Art of the Dragon, you can see the bloody Drake behind the figure on the card. Just a gorgeous piece there. And now the Cindra ability discounted by an additional 1. So with 1 more Draconic card, she's able to bring those daggers back for free.
I believe she's holding a Display Loyalty, which will generate a fealty for the Art of the Dragon Fire. And her arsenal is Breaking Point.
Look,
So that's going to cost 0.
here comes the display loyalty. Going to create that fealty. First time we've seen one all game. This was a really interesting thing for me when I was thinking about building Cindra. How much do you need to kind of lean into the fealty? Here, Yuki's showing it's part of the deck. She's got some of the flavor, but it's not necessarily, you know, she doesn't feel like she needs it all the way, all the time. Now it's time for the Cindra ability to be activated. Bring back both of those kunais of retribution.
I love that her ability is an instant for scenarios
so cool.
exactly like this, where it's like, oh, there's no daggers on your side of the board. I think I'll just block here. What are you gonna do? Flick? Yeah. I think I'll activate Cindra, then activate Flick Knives, and then how about I follow it up with Rathe of Retribution, a legendary from the Hunted. This card is bananas. This is double discounted. It costs 1 less for each Draconic Chainlink you control, and also costs 1 less from Art of the Dragon Blood. So this costs 0 for sure, and not only is this a 0 for 3 with Go Again that blocks 3, it also says when this attacks, daggers you control get +1 power and cost 1 less to activate this combat chain. So not only is this card threatening 7 damage on its own, as both of those daggers are going to come in for 2 after this card's 3, it's making Mask of Momentum that much harder to shut down on this turn.
Yeah, you might have wondered why Yuki didn't flick a dagger when the attack was blocked for 3 on the 3rd chain link, and this is why. The dagger's so much more powerful when powered up by the Rathe of Retribution. I love the design space of a legendary card that you only get once, the signature move as Cindra throws the daggers here, both coming in for 2 apiece. Shane's all the way down to 4. The Dragon Scalar Flight Path here also discounted, so now she can attack with the dagger again, coming in for an additional 2, half of Shane's life total, and we know what that final card is, and it is a good one.
If he goes to 2, the game is going to end right here as Art of the Dragon Fire is going to deal 2 uninteractable damage straight to his face when it attacks.
And the fealty is able to make it draconic. The Art of the Dragon Blood is able to discount it. We have the Flick Knives available for the Blood Spattered Vest as well. The fealty token activation. Here comes Art of the Dragon Fire. Fire being burst forth from the maw of that card as Cindra commands Volcorian armies and might. Can Shane do anything about it? Does he have a Sigil of Solace? Here comes 2 damage. If not, that would just be the game. He is at 2 with 5 damage sitting on the combat chain and 2 from the effect of the card. Looks like going to blocks, but Yuki here showing no 2 damage coming across. Shane maybe reading this card for the first time as it just came out today. And that's going to buy the fist bump. Yuki Lee Bender moving on to 1-0. Cindra, the Drakai of Retribution, laying down the smackdown.
Here to show that Cindra is no slouch. She tears her way through the countryside of Volcor, finding not her mark, but the shooting star herself, and telling her, get out of my way. I have an Emperor killer to find.
All right, that was such a fun game. Oh my goodness. If this is what we are in store for this weekend, then I mean, I'm just going to be glued here. We won't even take breaks. I'll just stay here just watching the games back. That's my weekend, folks.
I'll be glued to it.
What a game. Shout out to Yuki Lee Bender. Shout out to Shane, of course, our fantastic competitors. We're going to be checking in with Yuki, we hope, for the rest of the weekend, see if she can take the Drakai to the promised land. Now, if you're watching this and you're like, dude, let me get involved. I need to go out and play some high-level Flesh and Blood, some high stakes at your local game store, then we have got just the season for you, because RTN season approaches on the horizon. Next weekend, it all begins, and you have got so much to play for. Ellie, you got any RTN stories? You got any memories from times doing battle at the RTNs?
One of my favorite RTNs, I drafted Rhinar in Heavy Hitters. God, I love that set. And I got to have a 3-0 Rhinar deck. Rhinar was pretty hard to have come together in that set. That was definitely a lot of fun.
Look at all the prizes on offer if you make it out to your Road to Nationals. Not only are you playing for everything you see on your screen, you're also playing to represent your country at the National Championships and stake your claim as the national champion. 50 of those suckers happening all around the world later this year, and this is your path to get there. You need to get to your LGS. It's going to be classic constructed, I believe, and limited formats as well at those RTNs, so I do hope you'll join us. I can't wait to go check out the ones by me. Because let me tell you, this set, it just looks really fun. I'm just going to be honest. It just looks like a fun meta, a fun classic constructed to dive into.
I was generally not that excited about this set off the rip, but as we've kind of seen it come into the metagame and come into fruition, I've become so much more excited about what this set means for the game and the general metagame.
Well, and let's say you just watched our last round and you're wondering, what's a great deck I can take to my RTN. We have got an Armory deck with one of the most premier aggro decks in our format, and some help on the way. This is coming out March 14th. This will, I guess, actually be out after the RTN season. But if you're like, oh, dude, when I qualify for RTN for my nationals,
here's my nationals
I want to go with Aurora, then this is the deck for you. We, of course, are so excited to see just... honestly, I don't know what's in this deck. We've seen a couple pieces. We've seen some hints. But we don't know just what support is on the way for the Lightning Runeblade.
I desperately need to know what this deck contains. We've already seen Skizzik and Skyward Serenade, two really exciting cards for this hero. One in the form of a Lightning 3-block, which is something she could always use. Just more talented blocking cards, and Skyward Serenade does a very, very powerful thing. Searches your deck for said Lightning 3-block, generates an embodiment of lightning, or gives your next attack +1, and you get to choose 2 of those modes.
All right, folks, we have got so much more still to come because our day has just begun. Let's go ahead and take a look at the field here in our Calling at This World Tour stop in Memphis. And Ellie, what is it you're noticing? Because a couple things are jumping out to me.
I totally thought Marionette was going to be one of the most represented decks here, but holy cow, that's a lot of Viscerai.
A lot of this in our meta here at this Calling. What else are you seeing? We're seeing, heroes actually from the new set. For the set literally released hours ago. This is the first time players are able to get their hands on the product. They were able to put some pre-orders in with the vendors on site.
I did
pick up cards last night. Absolutely, some wonderful vendors here. And we, opened the venue so that people could pick up any cards if they wanted to play any cards, because it's not only the new heroes, but you look at Vynnset, 13 Vynnset. There's a card that I think she's pretty happy to play and needed to pick up as well. Shelter from the Storm, of course, a powerful generic defense reaction on offer. But for these players that are just trying to pick up the new heroes, seeing 15 Marionette, 11 Cindra, even 6 Fang down there, that's really good representation for a basically day 0 deck.
I mean, in the past, Callings with similar timing without kind of the new measures taken to make sure that players have the ability to acquire the cards they need, we might see even fewer heroes from the new set. I think it's really awesome seeing people who are just so stoked about these new heroes to show up to a competitive event and stake it all on the reputation of an unproven deck.
Even you can see there, kind of bottom left of your screen, folks, Arakni slipped through the cracks. Looks like we got 5 of those puppies hanging out, trying to make their way through. I mean, I still don't really know the cracks that they're slipping through, because
cracks of reality.
The cracks is of reality. Look, the art looks so crazy and so cool. I'm wondering, like, where have they gotten into that they weren't able to get to before? I want to talk also top right of your screen. We've seen, Zen, second most represented, new as well as the third most represented, but Ira, a deck that a lot of people were excited about coming into this tournament, took a little bit of a hit as the Zephyr Needle thing proved to be just a bit too strong. However, after the bans to the Needles, Ira's still proving to be a pretty popular choice. Deck still strong?
Deck still strong. I played a game as Viscerai into that Ira deck where I sent 9th Blade for 31 on my 3rd turn, and I died to the Needles just after that. They just didn't block.
Okay, but that's not this deck. But that's not this deck.
Where I'm going with this, however, is even if you take 2 to 3 points of value off of that deck's average turn, you're still presenting a really crushing kind of onslaught of just math. She's a really effective math deck. We saw so many mathy decks in the heavy hitters meta at the start of last year, and while the start of this year is a little bit less numbers oriented, Ira is here to show you just how effective it remains to be to just show your opponent these 2-card 9s and 10s over and over and over until they are crushed by the weight of your arithmetic assault.
And of course, in that second row, some usual suspects from our last meta, Aurora, Enigma. I'm really excited to see just how she fares in this new game plan. I can't wait to see what Cull brings to Vynnset. But all of a sudden, if you look at the rightmost part of that second row,
with his signature smirk,
are the blasters back? Are people out there straight blasting?
I know Victor Antonio Mercado from the finals of Calling Portland is.
I know the two kind of maybe co-chairs of the Wizard Council. I know
The Blaster Boys.
The Blaster Boys, Majin Bay and Peter Budensick are out there.
Pete.
Pistol Pete and I don't know, Fiery Frank. We like that? What do you think?
Frank,
Out of 10. Fiery Frank.
His name's not Frank.
I know. Well, oh, Pistol Pete is literally his name because his name is
He's
Peter.
Peter.
I
He's
just thought you were
little-
kind of giving a little like.
Pistol Pete.
Yeah, no, that's way better than Fiery
Pistol
Frank.
Pete and Cindra and Caleb.
And this is why you're here. And this is why you're here. This is our meta, folks. We've got a Calling today and tomorrow, and then a Battle Hardened on Sunday, where we get to do it all over again. Top to bottom, see who can take down a Battle Hardened. But we have got a whole Calling to get through first. And if our round one was any indication, it's going to be nothing but flames all weekend long. We got round 2 coming up for you shortly. Don't go anywhere. More from Memphis after this. Our descent down the Volcorian mountains and volcanoes has just begun. Round 1 is in the books, and a second round is on that great bloody horizon. Sam O'Byrne, Ellie Bird, we've seen the Drakai of Retribution take down the Shooting Star. I have a question for you.
What's that?
What do you think about the Drakai of Blades?
I think we're about to find out what I think about the Drakai of Blades in our round 2. With the Drakai of Blades against the Marionette themselves.
Yeah, look at this. Lucky for us here in the booth, lucky for you at home. We have got all of these new heroes in the actual booster packs. They just happened. I mean, we were stoked to see this match. We're like, great. This is literally the story of the set.
Yep.
The Drakai of Blades hunting down the Marionette. The question is, will the Brood prove too slippery? And will Arakni once again escape the clutches of our great Draconic Warrior in the hands of Bill Early versus Tom Battaglia? Going first on that Tunic counter, going to 1. The game has commenced here, round 2 of the Calling here in Memphis.
Seeing Flick Knives yet again.
Yeah, nice. I mean, the Flick Knives in this matchup doing a little bit of different work, right? The on-hit effects of those Hunter's Claves proving to be a little bit more powerful, perhaps, than the on-hit effects of the Kunais, but the difference is, you know, in that other matchup, in the Cindra game, you get the Mask of Momentum. Here, being able to mark in the reaction step consistently turns on some cards that would normally you'd need a little more, you know, proactivity to utilize well. If Hunter's Clave is going to be the first action here, it's going to buy a block by the Imperial Intent. Pass from Tom. Looks like he's just going straight to the Arsenal. But talk me through this matchup, Ellie. As you said, you've been a bit of a Fang stan. How do you think these two decks are going to match up?
I think Fang most likely wants to kind of grind Arakni down, have some defense reactions, have some answers to their tricky attack reaction playstyle, and then send an attack reaction playstyle of your own. Once Fang can find all 3 of his fealties, we're going to see this card that just entered the pitch zone played out. Hunt's End, which gives your dagger +4, and because it's a draconic attack reaction, it'll send a dagger for 1 to a dagger for 6 unexpectedly in the reaction step. So that's a little bit of Fang's win condition, a little bit of his closer situation. What Arakni wants to do here is mark the opponent and pay off those marks. You want to hit with the Hunter's Claves. You want to throw them at your opponent. Maybe you want to retrieve your thrown daggers with cards like Pick Up the Point and Up Sticks and Run to keep presenting these mark on hit effects that allow you to A, leverage your hero ability, giving attacks +1 and on hit go again if they connect with a marked hero. And if you fail to connect, you get to become one of the Spider's agents in your end step. But before we can get to that, we have to get through this reaction step where Bill has, on his very first attack of the game, fired off 2 attack reactions, threatening a mark on hit, as well as giving this dagger +1 from its own ability, making it 2, +2 from Affirm Loyalty's text, making it 4, and Scar Tissue, pushing it all the way to 7, with a mark on hit effect. I believe it connects for 4, marking Thomas Battaglia and sending him to 36.
There comes the marked token there, knowing, or now Arakni has to live with the fact that Fang has got a target on their back. Card going to the Arsenal there, and that marked token just going to persist for quite some time, meaning the quest to 3 fealties has begun, and the first step has succeeded for our Fang player. Taking a look at the equipment, we do see a new piece in the Kabuto of Imperial Authority, as well as the Braveford Bracers and the Grains of Blood Spill. I think we might be seeing that card do some major work in these decks as well. Of course, the Valiant Dynamo. That's where so much of the value from these decks that can attack twice does sit. With the Codex of Bloodrat going to be the first play here from Tom, coming out into the Orb Weaver Spinneret.
How do you pronounce that dagger named on that card?
Calissra.
Calissra.
How do you pronounce it?
Calissra.
We're on the same page then.
The value from the Valiant Dynamos is diminished a little bit by the fact that these Hunter's Claves have piercing. You don't get to shove it in front of your opponent's daggers for 1. It can help you block breakpoints on things like Mark of the Black Widow right here, which, though Bill is not marked, he could become marked in the reaction step and help you cover things when you expect an attack to come in for 7.
Yeah, now, I think if you are Bill here, you're looking at that card in hand, you're looking at that Ponder token, you're wondering if Arakni is going to be able to clear the hand, meaning that that card in the hand at the moment is destined for this reaction step. Of course, the Flick Knives threatening those Hunter's Claves to go flying across the table, deal a damage, mark Bill, in which case the mark of the Black Widow's text would suddenly become very, very real. Let's see how Bill wants to block with all of those considerations in place, because the mark not only threatens the on-hit effect, but also threatens the Arakni hero ability, giving that attack +1 once it attacks a marked hero. So a simple 6 block might not cut it here for our warrior player. I like that in both of these games, we're at a 75% success rate for Marvels on the table in the hero slot. We've seen 3 of our heroes bring Marvels to the arena.
Speaking of text being live on the mark of the Black Widow, Tom's card in hand also is only live if Bill is marked, because he is holding on to Stains of the Red back, an attack reaction that only costs 0 if your opponent is marked.
And just like you said, Ellie, all of a sudden the Valiant Dynamos, this is where you get the value. Going to go ahead and block the potential of this Flick Knife to pump it up by at least the 1. Here comes the Hunter's Clave. It comes across. First blood for Arakni as Bill heads down to 39. Mark is going to trigger, and then now this attack goes up to 7.
Did you know that Mark is not a triggered ability? It is simply a state. You are
Yes.
marked or you are not
Yes,
marked.
I remember reading that.
It is a binary state.
And now that the mark has come across, the Stains of the Red back, as you implied, is free. So this attack goes from 7 to 10. Also gets go again, but mostly threatening to banish a card from Bill's hand. Is there any defense reaction that can be played? No, there is not. It looks like
Taking 4, Bill only blocked 6. That Imperial Intent that is on the combat chain is sadly a 2 block. The price warriors must pay for attack reactions with a better rate than normal.
currently 4 over the top then. Meaning that, yeah, that 6 block wouldn't have done the job if the Flick Knives was always destined to hit the chain. And now, like we were talking about earlier, that Ponder token threatens to become a lot more impactful now that there is a card out of the hand and an empty arsenal zone.
You do have to ask your opponent the question, are you going to destroy your dagger?
Yeah, we'll see how many effects, like you were discussing, up sticks and rung, or pick up the point, ways to retrieve these daggers, making those Flick Knives a little less scary to utilize. 4 damage over the top. Bill down to 35 here, triggering the Mark of the Black Widow. Card from hand that's going to be banished. Looks like it's a hunt to the ends of Rathe. That card actually has some major text in this game. When it attacks Arakni, mark them. If it's attacking a marked hero, it gets +2. So it becomes all of a sudden a 0 for 4 with Go again. That is Draconic. Card that, honestly, did quite well for me in Prague in a sealed event,
Yeah,
but makes its way,
out.
makes its way into Classic Constructed here. That all you got, hitting the pitch zone. You could see probably why Bill was taking a good time in the tank. A card he could have deployed there as a defense reaction, but still would have leaked that 1 damage over the top. So Bill here wanting it to be on the bottom of the deck alongside the Hunt's End that we saw pitched on that turn 0.
Interestingly, Bill chose to banish the Hunt to the Ends of Rathe, which is a very efficient card, a 0 for 4 here. Makes you wonder if he has the reaction in his arsenal since he chose to keep this yellow to pitch into the dagger.
Also, yeah, has that arsenal there. On hit, would get the fealty. So maybe not worried about marking. He's already got his opponent marked. Just wants to threaten the damage with the dagger. Maybe if he's happy if Tom goes ahead and blocks here, and he doesn't have the reaction, he gets a little bit of extra value from the overblock.
Let's see what Tom's working with, shall we?
No, let's not actually.
Let's not.
No, let's not.
Let's not.
It's crazy of you to want that.
That's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was very silly of me. I'm being hysterical right now. Let's try again. Seeing a Take Up the Mantle, a Savor Bloodshed, a Codex of Frailty, and a Razor's Edge, which is hitting the combat chain here. And the attack reaction comes out to play. It is not Draconic, however, so this dagger isn't going to gain Go again, but he will get to convert this floating resource into a Vigor token thanks to Grains of Blood Spill, as well as this will pay off the first Mark token, the first mark, generate a fealty token, and re-mark him. And though Bill has not played a Draconic card this turn with which to protect his fealty, he has made a fealty token. So the fealty will stick around.
Very nice here from Fang to be able to go ahead and grab that fealty and remark. It's like maybe here not considering the grains of blood spill, so not going to bring that vigor through to the next round.
I'll do Tunic to 3.
We've all missed a trigger. Everyone's done it.
I have never missed a trigger in my whole life.
Oh.
It's never. It couldn't
Gold
be me.
Star Fab player?
Couldn't be me.
Gold Star Fab player.
I'm just kidding.
So now 3.
Plenty of times. Here comes that pick up the point like we were talking about. And with the Tunic, able to go ahead and utilize those 3 energy counters to grab the dagger back from the graveyard, not even needing to pitch into the effect of the pick up the point to grab that dagger back. Such a nice use of the Tunic there. Close the chain after the block from the Blade Flurry. Here comes Savor Bloodshed, giving the next dagger +4. And the next time you hit a marked hero on the turn, going to draw a card, meaning that this Hunter's Clave is going to come in for an additional 4 points of damage, up to 5, and threaten to mark, which would now mean any card from here threatens the draw.
A dagger has to hit to draw.
Next time a dagger hits.
The next time a dagger hits.
Threatens
which you
the
can
draw.
leverage Flick Knives for.
Not marked, but you can flick to mark me. That's right.
You can hear Bill say, I'm not marked, but you can flick to mark me. Not a place you'd like to be, especially as you see that dagger has just returned from the graveyard.
We're seeing an interesting inclusion in the form of yellow Sink Below, really valuing these yellow pitch cards to power Fang's turns, likely playing a lot of these zero-cost attack reactions. I believe the other cards in his hand are another Hunt to the Ends of Rathe, and I think that may be the 3rd Scar Tissue as the last card in his hand.
Here comes the Kabuto of Imperial Authority, and this is a nice use of it here, given the text on Savor Bloodshed, because of the daggers. And now that yellow Sink Below able to come in and get the value and put a card to the bottom. And you see Bill, he's 1-0 here at a Calling. These are some of the, exciting deck choices when players really move past what you might expect from deck building decisions. Yellow Sink Below put in some nice work here, blocks out the dagger, but now here comes the Codex of Frailty, meaning the Mark of the Black Widow can come in, doesn't threaten, doesn't have anything like a Leave No Witnesses yet, but Mark of the Black Widow, part of why the Arakni Marionette deck proving to be such a popular option. There are a whole host of new assassin attack actions that disrupt that Marionette is happy to make use of. But because that Hunt to the Ends of Rathe was banished, is there any attack in the graveyard for the Codex of Frailty? Doesn't look like it. Maybe
There's
that's why
not.
he banished it on that turn.
Maybe.
It's not actually hitting the graveyard, it's hitting the banished. So now Codex of Frailty gets a little less value.
Frailty's still pretty nasty into a warrior who's so concerned with blocking with their weapons, or attacking with their weapons, not blocking with them.
No blocks. Now, does Tom want to go ahead and pass through the reactions? He does. He kind of probably saw Bill go to utilize that defense reaction there in the That All You Got, but this one only blocks for 3, so the Flick Knives can still threaten to mark, pump that attack up to 4 thanks to the Marionette hero ability, and grab that last card out of the hand. Bill here with that Frailty, though, might be trying to, park that card in the arsenal no matter what. So the question is, does Tom want to commit the Flick Knives, commit the Clave, and deny that arsenal?
It's tough to be in a position where you basically have to say goodbye to your fealties unless you have a way to present some damage to your opponent here. And when the Frailty reduces your daggers to a 0, it's a little bit of a foregone conclusion, barring something like an attack action.
And we did see Bill sink a card to the bottom, so maybe he was looking for something draconic. No reactions here, wants to keep both of those daggers, so no draw from the Savor Bloodshed. Again, the Kabuto there, fascinating because of the way it stopped that potential Hunter's Clave from coming in from there, the new legendary from the Hunted. Let's see what that final card is in the arsenal. Is it a way to go ahead and keep the fealties around? There's the Hunt to the Ends of Rathe. It's coming in 4/4 because it's attacking a marked hero. Some nice tech from our Fang player.
I love to see Hunt to the Ends of Rathe be played. This card is so sweet. I think Fang might even just want this card as a 0-for-2 attack action, because being able to play this card, then swing a dagger and already have 2 Draconic Chain Links is so valuable to the hero that the Arakni text is kind of just flavor.
Yeah, nice to be able to mark on demand in the layer step on attack. Let's see, coming in. 4/4. That's going to buy a 3 block from the Under the Trap door here from our Arakni player. Any further blocks? We'll have to wait and see. 1 damage currently leaking over the top, and because of the mark, that would be that second fealty. And the Fang deck, once that third fealty token hits the arena, everything changes. No pitch needed for those Fire Veins. It becomes a lot more incentivized. You become a lot more incentivized to just say no blocks. I don't need to pitch any of these stupid cards. I'm coming in all gas, no brakes.
So I want to talk about this under the trapdoor we saw in the combat chain and Thomas kind of reconsidering his box here. Did you know that there is a card for each spider agent in the set?
Whoa.
Do you know the
Trapdoor.
one? Under the trapdoor.
Yeah.
Orb Weaver
Spinneret.
Spinneret.
Mark of the Funnel Web.
Mark of the Funnel Web. Mark
guess
of the Black Widow.
Under the Trapdoor. Do I say that one?
Tarantula Toxin.
Yeah.
And there's one more.
Redback Shroud.
It's in Tom's arsenal right now. Stains of the
Yeah,
Redback.
yeah. That one there. Very cool. We can see all of the ways that the Brood actuates their game plans in these attack actions, non-attack actions, and reactions, as well as their heroes. Looks like the Reaper's Call going to be committed to the block, so that second fealty has been established for Bill.
Fantastic response to getting a frailty from that Codex there. I was immediately under the impression that his next turn might be a little bit difficult, but saving the 0 for 4 attack action there just puts in so much work.
And that was a card that Tom could have grabbed by flicking the Hunter's Clave on that turn when the Black Widow, Mark of the Black Widow, was on the combat chain. Elected not to, and for his troubles, had to deal with that 0 for 4. That created that fealty. So let's see what the follow-up here. It's going to be Kiss of Death. If you, like you said, the Stains of the Redback is in the arsenal, that is a way to potentially give this thing go again, because this card, folks, if you take a look there, it's a dagger attack.
Sure is.
It has the actual clause of being a dagger there in that text box, meaning...
It is not a weapon, though.
Not a weapon.
It is not a weapon.
But you can flick it.
You may flick it?
With the Flick Knives, meaning that the on-hit effect would trigger, get 2 value out of that Flick Knives. Such a nice little card. And of course, if no blocks are presented, that means that the Stains of the Redback can come in and deal an additional 3 damage and turn this card from a 0 to 3 into a 0 for 4.
Stains of the Redback has such a fantastic rate. Even when you're pitching into this card, it's far from embarrassing here. But we're seeing Tom just kind of just try to blow Bill up a little bit in the reaction step. Assassins are usually all about kind of slowing the game down and grinding your opponent out, but Marionette is so capable of converting large hands they're left with, and not only are they coming in for 9 here with an on-hit of losing 1 life, Stains of the Redback is given go again, and Tom has 2 floating. He'll get to swing a Hunter's Clave immediately after this, threatening a mark on hit, and giving him the opportunity to flick a dagger that is not currently the active chain link, a.k.a. the Kiss of Death, like you mentioned. Bill had a fantastic response in yet again marking his opponent with Smoke Out, a new Draconic Defense reaction, which is a new type line. We hadn't seen that before. That marks the attacking opponent if their attacking card is red.
Like you said, Bill doing a really good job of persistently keeping his opponents marked and threatening those fealties. There goes the Flick Knife, so 2 damage, 1 from the damage hitting, and then the trigger of the hit dealing an additional damage. But I think for Bill, yes, he's down 10 life, but this Arakni deck can do such a good job of disrupting. Maybe happy to escape from that one with keeping a couple cards in hand. This one's just going to be a 4th of Takai. It's attacking a marked hero, so it's creating that 3rd fealty token. All of a sudden, Fang has demonstrated ultimate loyalty and those daggers for his troubles. He is rewarded with a little bit of extra power from the armory of the Emperor, and now those things are going to come in without requiring any pitch as long as those 3 fealty tokens remain in the arena.
I have a question for you, Sam.
What's up?
Have you ever heard the question, who's the beatdown?
Many times, my friend. Many times.
There's a bit of an interesting push and pull in this matchup where I believe Arakni is incentivized to be the beatdown here because Fang gets so much equity out of having these fealties online. And now that Bill has found this, though he is 10 life down, he does have this online. You need 24 life is a lot to work with once you are basically allowed to block with extra cards by virtue of not needing to pitch. I think Arakni, the onus is very much on Tom to find a way to close this remaining amount of life that Bill has here, to kind of close the door in Fang's face before the value train can get fully off the out of the station here.
And I think you are literally, like, your point was just made for you. As Tom didn't block with a single card, went down to 30, allowed for a 4th fealty token because Tom looking to keep these 4 cards to utilize on offense. You talk about who's the beatdown. It's an older TCG kind of, strategy. sense theory, shall we say, a guideline, trying to figure out at what point in the game am I supposed to do what. And in this, if who is the beatdown, when am I supposed to be defensive? When am I supposed to be aggressive? And here, Tom, the answer is I think I need to be the beatdown at this point in the game. I need to continue to beat down my opponent with this pain in the backside. Coming in for 3 with the go again. That's going to buy a block of the Sworn Vengeance from Bill.
Bit of a nasty thing with pain in the backside here is that when it attacks, or when it hits, rather, target dagger you control deals 1 damage to the opponent. Because this is Arakni Marionette, this card hitting not only means 4 damage total, but also means that Bill is marked here. And Tom's last 2 cards in hand are Bonds of Agony and something with which to kick it. Bill definitely getting punished for choosing to block on that pain in the backside, not only by the yellow shred coming in, but this Bonds of Agony gets +1 thanks to Bill being marked, and Bill has fewer blocking cards to work with against this notoriously nasty assassin attack action.
Yeah, we can see 2 reactions in the equipment zone from our Arakni player here. We can see the Flick Knives and the Snapdragon Scalers. Those are 2 cards that can hit the Bonds of Agony, but the question is, what is the final card in the hand for Tom? If it is an attack reaction, he would be able to utilize both of those equipment pieces to turn on the text of Bonds of Agony. How able or willing is Bill to put some cards in front of this? If not, we might be seeing sparks begin to fly from the left side of your screen. 30. Life for our Arakni player, playing 20 from our Fang player. Both players here 1-0 at this calling. It looks like it's just going to be a block with the Braveforge Bracers, not respecting the reactions, and it looks like that is going to be good enough for this block. Bill, a bit of a soul read there. Just going to go ahead and see what the call is. It's going to be the 6, which means the trap door emerges from their hiding place. And all of a sudden, this is a pretty impactful one. This won me my pre-release, was rolling a 6 on a trap door, because all of a sudden, Tom is going to get to draw a card on this turn, banish it face down, and as long as it's a trap, he can play it.
I suspect it may be Frailty Trap. Actually, I think he went and got Inertia Trap. Also pretty punishing for Fang because of the way his daggers work. Frailty Trap, bit of the ultimate smackdown in this matchup, but Tom may have not made space for it in his deck list.
That's going to put a card in the arsenal, so ostensibly a 6-card hand here for Tom Battaglia. Can he utilize that? Because Bill early here just gave that 1 card and the Braveforge Bracers. We haven't been able to see the Valiant Dynamo do much at all, but now that the fealty tokens are here, it means that the Sworn Vengeance can start off this party, and we'll see just how the Fireveins want to join in. It's going to be coming in from here with that +3 on hit, gonna mark, so coming in for 4, but not requiring any pitch. So now Bill able to go ahead and utilize those cards in the reaction step and try to really start to lay down the blades. I was gonna say pain, but
the blades.
But then I wanted to be blades, and then it did become blades. Yeah.
The blades. Like a plaid shirt.
Like a plaid shirt.
Like a plaid
Canonically,
shirt.
I do believe Fang, big fan of plaid.
Pod?
You know? Yeah.
Big pod fan?
Lumberjack vibes when off duty.
I can't imagine him in anything other than that armor. I choose to believe it's just fused to him. You can't take it off.
Coming in for 4. I mean, that's ultimate fealty, right? Ooh, wow, look at this. The Mask of Deceit could come in here, and because the opponent is marked, we've already gotten the value off of the trap door from rolling the 6 and getting that card. The Mask of Deceit here could go ahead and transform Tom into a different Arakni, meaning that Arakni would be online on the next turn. This is such a cool interaction. If you roll that 6, already finding yourself grabbing that extra card, now you can choose any of the Brood members you'd like, and it's going to be the Black Widow, threatening that discarding of an assassin card to give a card +3 in the reaction step and banish a card on hit. But Bill's got something to say about that. It's going to be a Tooth of the Dragon, given this card +1 and the next attack +3. This one's now just coming in for 5 because the Obsidian Firevein sees a Draconic card being played.
I think we may see that Inertia Trap come out to play here to cover a clean 3 on this dagger for 5, as Tom's only blocking 2 here, and the block it shall. Tom now blocking 5 and giving Bill an Inertia.
Bill now all of a sudden incentivized to utilize that arsenal, utilize that card in hand. get those cards out of there, because at the end of this turn, they are headed to the bottom of the deck as Fang feeling a bit of the effects of that disease from the pits.
Black Widow has emerged from under the trapdoor, bringing with her an inertia to disrupt Bill's plans here. I do hope he can convert the full hand. This dagger comes in for 4.
Here comes the Obsidian Fire Vein. Once again, no card needs to be pitched, coming in with that additional 3 from the Tooth of the Dragon. Tom's got some more cards to work with thanks to the trap door. He still hasn't blocked the card from hand and has already presented 5 points of block. That's often, you know, I'm excited to see just how the Mask of Deceit is used over the course of the weekend. Long Whisker Loyalty here. Oh. This is a perfect follow-up, perfect card on this turn.
You want me to use my cards? I'll do it.
Look at this, because there are 2 Draconic Chain Links, Long Whisker Loyalty gets to have 2 different modes, giving a dagger +2, allowing it to attack an additional time, or when it hits marking, it's going to be +2 and maybe attacking with an additional time.
I believe he has chosen to swing again, representing the go again on this dagger. Coming in for 1.
Is there another Draconic attack reaction in the arsenal to pump up the dagger once again? What a sick turn from both players. The Mask of Deceit presenting some potential real offense on the next turn. He does have the attack reaction. It's another Long Whisker Loyalty. Still, there's 3 Draconic Chain Links now, right? Because there's still the Chain Link from the first one. So he is able to pick all 3 modes, +2, attack an additional time, and mark on hit. Long Whisker Loyalty just proving to be truly one of the best cards in this Fang deck now. The Obsidian Fire Vein, no more attack reaction, so it's just going to be an additional 1. But so impressive from Bill here. He really had the salvo to fire back. Inertia's not going to do anything. That counter falls off the Dynamo. But Tom, all of a sudden, thanks to rolling that 6, was able to commit that card from block from the Banish Zone. And now he's got 4 cards still to work with and an arsenal, and the Black Widow has joined the party.
Here comes Bonds of Agony. Response from Tom. He said no blocks on everything on that turn for a reason. He has 4 cards to work with here, and Bill is marked, so this threatens go again if it is to connect. He also has 3 attack reactions already on the board in the form of Flick Knives, Snapdragon Scalers, and Arakni Black Widow's Hero Text. This is sure to be online.
Valiant Dynamo once again. Bill just saying, I'll just block for the current value of your card.
It's presently as a power. Oh, it doesn't have a power of 2. He's not
Marionette.
Marionette.
Not Marionette. Just the Black Widow. So, but because the Black Widow has a reaction on the hero ability there are 3 abilities on offer in the Black Widow, the Flick Knives, and the Snapdragon Scaler. So Bonds of Agony is easily able to turn on. I think Bill here just getting that 1 point of value. He's okay with losing a card on this turn. Like we talked about, who's the beatdown? Bill was being a little more defensive, or just trying to get those fealties, and now that he's established those 4 fealty tokens, trying to become the beatdown himself, not respecting this Bonds of Agony. And let's see just how agonizing it's going to be. First reaction, Black Widow, meaning +3. Next reaction, Flick Knives. Here comes the Hunter's Clave. 1 damage over the top. That's going to mark Bill here as well. That is the second attack reaction, and the Snapdragon Scaler is going to go ahead and give the go again. Looks like, yeah, going to go ahead and grab that, put that on the combat chain. This thing now has go again. It's getting +3 from its own effect. How big is this Bonds? Answer, big ol' 7.
7.
If you have no reactions, I want to resolve.
Now look at this, the Black Widow banishing, working alongside the Bonds of Agony. 2 cards are being ripped out of this hand. So it looks like, now Tom here, is he able to stack the triggers? Stacking the Bonds of Agony first, seeing the hand, getting rid of a card, and then allowing Bill to banish a card.
He is choosing 2 bonds him first. And this is kind of a decision, heads-up decision on Tom's side of the table, because if you bonds first, you may find your opponent with 2 cards with the same name in their hand here, and because of the way Bonds of Agony works, he can take both of them from Bill's hand, whereas if he gave Bill the opportunity to banish the card from his hand of his own volition first, he can remove one of them and reduce the amount of cards taken out of his hand to a measly 2, as opposed to 3.
All of a sudden, Bill down to 13 as 6 damage came over the top from the Bonds of Agony. This turn, theoretically, it's not over yet. We're already in the resolution step. We are resolving these on-hit effects.
Tom has 3 more cards to work with.
And go again from the Snapdragon Scalers. So we're seeing here,
This is my favorite part.
Tom just kind of looks through, hear them talking about their
I would
decks.
play this
He
deck
said this is my
with
favorite art in the set.
cut from the same cloth. You know that one? 'Cause
Yeah,
it's legal in your deck too.
Yeah.
I would play.
I have that in here.
I would play lots of those and like censor, and
should-
that would just be really fun.
I should have decided that into this.
Hear that players here discussing the cards in the deck. You see him
That's so cute.
checking out. You can see what I love about both of these decks that we're seeing. So many cards from the Hunted really coming in and proving to be devastating and just used on both sides of the table. Both players here 1-0. Things are working out early for these players, especially for Bill because it is his last name. But these players really utilizing these brand new cards to great effect. But only one of them can move on into round 3 undefeated. Will it be Bill or Tom, Fang or Arakni? 18 currently plays 13, but with 3 more cards to work with, this turn is not over yet.
In the game. So
Bill in a tough position. He needs to keep cards to push back to keep his fealties alive because he has to play a draconic card. But Tom's taking 3 cards out of his hand already on just this one hit with 3 more cards to work with. It may simply be impossible for Bill to keep any cards with which to work.
yeah. This one.
That might be what Bill was thinking. He knew he was going to lose some cards, just wanted to see if he could keep anything. Any draconic card allows him to present or preserve those fealties.
He does have, I believe, a Tooth of the Dragon in the hand, a cool 1-card 5, if he can keep it going into his next turn.
That card also doesn't block. That means any further on-hit effects going to be challenging to deal with.
Those are the 0-cost ones. Those are the ones.
And that pump by 3 on the second.
I forgot to mark go again, but the snaps is yours.
You're fine.
I have it.
And I'll banish
Tom, I believe holding
Okay.
an Infect.
Close the chain.
Sure.
Close the chain, bring that Valiant Dynamos back with that -1 counter. 13 currently playing 18.
Play Orb Weaver, Spinneret.
Ooh, Orb Weaver Spinneret generating a Graphene Calicera and giving Tom's next stealth attack +3.
I call her Kelly.
Tom, as you can hear, calls her Kelly.
I call her Kelly.
It gives
I'll just grab my Kelly.
Grab me, Kelly.
Next attack with stealth getting +3, which means this infect comes in for 6. And it really threatens 8. A little shake of the head there from Bill. Not what he wanted to see.
Functionally not allowed to block this.
Yeah, big sigh here from our Fang player. He says no blocks, take 6, down to 7. Very well, that means might be down to 5 at the end of all things when this Blood Rot triggers. Tom, you mentioned it, be in the beatdown early, trying to utilize the life gained and the life deficit that he created in those early stages of the game to carry him to victory. He's got a 5-card hand for his next turn. Bill already was ripped apart by the Bonds of Agony and the Black Widow, but the Black Widow only available from the Mask of Deceit.
for 1.
He has a high value return here in the form of a 1-card 5 as well as refreshing his Valiant Dynamos, but Tom has absolutely no incentive to interact with Bill unless he just can't convert the cards otherwise.
And Tom here working with perfect information. Both players know the card in Bill's hand.
I believe Tom has an Inertia Trap, as well as 2 Under the Trapdoors and a Codex of Frailty. Maybe a little bit of a clunky hand to draw in a scenario where you have full tempo, especially if you're not in a position to convert your arsenal. If Tom can't clear his arsenal, this Codex of Frailty is functionally a dead draw, as well as just 3 cards that don't really do much when Tom has this much tempo.
Just continuing a banger of the game of a game here as Tom, he knows about this Tooth of the Dragon to give this card +1 because of the Obsidian Fire Veins trigger. Now that the next attack is going to get +3. That Under the Trapdoor is going to be discarded. That means a trap can be banished from the graveyard to be played on this turn.
And what is under the trapdoor but another trap, the lair of the spider, coming in here defending an attack with Go Again and therefore marking Mr. Early.
And Tom needed to do this here because even though this Obsidian Fire Vein next, which he doesn't need to pitch for, even though this is coming in with the plus damage from the Tooth of the Dragon, it's not going to get go again because the actual card was played on the Chain Link prior. So even though he's losing value on defense, he's gaining value from the mark, as that one value he lost on defense, he's gonna gain it on the offense thanks to the Arakni Marionette's hero ability. And at this point in the game, life totals where they are, the Blood Rot ticking Bill down to 5. All of a sudden, Tom is truly incentivized to utilize, even he's okay losing some points on defense if he gains those points on offense.
And like I said, Tom is a bit of an awkward draw there. You probably don't want to block in that situation, but he was forced to by the texture of that hand. I think we're going to see him come in with this Graphene Calicera, gaining go again, since Bill is marked, likely followed by a Hunter's Clave, but he's going to need to clear his arsenal out to make use of that Codex of Frailty. Kind of gives Bill a little bit of a window back into this game.
All of a sudden, the Graphene Calicera comes in doing its best Zephyr Needle impression. 1 for 2 with go again. That card just got banned. This one, it's going to be equipped again and again. Kelly, as we heard Tom say, this one's coming in for 2, and that's pretty threatening. When Bill is down to 5, he's done a good job of keeping his armor available to him. But now you have to imagine he's going to want to push some of those cards forward onto the combat chain, given the status of his life total here. Blaze Headlong, that's a card you'd much rather be attacking with, but here, Bill maybe sees the writing on the wall, wants to make sure he can go ahead and get some value here. Tarantula Toxin, gonna give a dagger +3 and a card that is defending a stealth attack -3, getting both modes really on one of the only 2 cards you can get both modes upon.
Oh, he has the Smoke Out as a response, covering up what would have been lethal damage and... well, no, not marking Tom in response, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think they see the Tarantula Toxin. That's a red
Yeah,
card,
that's a
but
red
it's
card.
but it's not actually defending. It's not a card that you can defend. It is an attack reaction. However, here comes the Hunter's Clave now with that 2 floating. This one's coming in for 1. 2 damage got over the top after the Smoke Out thanks to the Tarantula Toxin.
Threatening an on-hit mark. Bill just giving up a relentless pursuit as Arakni pursues him relentlessly with this Codex of Frailty, taking the last card out of his hand because there's a Hunt to the Ends of Rathe in his graveyard. After he sent it for 4, he has no recourse outside of shoving 4 armor. But even then, he has no cards.
Yeah, Bill gonna lose that card. Wasn't able to banish both of his Hunt to the Ends of Rathe, and we also saw Blaze Headlong on the combat chain, so there are some attack actions in the deck. Which one is Bill gonna grab, and which attack is Tom going to present here? How much damage is he going to try to threaten? I'm not seeing any Leave No Witnesses as of yet presented, maybe even in the deck. Certainly not yet in this game, so this is most likely just going to be an attack for 3 that Tom is able to present, but the Flick Knives threaten to make that damage change in a flash, especially now that Bill is no longer marked.
Or holding any cards.
Yeah, the Flick Knives here, if it flicks that Hunter's Clave and gets that mark across, that might be the main difference, as this Infect is going to come across, and this has to be blocked for 4, given the marking that Tom is able to do in the reaction step.
Ripping that Hunt's End out of his hand is so brutal. That might have been his way back into this game with a massive 1-card 8. But he just doesn't get the opportunity to interact with this. And now that he's at 3, this Flick Knives represents such brutal inevitability. On the board is enough damage to take Bill down to 1 to begin with. If Tom chooses to flick Hunter's Clave here, pushing this attack to 4, he'll then send Bill down to 1, and the next time he activates Flick Knives, Bill will simply die.
No, this is, I believe, yeah, you needed to block this for 4 because here comes the Hunter's Clave across the table with the Flick Knives. That's 1 damage that's going to come over the top, putting Bill to 2. The mark is going to allow Marionette to trigger, meaning that that attack with stealth is going to go up by 1 to 4, meaning that Bill's going to take an additional 1 down to 1, and then the Blood Rot Pox token from the Infect here is going to threaten the rest of the damage. That final piece of block from the Brave Forge Bracers needed to join the combat chain. This is going to spell the end as the fist bump gets extended, and your winner, Tom Battaglia, with Arakni Marionette in honestly a game of fireworks back and forth. But the Marionette puppets the Brood successfully to victory here in our round 2.
When they killed his Emperor, they killed his destiny, and Arakni Marionette was happy to do it all over again and send Fang to an early grave. Shout out to Bill early. Thank you so much, as well as Thomas Battaglia for playing such a fantastic
Yeah.
game on stream.
It was a banger.
I mean,
It was a total banger.
we're only 2 rounds in, but it's my favorite game of the weekend so far.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, these first 2 games have just been total treats. Thank you to all 2,500 of you hanging out with us here at this exciting release weekend calling. I do want to bring some exciting news to your attention as well, because we have got a brand new offering at your LGS coming up for you. It starts like in 2 days. As soon as February hits, we've got gem packs joining the offerings at your armory for the very first time. If you've been checking out some of the content creators on social media, they've been opening some of these gem packs. We've seen some really cool cards being pulled from these. You say you're stoked, Ellie. What makes you stoked about these gem packs?
Do you know what the marvel in them is?
I do. Do you want to tell the people?
Uzuri Switchblade. They made sure that every single assassin in this set, or as of this set, every single assassin has a Marvel Adult Hero version for Classic Constructed, and Uzuri Switchblade is actually my favorite assassin. I love the red line and throw things at them and flick. However, there are also something I am so excited about is there are both foil and non-foil versions of these extended art cards, and all of these cards in these gem packs are staples for the constructed decks from the Hunted. You know, Fang wants to play Endear Devotion. Arakni Marionette wants to play Mark of the Black Widow. And in addition to, I believe non-foil extended arts is kind of a long requested thing from many members of the community who don't like shiny cardboard. But for those of you who do like shiny cardboard, in the cold foil slot in the gem packs, where you can either get a rainbow foil or a cold foil, this gem pack set contains every single dagger, both in left and right side from the set, Kelly included.
Kelly included. And I want to harp on what you just brought up about the playability of the cards we are finding in these gem packs. I mean, you look at Mark of the Black Widow, that card did some major work in our game. In Dear Devotion, you know that card is going to be played in Fang, or at least one of these other draconic attack reactions are going to be played as well. You get to just show up at your armory most of the time just for sitting down and playing your games. You get these gem packs, and you get to open cards that you're going to be playing in your classic constructed decks, and you're going to make them look even cooler than they already do. I don't know if you saw Josh Lau, a friend of ours from the Card Guys, opened up just one of my favorite little call-outs that LSS has done recently. The non-foil pink pink pitch strip Razor Reflex. And do you have the story why that is a relevant card in the gem packs?
So, with Flesh and Blood's very first print run of its very first set, affectionately referred to as Alpha, Welcome to Rathe, there was an error in the printing where every single red card in the set, bar one, had a pink pitch strip rather than a red pitch strip, and the one excluded card was specifically non-foil Razor Reflex. Foil Razor Reflex had the printing error, but non-foil Razor Reflex had a normal red strip. So a bit of a cute kind of throwback for the fab boomers of yore, where they have given you pink strip non-foil Razor Reflex from Alpha, Welcome to Rathe, as a promo in these gem packs. Definitely one of my favorite inclusions. Big fan of Affirm Loyalty. Love that card. Big fan of that.
I think even if you said for the Fab Boomers, they might like that Razor Reflex. I think maybe even the Fab Zoomers. Maybe even the Fab Millennials. the people that are going to go ahead and grab that Razor Reflex and the pink strip. I want it. Like, I wasn't around for Welcome to Rathe, but like, the pink strips have become like, you know,
it's iconic.
They're iconic. I have 3 pink sync belows because I was like, I need, that's so cool. Like, they were only there in that first alpha print, and you can get that and many, many more very cool cards in the gem packs just for going and showing up at your armory. So we do hope you'll join us at armory events from February moving forward. And I think this is just like the MO now. I think as new sets come out, we're going to be getting new themed gem packs around those sets. So it's an exciting time once again to be a Flesh and Blood player, as gem packs and the Hunted have roared down onto our gaming tables. We have got some exciting games for you all weekend long, including we've seen 3 of the new heroes on offer in our first couple games. And
but there's a fourth.
There's a fourth, and the gem gods, the Flesh and Blood gods, have presented us with the 2-0 Arakni slipped through the cracks for our next round. You're not going to want to miss that, because he's also got a pretty exciting opponent coming up in just a second.
Wonder Bread himself.
You spoiled it. You spoiled it. Don't spoil it. tour continues forward as our round 3 approaches here from Memphis, Tennessee. And let me tell you, maybe it's a foregone conclusion, maybe it's a given, but the vibes are high. The vibes are high. The vibes are high across the board. Samuel Byrne, Ellie Bird, how you feeling after these last couple games? 'Cause I'm
stoked.
Yeah, vibes are high.
Stoked.
That's it? You got stoked?
Yeah, I got stoked.
Great.
I'm stoked. I'm excited. I'm into the games. They're a lot of fun to cast. They're a lot of fun to watch.
I agree.
We are spectators at heart.
Mm-hmm. Simply butt yappers. We have something. Something very exciting. I believe we have hit a pretty large milestone here on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. We have got. Have we received it? I think we have hit it.
We have
30,000.
30,000
30,000 subscribers here on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel, which is so awesome. We have so many friends.
It's insane.
So many friends hanging out. Big applause to all of you for hanging out here in the channel. And we want to give back with some pretty cool giveaways over the course of the whole weekend. We are going to be looking back into a bit of Flesh and Blood's past from the last year in 2024 and work our way up all the way back to the Hunted. And to celebrate 30,000 subscribers, we're going to be giving away cards. We're giving away product as a celebratory gesture to thank you all for 30,000 subscribers. We've got 3 days, which means 3 days of giveaways. Here's how it's going to work. At our final round today, round 7, you're going to go ahead and just hang out, be active in the chat, and one of you will be selected to win this box of heavy hitters, where it all began in the competitive year of 2024. Tomorrow, Part the Mistveil. Sunday, Rosetta. And during the top 8 of the Battle Hardened, a box of the Hunted. So 2 giveaways on Sunday, but we got giveaways all weekend long to thank you all for 30,000 subscribers. So we do hope you'll hang out at the end of each of these days of coverage so you can enter for your chance to win some glorious, glorious cards. Glorious, glorious cards. And a glorious, glorious
That's what we're all here for at the end of the day.
Matchup. Coming up next. Talk to me about what we might be seeing, because we spoiled it a little bit. We've got a great matchup for you here in round 3.
We have Arakni Slipped Through the Cracks, played by Brennan Tolnay versus the Kid Wonderbread himself, Brodie Spurlock, playing Cindra, Drakai of Retribution. And this Cindra list is going to look a little bit familiar because it's the same deck Yuki brought to this event.
Oh, wow. Couple well-known names piloting the Drakai of Retribution. I should ask them about this deck because it is the one I am most excited to play. But, I mean, the Gem Gods favored us quite nicely here because we were looking like, oh my gosh, Arakni Slipped Through the Cracks, 2-0, perfect feature match. Oh my gosh, he's playing someone whose face is on one of the cards in this set, someone who we've all seen time and time again. But for Brennan, he's just another opponent on his way to a potential 3-0. Arakni Slipped Through the Cracks, of course, starting at 38 life. Looks like Brodie here is on the play as our round 3 gets underway. Both of our Cindra games starting the same way. Ignite coming in and starting off our round 3.
Pretty interesting inclusion from Brennan, but it makes a lot of sense. Scar for a Scar, hitting the combat chain to block there. That card is always going to have go again if you're going first in the early stages of the game, thanks to Arakni Slipped Through the Cracks starting at 38 life rather than 40.
Also, fun part of playing this new Drakai of Retribution, we are able to utilize turn 0 a little more aggressively if we are in the Cindra seat because of just how wide these chains can go. Flick Knives, of course, also presenting some near unpreventable damage. So turn 0 is not always just a foregone conclusion of, I can't get any damage through, I just need to arsenal and pass the turn. Cindra can really do some major work even when the opponent is pretty incentivized to lay down their whole hand as blocking cards.
Brodie coming in with Ravenous Rabble, showing us a red Lava Vein Loyalty. The only other thing you could hit is a yellow in this 60.
Oh, wow. No blues whatsoever. Only yellows on offer. Ravenous Rabble coming in for 4. That's going to buy a block of that cool Japanese... Oh, which one is that?
Wither.
It's the Wither.
It is Wither.
Threatens the Frailty on hit. It's been a while since I've seen these cards. Haven't seen as much as Zuri. Zuri was running some of these guys in blue especially. Here comes that Lava Vein Loyalty. That's going to buy the Japanese Infect there. Here comes potentially the Flick Knives to throw that Kunai into the graveyard, deal another point of damage because it was always destined for the graveyard after it was attacked with.
And you start a little lower as Mr. slipped through the cracks here, but Brennan, kind of punished by that starting life total here, is basically beginning this game 5 points of life below Brodie here. I believe he should be at 35 post-flick.
And of course, that dagger brought back thanks from the Cindra ability being discounted all the way. You might have only seen true Draconic Chain links when the attack or when the ability resolved, but the combat chain remembers the kunai that was flicked as a Draconic Chain link, so was still free even though the kunai was at the moment in the graveyard. Here comes a Scar for a Scar. We already saw one blocked with. This one comes in with plenty of go again, thanks to that deficit that you mentioned, Ellie.
Here comes Wither, immediately following it, also gaining go again, thanks to Slip Through the Cracks' hero ability.
Something pretty exciting that could happen as this Wither looks like it is going to be taken, so Brodie's going to go down to 33. Arakni Slip Through the Cracks is a Chaos Assassin.
That's right.
Could we see Spurlock be played while Brodie sits in our feature match? What would happen? Flames would just like burst from the screen,
instantly.
just like it would be too hype. Leave no witnesses now. This is one Brodie has to think about. He was comfortable taking the 4, comfortable taking the 3, but this one has an on-hit effect beyond just a frailty token. This threatens the arsenal, and as we talked about last time we saw Cindra on screen, only one of those armor pieces is really one you're comfortable blocking with.
Brennan's entire hand here just had go again outside of the leave no witnesses here. He is holding on to a red, pick up the point here, but his turn very well could have been Scar for a Scar, Wither with go again, pick up the point, and then leave no witnesses. Who's the head jab pile now? Frailty also just really doesn't do that much work in this matchup, given that, well, you don't know this pre-board, Brodie is basically never going to be pitching into these daggers to swing them unless he really has to. So this Frailty just doesn't really represent the value you might expect it to into a dagger hero. Brodie attacking with Rising Resentment and getting a block for 3. Brennan wanting to stop the on-hit that Rising Resentment represents. Now another 0-4-3 with go again hits the combat chain in the form of Hot on their heels, threatening to mark Brennan Tolnay on hit.
A nice 3 block on this card as well. Cindra really just benefiting from some cards blocking 3 that I honestly would not have expected before I saw the card spoiled. Some of these cards, when you see them and they block 3, I mean, my eyes just get a little bit big thinking about the potential of being able to block with some of these nicely statted cards. Shelter from the Storm is going to go ahead and be discarded here. Also a nice EA extended art foil Shelter from the Storm.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous card here, but is also going to go ahead and prevent 1 damage over the top from the Hot on her heels.
2 damage prevention floating here.
And then I'm going to...
Looks like we're hearing them. Yeah, still got the 3 damage prevention floating.
I think Brodie wanted to do something in reactions. Oh, this card came from Arsenal. Therefore, Hot on their heels only came in for 2. Crown of Providence full covering it. Brennan discarding the Shelter from the Storm and having 3 prevention floating. Now, Ravenous Rabble cracking in for 4. He can make use of one of these prevention points to simply block 3 and have the Shelter cover a 4th. But his next blocking card is another Shelter from the Storm.
Shelters.
Maybe getting 0 value out of this preventative discard effect. Not really what you want to see your cards do when you're committing an entire card to defense here. Brennan leading off with a Rabble of his own, also revealing a red. 4 go again in Brodie's direction.
We are just seeing Shelters from the Storm on both sides of the table. Ravenous Rabbles, both sides of the table. Brodie's got another Shelter for the Storm in the hand. Turns out, you know, people have been talking about it. Card's pretty good.
Card's pretty good. 0 for 4 defense reactions are all pretty good. One with new text is still pretty good.
No further reactions. Just block work. Sounds good.
Block 4 with the Shelter from the Storm in reaction step.
We'll flick the...
Flicking in response, presumably to mark the Drakai of Retribution.
That's 1 damage over the top, so Brodie does go down to 32. That means that final card just hits the arsenal for Brennan. Wonder what the flick was for on that turn. Maybe imagining that that card in the arsenal is better when the opponent is marked and can't do so on that chain link for some reason. But the Oath of Loyalty now comes in Coming in first action of the turn, only Draconic cards can be played from here. 4 with Go Again. 2 more cards in the hand after that Shelter from the Storm was utilized as well from Brodie.
So we've got Lava Burst and Breaking Point, both of which functionally want to be played as your 4th attack because of how Rupture works. And we have Oath of Loyalty, which must be your first action. I'm saying the next time they visit Draconic, they need to print a card that says this has to be the 2nd action of your turn and a card that says this has to be the 3rd action of your turn, so I can just go 1, 2, 3, 4. Drop my hand on the table. You figure it out.
Here comes a fealty generated from the display loyalty. That is going to go ahead and just create it on attack, which is so important for these decks to create fealties that aren't tied to the cards actually hitting.
Look at that gorgeous Marvel fealty, too.
There comes a dagger across. The Kunai of Retribution going to put Brennan to 23 after the Flick Knives is being used. Mask of Momentum, of course, going to draw a card as well. So now all of a sudden, Brennan down to 23. Got the fealty to make another thing Draconic. Brodie's got some more cards to work with. Brennan was okay with that card being drawn. Wasn't going to utilize those Black Tech Whispers or a 3-block or those cards in conjunction to stop this Blaze Headlong from drawing a card. He must have some gas in the chamber.
A little bit of a tough situation when you are this aggressive, disruptive deck. Your disruption is a little bit less effective, like we talked about, into these Draconic heroes where they have a lot of threats with Go Again in their hands and not many cards you can remove to effectively ruin what they have to show you, as well as the fact that you really just want to keep a bunch of cards. So this Mask of Momentum ends up just doing so much incredibly painful work. Thankfully for Mr. Tolnay here, Brodie has drawn a little bit of a brick, Ancestral Empowerment off the top, and the other card in his hand is Wax On. The downside of Mask of Momentum showing a little bit here in that sometimes you do just draw poorly. Brennan's soul reading Brodie a little bit there and saying, you're not going to draw something you can use. I don't believe you.
You drew a Mark of the Black Widow. Crazy.
3, Go Again. And on hit, card banished from hand for Brodie. We do know there's a defense reaction in the arsenal. Let's see if it's deployed here.
Bit of table banter from our players here as Mark of the Black Widow was revealed to Ravenous Rabble. Brodie sees it hit the table and go, oh my god, I can't believe you drew Mark of the Black Widow.
This is 6 currently? Currently, yes.
Currently coming over for 3. There's a Loyalty Beyond the Grave. One of my favorite cards from this new set. This one's going to go ahead and block 3. Once you've used it 2 times, you can turn those cards from the grave into offense, as a card can be drawn at the start of the turn.
You know what's fueling the fire in that art?
What?
It's the funeral pyre of all the books we burnt, which is why this card lets you draw.
Very true, Ellie. Very true. Here comes an Art of Desire Body. You think there's got to be plenty of red cards in this Cindra deck. This draw proving to be very relevant.
I played a different card here. Yep, no worries. Yeah. I'm actually going to go here.
Brennan here going to actually go ahead and switch this off to a pick up the point. This is going to be 3 with Go Again.
We've seen so many head jabs this game.
A lot of cards that come in for 3, baby. Head
3
jab, of
with
course.
Go Again.
The iconic first one of those ninja attack actions from Welcome to Rathe. 3, Go Again, block 2. When you see other cards with that stat line, affectionately they can be referred to as head jabs.
Now here comes Art of Desire Body for 3. Brennan may be considering cracking the Black Tech Whisperers if Brodie doesn't block here, but Brodie did block, so that Enlightened Strike is going to find its way into Brennan's arsenal as he draws up to 4, and we go over to Brodie's turn. Brodie is no longer marked, which is something the players are clarifying.
Blaze Headlong for 4. You saw Yuki in our first game block with 3 cards and present a Blaze Headlong. Now we're seeing Brodie do the same exact maneuver here.
Brennan blocking with the Black Tech Whispers and a Bonds of Agony, likely because he is not capable of making use of it on this turn.
Maybe, though, the Black Tech Whisperers are going to join the party sooner rather than later, and so he wants to make sure he gets that block value when he can. 2-0. Brennan Tolnay versus 2-0 Brodie Spurlock. 22 currently playing 29 here. Got 43 minutes left in this round as an Art of Desire Body comes out to the combat chain. This one, though, has Go Again and once again threatens the draw.
Brodie is holding on to, oh my god, so many defense reactions. I think his hand may be all defense reactions. He's holding a Hot on Their Heels, a Shelter from the Storm, a Loyalty from Beyond the Grave that's just hit the table, as well as a Wax On in hand, and I believe a Wax On in arsenal.
What the heck? Brodie's playing this aggressive deck. His hand is just all defense reactions. Let's see just precisely how he wants to deploy them here. But with no Sink Below, you know, Shelter from the Storm, clearly a powerful card, seeing a lot of players utilize it, but Sink Below cannot be, you know, counted out just for how nice it is to be able to filter a card in this situation, take a defense reaction, and utilize it on offense if you filter it into something else. But we've now seen both Brodie and Yuki use these Wax On to such devastating effect, both times blocking out an Enlightened Strike with just the single card.
Brennan opting just to arsenal there.
So Brodie here blocked all of that damage.
His hand is still a little bit awkward here, though. He's holding on to 2 defense reactions and a 0 for 3. He's not really capable of converting as ideally as he would like to in the scenario where you shut down everything your opponent throws at you. I do believe he has 2 Loyalty from Beyond the Grave in his graveyard, but I imagine he wants to make more effective use of them than trying to fix a really clunky 3-card hand. Brennan snapping off the no blocks there really quickly. He seems to really like his hand.
Orb Weaver Spinneret going to start things off here. That's going to bring in the Calicera token. Here comes a Kiss of Death. 3 go again from... 6, excuse me, from the Orb Weaver Spinneret. So 6 go again on hit. Another life loss from Brodie. So here comes nice 2 cards, 7 points of offensive value, but this time it has go again. That is not often what you see when you put 2 cards into 7 value in other places throughout Rathe. And of course, because of the go again, naturally present on Slip Through the Cracks ability, Flick Knives is much easier to work with on the subsequent chain links.
I believe Brennan's arsenal is still that Enlightened Strike, and his last 2 cards in hand are a Spike with Bloodrot and a Kiss of Death. So we will likely see yet another kiss come down to smooch Brodie's life total.
Let's see how Brodie wants to deal with this.
Not a disruptive on hit, but it is plenty of damage.
Back to back now, we've seen a version of Arakni take on the 2 chosen warriors of the Emperor. In one game, Arakni did prove the victor. Brodie trying to put a win in the column of the Draconic heroes here. Spike with Bloodrot, turning this from an attack for 6 into an attack for 9 with 2 on hit effects, representing 3 points of life lost total.
However, we do know that Brodie has kind of a million defense reactions in his hand on the other side of the table here. The Wax On blocking 5, and we know he has a Shelter from the Storm. He's going to get a 2-card block for 9 on this 3-card play that Brennan showed him. He's up an entire card on the efficiency that Brennan's been able to show him, and his last card is coming for an arsenal that doesn't even exist anymore.
What an unbelievable blowout from Brodie here. This now comes in. That's going to banish the top card. There is the Ancestral Empowerment.
Yeah, because I just said on hit there, but I needed to flick this.
It looks like they're talking about the sequencing of things here.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So
Brodie here just going to say, it's all right, even though we have moved through, potentially had moved through that step. Going to go ahead and put through the effect of the Bloodrot as well as the life loss from the actual Kiss of Death. Because the Spike with Bloodrot still able to give that Bloodrot with the Flick Knives there, even though that attack didn't hit. I mean, it looks like it. That's what they represented.
I guess it does say when this hits.
Yeah.
Gains when this hits.
So that's a pretty cool utilization there. And Brodie, even though maybe there was a bit of a miscommunication about at what point of the combat chain we were in that chain link resolution, Brodie there proven to be using some good sportsmanship and allowing that dagger to flick across with the Flick Knives. Here comes a Brennan with Cinderclaw, though. That means Brennan's going to take 2 damage. Next attack going to be Draconic. How about another Brennan with Cinderclaw? Double Draconic action, double the fun, 3 more damage. Brennan, if he wants to block this one, that might mean a Flick Knives activation to throw that Kunai of Retribution.
And continue to threaten Mask of Momentum on this 3-card hand from Brodie, sending Brennan down yet another point further to 16 life. Brodie opting to float one off of Blood Splattered Vest, something we didn't see Yuki do the entire game she played. However, here we see it used to great effect, coming in, using the one to play Art of the Dragon Fire, though it is Draconic from the brand with Cinderclaw, sending 2 damage straight to Brennan's face, and coming in for 5, a good old 1 for 7 here.
1 for 7, but it's like you had the tunic up thanks to the Blood Splattered Vest, and because that card is Draconic, guess what else? Cindra, Drakai of Retribution, happens to have a free ability here, and because of the card draw from the Mask of Momentum, that means that Brodie's moving into his next turn with a full 5-card hand.
Sorry, Cindra as well. You're fine.
Move to the end of the turn. Before actually heading there, Brodie is going to go ahead and Cindra. See a little bit, he's like, yeah, you can go ahead and flick that dagger. My turn is going to be nice and strong. I'm feeling pretty confident from this point forward. Here comes an Art of Desire body once again from Brennan. This one threatens a card draw as well. Brodie drew a card with the Mask Momentum. Brennan's looking to do the same.
How many more defense reactions can Brodie possibly have in the tank here?
The wax on play with that other D-React, the Shelter from the Storm. That was just unbelievably sick from Brodie.
I love this hand from Brennan here. He's holding a Razor's Edge to pump this Art of Desire body to 6 in reaction step, as well as, since this already has Go Again, he gets to follow it up with the Leave No Witnesses in his hand, coming in for 4 and threatening to take Brodie's Mask of Momentum draw away from him. But Brennan has a 14 life deficit to break up here. He has a lot of work left to do. Art of Desire body can gain him a little bit of life to find a way back into this game, but it's still a tremendous mountain to climb against a deck with such a massive amount of damage output like the Drakai of Retribution, especially when so much of it is so difficult to interact with thanks to cards like Flick Knives and Art of the Dragon Fire.
3 damage. Brodie, you can see why he's given this one a real think. The card draw represents branching paths for Arakni. Looks like he's okay to take this one down to 18. That's a card drawn. Well, actually, once the card is banished off the top of the deck, it is a red. Brennan just went ahead and was like, dude, I'm drawing this card.
I'm drawing this
I know I'm hitting a red,
This is
my
mine.
brother. I am drawing the card. He did draw the card up to 3 cards in hand.
I wonder if we'll see Black Tech Whisperers come out to play this turn. Leave No Witnesses might come in for 4, and if it connects, he can activate those Black Tech Whisperers in reactions to give himself Go Again to send this Enlightened Strike. Not a guaranteed route and one that your opponent can interact with, but maybe the kind of route that you need to take when you need a way back into the game like this, opting instead for the safer route, sending Enlightened Strike for 5, Go Again, and ending on Leave No Witnesses, coming for Brodie's arsenal.
Yeah, Brodie's had some pretty devastating turns, but look at this. Some really nice damage threatened from Brennan, and at the end of all things, a non-hit effect we know well from our days in the Dynasty. The first time we saw what happened to the Emperor, and now we deal with the repercussions as Brennan tries to leave no witnesses on his path to continued execution of Arakni's machinations. This time, looking to banish that card in Brodie's arsenal. That's going to flick the Calicera from Brennan. Excuse me, Kelly. That's going to flick Kelly. Card from the arsenal. That's going to get ahead and be banished here. Brodie saying, I'm happy to go sub 10. I'm happy to go below you, Brennan, because my 4 cards are going to do enough to pressure you and threaten to close this game out.
Looks like Brodie is planning on using his loyalty from Beyond the Grave. And speaking of loyalty, thank you so much to 2,500 people watching this calling here in Memphis, Tennessee, where we are on round 3 and heading back over to Brodie's turn here. And he's about to come at his opponent with 5 cards despite having his arsenal taken away from him. Let's see the rip. It's yet another head jab with this Ronin Renegade. Brodie's hand is chock full of 0 for 3s with Go Again, and Art of the Dragon Blood that he can make Draconic thanks to the fealties on the board, and a Lava Burst to finish it all off. And just to put insult to injury, Brennan is functionally at 9 thanks to the Flick Knives waiting in the wings.
Here comes an attack for 3. It's blocked by the Bronze of Agony, but it's going to give the next Draconic attack +1, so this Ronin Renegade, it's a head jab plus coming in for 4. Brennan now down to 6 after taking that damage. Loyal to Beyond the Grave, looking so impressive so far. Just get those nice 6 points total of defensive value and then draw a card for yourself later in this game. Looks like Brodie's utilizing that card draw to try to just slam the door on his opponent. Another attack for 4 thanks to the Ravenous Rabble. Brennan already blocked 3. Once, gonna block 3 again. 1 damage over the top. Currently only 2 links for the Mask of Momentum. But Brodie here, he's got the fealty. He's got the art of the dragon blood to give the go again. Then he's got the lava burst. Is that going to be enough to just close down this game? He's got flick knives as well to potentially throw a dagger in.
Even without drawing a card, Brodie has 10 more damage represented for Brennan to deal with. Brennan's only at 6. He doesn't have very much armor to work with, and he only has 6 block left in his hand. Brodie choosing to play the lava burst here, flicking maybe to continue the Mask of Momentum chain, and we may see him activate the Dragon Scalar Flight Path as an instant in the damage step to give this Lava Burst to go again, follow it up with an attack with go again that'll draw a card thanks to the interaction between Flick Knives and Mask of Momentum.
Here comes the Dragon Scalar Flight Path after damage, like you say, to give this card go again. Now he's going to go ahead and utilize the fealty just to play this 0 for 4. It now has go again, and if it hits, draws a card because the Ravenous Rabble hit. Because a Flick Knives was presented on the Lava Burst, that means one damage is going to come over the top. What's the rip for Brodie? And that's just going to be the game. He ripped
never
it so
even
fast.
hit the hand. He looked at it and put it on the chain.
Yeah, he had already seen it with the Ravenous Rabble, which means Brodie Spurlock able to come in with that Blaze Headlong and blaze forward into the 3-0 winners column. Honestly, a back-and-forth game between both of our players. But once again, that's my girl, dude. Cindra looking pretty nice.
Feeling like a big winner this set? Feeling like a big winner?
Some people, the reports of her death were greatly exaggerated. I feel like all the tier,
She just came out.
I know, but the tier list where they're like,
tier list.
I don't think Cindra's actually that good. I
list.
actually don't think Cindra's going to do well in the metagame. I think
don't
that
think
Cindra
so.
is not like, come on, man. I love to see Cindra.
pedestrian.
Yeah, no,
Quite
I'm not a fan.
Quite
No,
pedestrian.
coming out to see Cindra go ahead and kick some butt. My goodness, just so happy to see it.
Love to see it. I loved seeing kind of that corner turned by Brennan in that turn where, he closed the life total gap. He made those life totals 13 to 10 after hitting Brodie with a pretty efficient hand and then ending on the Leave No Witnesses, forcing interaction from Brodie. He reduced a 6-card hand, thanks to the loyalty from Beyond the Grave, to a 5-card hand. It just wasn't quite enough, and kind of getting a little bit punked by that Lava Burst that looks like the end of the turn into the Flick Knives, Dragon Scalar Flight Path. Here's 4. Here's the finisher from the top row.
Yeah, no, and it is the thing that excites me the most about Cindra and about that deck in particular is the interaction between Flick Knives and Mask of Momentum, allowing you to play a little bit more mind games, allowing you to present more than just the raw damage that the cards represent and the weapons represent. Mask of Momentum, Flick Knives, there's so many more decision points. You feel like you really are whirling daggers back and forth. It's such an exciting time to be picking up your first Flesh and Blood cards, so we do hope you will do so as you begin your journey towards the Pro Tour in London. Coming up, the World Tour, of course, hits London April 10th through 13th, and boy, oh boy, do we have a weekend in store for you. The Flesh and Blood Pro Tour is just about near the pinnacle of the experience for the Flesh and Blood gamer. And if you want to pick up a beautiful sync below, now you might know, this is why, if you want to pick up a sync below with the beautiful, you can see the crumpets, you can see the biscuit, you can see the tear. This is the card you will want to be picking up.
I hear it's hotly debated.
Yes, I've also heard this
about these crumpets.
The jam and
whether
the
it's jam
cream.
and cream or cream and jam, depending on the order in which
and
it's
you
put
and
on there.
you and I would be the authorities to talk on this subject.
I don't think that's true.
I think we would. No,
I just heard it's hotly debated.
I think it would be us. No, this is, of course, the promo you can be getting all weekend long at the World Tour in London. We will be going over some ways to grab this beautiful sync below in just a moment. And if you want to win a trip to London, there's only one thing you got to do. Head to fabtcg.com. Go ahead and purchase yourself a Fabled or Go Again package, and you will be entered into a chance to win a trip. That's flights, that's accommodation. You just get to show up and game. We're going to be picking that winner on this very live stream on our 3rd day of competition when we are rocking with the Battle Hardened. We will also be rocking with the winner. So go ahead and head to fabtcg.com right now, buy your Fabled or Go Again event package, and you could win a trip to Worlds. And while you're there,
you gotta pick up a souvenir package. We're halfway out of them. And if you pick up one of these souvenir packages, you get 3
Yep.
of the Sync Belows with the
Play
hotly
set.
debated Jam Cream situation. Gorgeous hunted-themed deck box. That is the art on Pursue to the
Edge of Oblivion.
Edge of Oblivion. Pursue
Yes,
to the edge
yes,
of
ma'am.
not the pits of despair. The
No.
edge of Oblivion, as well as a box of Archive Pack Mistveil and this gorgeous redux art of Command and Conquer on some sleeves, as well as a playmat.
Yeah, you don't want to miss this one. In Osaka, the souvenir package did sell out very quickly for our World Championship. So you want to grab this one before they're all gone. We are already nearly through. So go ahead and head to the registration website to pick up your souvenir package. This is, of course, what's on offer. If you grab the Fabled package to play in either of those main events, this is for the Open Calling, the Open Battle Hardened. It's not just for the Pro Tour competitor, folks. We've now seen 2 games where Art of the Dragon Blood has dang near closed out a game at a Calling. You can pick up an extended Art Cold Foil or an extended Art
They're
Cold Foil
gorgeous.
Jagged Edge. They are so gorgeous.
They're
I'm
so
so
gorgeous.
excited to pick up a playset of my own. And of course, if you buy this package in the next couple days, you might even just be flown to London. Get yourself flights and an accommodation. And I do want you to pay close attention to the playmat and the sleeves there for no particular reason.
For
but
no
just no
particular
particular reason, I would like you to pay attention to the hero on the sleeves and the specialization represented on the mat. We'll get into that in just a little bit. But of course, it's not just for the Pro Tour competitors, folks. So much on offer if you want to come and game in some of our open events like the Calling. You get all that you saw before if you buy that Fabled package, but if you just get your way into the Calling using either the Fabled package or separately, you also get, of course, the beautiful promo card, a random. We've seen, honestly, all 3 of these cards utilized to expert effect so far on our live stream. So nice that we've seen all of the hunted heroes show up and just look badass throughout the weekend already. Can't wait to see what else happens.
Is your favorite one of those Blood Runs Deep?
Yeah.
Easy?
Easy.
Blood Runs Deep is
Easy
one of my
call.
favorite card names in Fab.
Yeah, it's insane.
sick.
And the
It's
card
sick.
is just so fun to resolve. Of
I
course.
want Long Whisker royalties. Though.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
we can make that happen. We're
can make
also
that.
talking of the Battle Hardened participation promos as well for the Emperor, for the Realm, for the Drakai. Nice little 3-block draconic actions going to be utilized so many times throughout our series. And if you want to pick up a Sync Below, we've got all of these 3 events. All of these events for you. We've got a CC event Friday at 10 a.m. with double prizing, and then Saturday and Sunday, those are both sealed events. The Hunted Sealed deck also double prizing for all of the incredible items that will be on offer at the prize wall. And just for showing up, sitting down, and playing your round 1, you get, of course, the unique and exclusive Sync Below promo. That will be available to you. If you want to go ahead and grab any of those packages, including the souvenir package, just head to fabtcg.com, the World Tour section. You can click on the World Tour in London. You can head to the link in that article. It'll bring you to the registration website, and you can pick up any or all of the wonderful items on offer. And I do hope you will. It's going to be a banger of a weekend, a banger of a show, and I simply can't wait.
I can't either. I'll be playing that one.
And a reminder, at the end of today, we're giving away a box of heavy hitters as a thank you for 30,000 subs here on YouTube. And we're giving away more throughout the weekend. Box of Mistveil tomorrow, box of Rosetta, and a box of the Hunted on Sunday. So I do hope you'll stick around for all of the giveaways. And once again, thanks to everyone for 30,000 subscribers. We love
crazy
you all
stuff.
for hanging out with us today. And we've got so much more coming up. Now, this is a Flesh and Blood mandated lunch break. Everybody go get some
Yes.
food wherever you are in the world. It's lunchtime, okay? So
It is
go get yourself
lunchtime.
a little drink, a little lunch. We're going to go grab a quick bite ourselves, and then we will be back for a very exciting game featuring potentially that hero that you saw on those sleeves and the
And
playmat.
who's that?
The Jarl, I
Jarl
believe.
Rathe.
Jarl Rathe. And the person playing him may or may not be a Flesh and Blood World Champion. I can't guarantee or confirm. You'll have to wait and see. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the World Tour of Flesh and Blood here in Memphis. A storm rolled through here the other night, but today the fires of vengeance burn in the countryside of Volkor as we are on to round 4 of this calling, one of 2 here this weekend. And before we can get into our next game, we got to talk a little bit about what the field looks like here, because we have a Jarl for you in this match, and there are only 6 in the room compared to the staggering 53 Viserais at the top seat. We have our casterly eyes upon Chris Iaali, brought Vynnset, doing quite well this weekend from what I understand, as well as everyone's favorite world traveler, Eugene C, one of 2 Rhinar reckless rampages in the room, also undefeated as of this round, from what I understand. What do you think of that, Sam?
I think that is honestly dope.
It's
I think it's super sweet to see. I mean, I've been excited. Hopefully we can check in with both of those players later in our day. I've been really looking forward to seeing what Cull does to the metagame. Honestly, anytime Rhinar does well, it's a fun game to watch. And it also, the players that play Rhinar at this point, they're doing it for a reason. They're doing it because they simply refuse to do anything else. And that means that when they find success, it is even more hard-earned and perhaps even more satisfying when you take a hero that has had such struggles and do as well as Eugene has done time and time again all over the world, and he's going to attempt to do here in Memphis. I believe we also have a Florian doing rather well. Of course, the boys are blasting on Kano, so we'll be checking in on them maybe later in the tournament. But then you look at the top of your meta there. You do see the Viserai, the Zen, and the New. A bunch of them are doing well. I'm hearing we're asking after the Riptides at the moment. None are undefeated, but that does not mean their ride is over to the top, because, you know, I'm sure they're just lurking in the depths, waiting for the right time to strike. Even if it's from behind, it might not be any less deadly. I am curious, though, just when you look at the 3 Mistvalian heroes, they who have dominated the meta for some time, seeing them as 2nd, 3, and 5, respectively, here in the meta, I'm really curious when we get to our top 8 tomorrow, how many of them are going to be still sniffing around?
It's a really interesting question, especially because I think Zen famously struggles a little bit into assassins. A considerably more proactive assassin may prove to be the bane of his conversion into top 8 here, especially, or as well as we talked about New getting pushed out a little bit by Arakni Marionette. That matchup does appear to be a little bit of a struggle for her, and Arakni just has, on account of them converting so well, has a bit of a better Enigma matchup than the Mistveil Assassin does. We could very much see all 3 of these heroes pushed away from these illustrious top 8 seats by new meta forces, Ira included. Yeah,
I'm excited to see just how Ira shakes up the meta as well. What's also so fun about looking at this truly like a day 0 hunted meta breakdown is it all stands to change over our RTN season approaching. And of course, we've got Pro Tour coming up in London in April that will be utilizing much of the same format, limited and CC. So this will be where we look back at where it all began. The signposts for many players to their RTNs begins here in Memphis as they look at not only the meta, but the decks that do well, the deck lists that get posted from the top 8, and it has this fun and fascinating trickle effect down throughout LGSs all over the world. I'm excited personally to move into our next match because we have got quite the individual for you all out there.
Individual.
We have got a world champion on a Jarl deck, which is something that you might be familiar, at least with one of the talents of this figure, as well as an Ira deck that I'm excited to see just how she handles all of the potential disruption that we have here in Michael Hamilton's seat. And these are 2 players that have played in many of the same tournaments. Haik is somebody that I remember playing a completely fatigue-focused Oldhim build. Back in the first event I ever cast, like for a calling level or higher, was Indianapolis back in 2023, and I remember Haik just absolutely devastating people with a fatigue version of Oldhim. Let's see just what he's brought to the table in Ira, the Scarlet Revenger, because he has got a player pretty familiar with ice, as that very tournament, the Calling in Indianapolis, was taken down by none other than the player on the left side of your screen, Michael Hamilton on Icelander. So you know he's familiar with ice. Can he take down this Ira player? Michael Hamilton, looks like on turn 0, went ahead, discarded that Fruits of the Forest. But Ellie, what the heck's going on with this matchup?
Well, it's a long one, I can tell you that. We're going to see those Kodachis swung quite a bit, and like those Kodachis were just swung, we're seeing dual threat hit the table, which will give his next attack +3 if he has attacked with a Kodachi this turn, threatening Whirling Mist Blossom, coming in for 5. Do we know what Whirling Mist Blossom says?
Whirling Mist Blossom, it is the Ira specialization. If it hits and it's the second or higher chain link in a row to hit, it's going to draw 2 cards.
I believe him breaking the chain denies him the ability to draw a card here.
Michael, keep going.
I'm quite sure that's what our world champion is checking right now, just to make sure that his opponent won't be drawing 2 cards on turn 0 here.
You have nothing floating now? That's right.
Michael Hamilton here was just desperately trying to call one of our illustrious judges over. Feature match area slightly removed from the tables.
It's not going to do anything. It's just a 1 for 5 here. But
His opponent confirming, this doesn't draw me 2 cards if it hits. It's just coming in for 5. Can I please read the Oracle text on this card? Let's take a look. Oh, I see the issue. It's a German copy of Whirling Mist Blossom. Michael Hamilton didn't know that one off the top of the dome.
I'm going to say no blocks on this. Before blocks, I'm going to discard a Fruits.
Ooh, he's going to get a little bit of a decompose in here because before blocks, he's going to discard Fruits of the Forest and then decompose with Ruban Carapace. He's going to start this game with 2 Earth cards already in the Banner Stone, 1 decompose having already occurred, and 2 points of life above his starting life total. That is an absolutely nasty opener, going second as the Earth Ice Guardian.
That is just really impressive stuff from Michael Hamilton here, able to go ahead and utilize that Rootbound Carapace. I also want to call some attention to the new quick dodge flexors in the leg slot. A lot of discourse about this one, Ellie.
Very true. It is an effective way to bury your aggro opponent in kind of a mountain of value that you can extract from getting, say, a blue pitched into them, as well as Tunic activated and getting a whole bunch of whopping 8 block out of them. You do kind of have to do a little bit of extra work before they are better than just temper 2 boots like the famed Civic Steps. But once you can put that work in, you can get a pretty insane amount of value out of this quick dodge flexors.
Here comes a Pummel trying to buy a card from Haik, but the Sink Below is going to cover it up perfectly. It is about as classic an interaction as you can have in Flesh and Blood. I'll try to pummel you. In response, I'll play Sink Below. Those are 2 attack reaction, defense reaction cards from Welcome to Rathe that have just proved their efficacy time and time again. Turn pass back to Haik here. Kodachi for 1, going to be something we say many times over the course of this one.
Speaking of classic haymakers from Welcome to Rathe, Harmonized Kodachi for 1 into 2 is a tale as old as Flesh and Blood itself. Ira, the first hero ever released for the game. Back in classic constructed form.
Haik here coming in, Kodachi for 2. How does Michael Hamilton want to deal with this? He's got 4 cards. Sometimes it's hard for Jarl to extend a hand. But here he's going to go ahead and just take the 2. Looks like Haik thinking on maybe the Blood-Spattered Vest trigger. Close the chain. Pass priority, and the card heads back to the arsenal. So Haik there, just kind of like 1 card staying in the deck, but presenting 3 points of damage. Now Command and Conquer, and another time you have to just wonder, what are those other 2 cards in the hand? Maybe something like a Fruits of the Forest to discard, because otherwise, this certainly smells like Pummel numero dos.
I do believe it is Fruits of the Forest in Hamilton's hand, alongside another copy of Tear Asunder to match the one presently in his pitch zone, putting his opponent in the pummel vice, forcing him to consider whether or not he is getting this Command and Conquer pummeled on this turn, or if Michael Hamilton is just going to gain some life and pass. Bit of a classic play pattern after the printing of Count Your Blessings, something we saw quite a lot at Worlds Osaka, as well as in tournaments since, where opponents kind of just threaten to really destroy you, take a million cards away from you, and then once you voluntarily give up those cards because you block out of a fear of losing them, they say, all right, well, I think I'll just gain 8 and pass.
CNC on the combat chain. There is a defense reaction, at least one in Haik's hand.
34.
And Haik's just going to take this. Trigger on the stack. Anything that can be done? No, the Razor Reflex hits the bin. And that's a lot of value out of the Command and Conquer here. And it looks like Michael's just going to keep the card in the hand, not even utilize any discard if he could have. Fascinating play here, wanting maybe to just preserve the card in the deck. Not sure.
I think that's absolutely his angle here. We saw him not committing cards to these Kodachis, most likely preferring instead to offset the Kodachis with things like life gain that his deck is capable of producing.
Cut through for 5, go again.
Cut through, 5, go again. It's the second attack on the combat chain. Really nice card here in this Ira deck, getting +1 from the dagger, hitting +1 from the Ira ability. We talk about the math of these Ira decks. We talk about what they're able to present thanks to that hero ability. But man, a number of 2 blocks already represented. The Razor Reflex, of course, the cut through. So Haik here, you saw him have to lose the Razor Reflex to the Command and Conquer. Maybe just the blocking texture of his hand pushed him into that position.
Opting to block with Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain here to shut down this Mask of Momentum chain. Haik opting not to flick here, maybe not having a way to pick his daggers up imminently and not wanting to risk being caught without them.
But 2 damage over the top from this Tear Asunder hitting the block. 36 over to Michael Hamilton, playing 34 for Haik.
I have no effects.
No effects on the priority being passed. Haik sends that card to the bottom. Gets to draw up his fresh 4. A couple of Bittering Thorns. Looks like maybe an up sticks and run. And a Censor. That's not a hand that does a lot on the pitch side of things. Let's take a look here at an Entangle. What a
I adore this card.
fascinating include. Talk to me, Ellie.
I love these cards so much. The Fuse Elemental Guardian attack actions in
3 actions.
Tales of Aria. I think they're just very, very, very cool. The Fuse trade-off of if you fuse, you get kind of these classic Welcome to Rathe on hits without needing to crush your opponent. However, fusing functionally requires an extra card of you. And if you don't want to put that card in your arsenal, it can become pretty costly pretty quickly.
Let's see how Michael Hamilton wants to handle whatever the offense is from Haik. Taking a look at the hand. Yeah, it's a bunch of reds. He sunk away one of those Bittering Thorns. Up sticks and run can do a lot if you're able to retrieve the dagger. But with the Blood-Spattered Vest, doesn't have something like a Tunic. This would have been the turn he had it online. He would have had the Tunic resource available to him. But there's a reason the Blood-Spattered Vest is not just strictly better than Tunic. Just a card utilized in different ways. How is Haik going to want to get through this one? If you get a dagger through, you could cut through the Bittering Thorns, maybe hitting the arsenal. But this is a bit of a clunker for our Ira player.
He can play cut through and flick to force cut through by giving it +1 and go again, as it will see the dagger having hit in the reaction step. But it's a little bit of a risky play, especially with Stalagmite on the other side of the table. It's very telegraphed. You give your opponent the opportunity to interact with it, and if they have damage prevention, a la Shelter of the Storm, you can find yourself completely blown out. So I do kind of like the just pitch the up sticks and run into Kodachi here, then activate Blood Splattered Vest to get the 1 resource to fire off this Bittering Thorns for 5, threatening 1 more damage if this were to connect. So even on 3 reds, he could find himself in a situation where he gets to use 3 cards to present 11 damage.
Here comes the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain.
That's right.
However, we both know what Michael Hamilton's arsenal is here. It is a red Rootbound Carapace. He fused the Entangle with it.
This means that the rootbound carapace that was fused with the turn before that both players knew about is going to go ahead and block for an additional 1 thanks to that decomposition. Card from Rosetta finding its way here into Volcor. As we go ahead and move forward, it's going to be that cut through, just going to be coming and getting that value. Maybe Haik wanting to play around something like a plow under, or even that CNC that we see in Michael Hamilton's hand. Now all of a sudden the CNC not nearly as important on offense. So Haik here, sometimes when you play against these decks that like to disrupt your arsenal, you just stay off of one, trying to make sure you get value out of the cards and don't have to try to block to preserve those threats.
Close the combat chain.
We're going to see what I believe is a pretty interesting turn from Hamilton, where I expect he may not attack his opponent at all, as he is holding a Winter's Bite and a Crumble to Eternity, allowing him to start Jarl's kind of meta plan train, where he wants to remove your armor by giving it -1 counters and then later destroying it. However, he can also fork his opponent in the scenario where if they opt to pitch to the Winter's Bite, you can instead simply swing your red wood hammer with Crumble to Eternity. This redwood hammer is a really fascinating inclusion, as a lot of Guardian decks trend towards Titan's Fist, which is a very similar hammer. However, its clause to get +1 is if the attack has 3 or if the card in the pitch zone has a cost of 3 or greater. However, a lot of these affectionately referred to as big blues give new a massive advantage into you. So what Hamilton's deck has prioritized in deck building here is instead just having earth blues to pitch to the redwood hammer to kind of neutralize some of Nu's extra value that she gets from playing her opponent's blues. By having ones that are worse for her, you give up a little bit of consistency in swinging your hammer. You most likely don't have as many good earth blues as you might 3-cost blues for Titan's Fist, but it does insulate you from some of the hairier complexities of the meta game.
We've also immediately seen in this game that deck building decision play out with cards like Entangle. You run more earth cards, you're able to play cards like Entangle and cards like Seeds of Tomorrow. This is an earth instant going to prevent 5 total damage over the turn, including the one from the Kodachi, including the 2 from this Kodachi.
I love this card. It's so nasty.
That's so good. Does require a card from your arsenal to head to the bottom of the deck. A small price to pay for all of the functionality, as it's not only blocking 5 damage, blocking 5 damage over multiple chain links. And when you're facing down something like a Mask of Momentum, that is pretty important if you can stop damage over multiple links.
Just like famed new defense reaction, Shelter from the Storm. Hamilton's hand looks like Plow Under, Cadaverous Tilling, and a Pummel. I believe we're just going to see him say no blocks here, because he is going to do one better than a Command and Conquer Pummel. He's going to destroy or put his opponent's arsenal on the bottom of his deck before he even gets to say anything about it, and then follow up with a Pummel, because he doesn't just want the house, he wants the car.
Decomposition, there's the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain. One of the main reasons why that card is in the arm slot is because it is Earth. That means it can be decomposed with, and now because in no small part thanks to the decomposition from that first turn and the second turn of the Rootbound Carapace, this card comes in for 6 as well as getting rid of that arsenal. And we see 1 in the pitch. We see 3 counters on the Tunic. This is a tale as old as time, and it might come for Haik here in the form of a card out of the hand and 4 more damage.
Very interesting kind of decision on Hamilton's side of, well, while we're talking about the deck building of this Jarl deck, I think he may not be playing Mangle or the block card that fetches Mangle. We haven't seen either come up yet. I believe, like you said, those gauntlets are actually just Temper 2 armor that are also Earth for the purposes of decomposition.
Then you're at 20 and
Looks like it to me. This is going to be 10 damage in a game that's been pretty back and forth. This is 10 that's going to be taken to the face. Prowess of Agility here going to be the discard, something that Michael Hamilton's going to have to read, as the card just released into Classic Constructed mere hours ago. But here it's going to have to hit the bin. Was a nice 3 block, but here Haik, probably realizing that card was most likely going to have to hit the graveyard after the pummel, just used it as the fodder for the trigger. Here comes a Flex Claws coming in for 4, 2 floating, 1 in hand for Haik, but down 11 life now. Michael Hamilton doing a good job of preserving the armor, as well as that Stalagmite might come into big effect later in this game.
He doesn't have to give his opponent that stalagmite until he's in a position where he needs to slow down their turn. And Haik has really kind of just not been able to present enough of an offense to force Hamilton to action. Getting a free +1 value out of this Flex Clause connecting, since Ira is going to give him a Crouching Tiger with which to push, allowing him to more effectively threaten Mask of Momentum on this turn. Here comes a Kodachi on Chain Link 3, an easy block for the world champion, but Mask won't trigger on non-attack action card attacks.
Here comes the cut through coming in 4-4. Once again, seeing if the Mask of Momentum can grab a card here. Michael Hamilton does have a Channel Lake Frigid and an Ice card to pitch for it. Looks as though that CLF might just be headed to the block here.
Might be a little too much value to give his opponent to draw a card here. I do like how Haik kind of avoided letting Hamilton use the stalagmite on this turn by leaving one floating until the end of the chain. However, though this cut through is functionally a chain under here, it does have go again. So if Hamilton doesn't use the stalagmite here, he does get to get in with this Kodachi for 1. And if he does use it, he still put himself in a situation the whole turn where he's functionally insulated from the effects of the Bastion of Eisenloft.
Here it's going to stop the Kodachi and going to stop the card drawn. One more block from that stalagmite before the ice breaks and the shield shatters. We're back over to Michael Hamilton. Frostbite's going to break. He has not had any trouble decomposing. You talk about the Jarl decks and their challenge, the deck building tension perhaps, Guardian cards, Earth cards, Ice cards. Michael Hamilton really just leaning in some of those Earth cards and putting the onus on their opponent to deal with their effects. Here comes the Redwood Hammer coming in for 4 after taking a card out of the hand already with the Winter's Bite. Man, I will say Winter's Bite, just such a cool and devastating card we've seen used time and time again. Any hero that can play it normally does. Just please give me a card from your hand. No ifs, no ands, nor buts. I just am going to take it.
And that is an interesting bit of kind of softness Haik's equipment setup presents in this matchup, and that Tunic can often insulate you from a blue Winter's Bite by floating 1 resource and preventing you from having to take a card out of your hand to pay the cost it asks of you. However, when you are on Blood Splattered Vest, there's no way to get resources on your opponent's turn for free.
Here comes a Canopy Shelter. This is going to block for 2 and make a Might for Michael Hamilton's next turn, but the Razor Reflex is going to threaten to get over the top.
We've talked about welcome to Rathe Haymakers in this match so far. Here comes Razor Reflex on Chain Link 2.
It's true.
The thing we had all forgotten.
That means this Soul Bead Strike is not only just an attack for 2, it also is going to threaten to draw a card.
That's right.
This is threatening the Mass Trigger. Michael Hamilton here might just give that Command and Conquer. That's okay. Haik here. Little frustrating. Probably you'd need to put some pressure on, just draw a couple blues. That's not how Haik most likely wanted to end that chain.
My pups, I'm going to hammer for 5.
Hammer for 5 with the Might. Roots of the Forest
Swing
headed
that
to the
hammer,
pitch.
Guardian boy.
No reactions from me.
Haik taking 5. I
Wow.
don't think he's blocked a single hammer. His goal is likely to never have to in this game, but he just really can't get anything going between Hamilton having a disruptive card nearly every single turn of this game. And then this was one of the first turns he didn't have a way to disrupt his opponent, and Haik's hand is just not that impressive.
Harmonized to Kodachi coming in for 1. Hamilton here still has the life lead. Looks like that. We got a number of Fellings of the Crown in that hand. Does he have the blue to pay for it?
I don't believe so. He's
No.
holding 4 reds, a little bit of the classic Guardian brick. However, thankfully, Guardian is very good at just blocking out when necessary.
Yeah, Haik here kept a full hand. So Jarl going to have to do some defending to keep that Mask momentum from drawing the card.
Biting Breeze for 4.
Was curious if he would activate Blood Splattered Vest on that first Kodachi
Yeah.
hit to insulate himself yet again from Stalagmite's second block, as he is holding 2 more cards in his hand, one of which costs 1. So if he wants to run his whole hand out and swing the second Kodachi, it's going to cost him.
Here comes, looks like a Mulch. That's going to go ahead and buy a block.
However, this Biting Breeze is for 4. If this connects, this will create a Crouching Tiger. Haik may not have a use for it directly on this turn.
Michael Hamilton has to be considering the Mask of Momentum, seeing if it's going to be able to draw a card on the turn. That means that the Crown of Providence is going to go ahead, block for 5, and that's also very important as we see the card ripped off the top, because I believe there's an Ancestral Empowerment in the hand here for Haik, meaning that this Ancestral Empowerment now does not continue this combat chain having hit for the Mask of Momentum. It would have been able to get over the top, deal a damage, and keep the Mask of Momentum online. Now he maybe has to utilize the Flick Knives to do his best Cindra impression and keep the Mask of Momentum hunting for a card.
Checking through his graveyard, making sure he still has ways in the deck to retrieve daggers. If I had to wager a guess,
Sure. I'll flick here.
opting to throw a dagger here, the one presently on the combat chain. Sending Hamilton to 22. 2 more cards to work with.
What's the attack that he's going to be able to send to threaten this Mask of Momentum on the turn, and will he be able to utilize the Ancestral Empowerment to do so? Got 2 floating. Thinking on the Vest trigger. Passing on the Vest trigger. Going back to 2 floating. Grabbing his hero card, grabbing his Kodachi. Swirling the Kodachi around a little bit. Back down to 1 floating. Here comes the Torrent of Tempo. This one, if it hits, it gets go again. 1 in hand.
This one also threatens Mask of Momentum.
Is Michael Hamilton going to play around the attack reaction, and which attack reaction will he play around if he does? The 1 floating means it could be any number, Ancestral Empowerment or a Razor Reflex. If the Bastion of Eisenlost comes in to try to give that Frostbite to stop it, the 1 floating will be able to be utilized on the Empowerment. It's going to be a big block from Michael Hamilton.
Bit of a tough situation for Haik here, that wall behind, and he needs to kind of leverage this Mask of Momentum in conjunction with attack reactions to find a way into this game. Hamilton has an on-board defense reaction that can very easily cover up something like an Ancestral Empowerment and even a Razor Reflex if he blocks in a heads-up manner, which is just such a steep hill for Haik to climb.
Very good point there, the quick dodge flexors. Haven't seen them come into play yet, but boy, oh boy. If my friends on the internet are to be believed, they are very good.
Well, if your friends on the internet are to be believed, the sky is falling down about this card.
Here comes on to the combat chain.
Blocking 4 and giving his opponent a Frostbite. Interestingly, not
22.
Draw from
Or,
mask.
sorry, 20.
blocking out the mask trigger.
Yeah, that's going to allow the mass trigger to happen. Michael Hamilton knew about this. He's letting it go because he is hoping that that Frostbite, you have to imagine, does enough to stop the turn from Haik.
He has a Whirling Mist Blossom in his hand here, but he's being punished for having not activated this Blood-Splattered Vest earlier in this turn. He could have fired off this Whirling Mist Blossom with an Ancestral Empowerment behind it, possibly forcing Hamilton's Quick Dodge Flexors into the fray. However, because he never chose to float a resource, he is functionally, you know, that this card is dead in the water. It's the easiest block of all time for Hamilton.
Yeah, this one you have to imagine, it's not going to be drawing 2 cards. It's going to buy the block from the Entangle. And now Hamilton, if he was able to keep that yellow, the Tunic is going up to 3.
He sure did keep that yellow. Here comes the death of the Queen of the Rosetta, felling of the crown, cracking in for 8, threatening to leave Haik with only 3 life remaining, as well as forcing a card out of his hand without his consent.
Earth, and action banished from the graveyard. Felling of the Crown now comes in for 8 and rips a card and puts it to the bottom. Hamilton really just showing the power of the card pool that Jarl has access to, not leaning into the item disruption, the armor disruption, not leaning in even yet to that hero ability. Truly just solid play and the solid and enticing options that Earth, Ice, Guardian, and Generic offer to a deck builder.
The inexorable patience that the Olin, that old him represented, shown again here.
Yep, I'll take
As
it.
you said, not interacting with that armor disruption, rather instead saying, You'll use it when I make you use it. And then from there, things just get more and more hopeless. And speaking of things getting a little bit hopeless here, Haik has gone down to 3, I believe, saying no blocks on this massive felling of the crown for 8, but he only has 3 reds in his hand. He's leading with a pick up the point, and Stalagmite has left the board. However, he doesn't really have an efficient way to get any resources cooking on this turn. He's capable of using Blood Splattered Vest in conjunction with Flick Knives, but if he does, he gives up his only remaining weapon. Ancestral Empowerment rips a card off the top, but it's a brick. He can't play this card on this turn, while its resources... he really needs more gas than this. He's at a 17 life deficit. The next hammer swing is lethal.
Harmonized Kodachi now coming in for 2. Got one floating. Hamilton here just going to take this one. Have to imagine he's feeling pretty fine about his position. Now here comes a sensor. This is where things get a little interesting. You see Hamilton maybe lean back in the chair as he considers this one. Sensor here potentially could stop the turn from Michael if the card that he wants to be played is censored, but that's just going to buy the 5-card block as a result. Most likely an Earth card kept in the hand for that Redwood Hammer.
And here comes a play many players of Flesh and Blood have heard a million times before. Hammer for 4, baby.
Hammer for 4, thanks to that Crumble to Eternity, that new Ice Earth specialization in the Jarl deck, able to come across and do some real work here. In
Thank
just
God
the pitch
Stardo
zone.
Can't play this card.
Oh my gosh. It's pretty good in this deck. Have we even seen Oakenold in Michael's hand?
He blocked with one.
He blocked
on
with
turn
one.
0.
Okay,
blocked
thank
with one on
God.
turn
I was
0.
like, if this deck wins without Oakenold, something is very wrong with the balance of the force. I mean, this is like truly. But Ice Earth card. Going to go ahead and hit the pitch here. Thank you to all for joining us as this game nears its conclusion. You have to imagine Haik down 2-2 to Michael Hamilton's 18 after blocking 3 and taking the 1. And Haik here really maybe just falling victim to the card pool that Jarl has access to. And honestly, his deck really didn't come together in too impressive of a fashion, especially when facing down a world champion who just utilizes all of his pieces to their perfection when he can. Here comes the CNC, threatening no arsenal, however. That means it's just 7 raw damage. Michael might be happy to take.
Holding 2 Blue Winter's Grasps, as well as a Felling of the Crown, and I believe another blocking card in this hand. We're going to see Canopy Shelter and Winter's Grasp hit the table. He's going to keep a blue with which to send a Felling of the Crown that is likely to rip Haik's entire hand. And it'll come in for 9 just off 2 cards, forcing a card out of Haik's hand. If he doesn't have 3 blocks, armor will be forced away from him.
9, you bottom a card from your hand.
You're right, Michael. He does bottom a card from his hand, and this is going to be a painful one for Haik to deal with. Looks like he's got a Shelter from the Storm. Sensor, there's a 3 block. That all you got. So he does have the block to stay alive on this turn, but maybe the tempo gained from this Felling of the Crown will prove too much for Ira to deal with, and Jarl will stomp her beneath his boot like he has so many Insurgents before. 2 Shelters from the Storms there. That's going to mean 1 is over the top. Haik down to 1 here. Does he have any tricks up his sleeve?
1.
Kodachi for 1. Ira always has that one up her sleeve.
Kodachi for 1 to Kodachi for 2. That all you got hits the pitch, which means it won't be in the graveyard. Excuse me, it won't be in the arsenal.
It's true.
2
There will
block
be
on
no
a future
Kodachi
turn.
for 2 here, though.
Oh, true. Excuse me. Yeah, that dagger was flicked, which means this is just, once again, Sensor for 6.
Hamilton could take 2 of these before he was forced to interact. And he is holding an Oakenold and a Pulse of Eisenwaft. The classic Oldhim coming home. Oldhim coming knocking for the end of this game. He can block with a card on this turn and still send back 9 dominated damage that will force multiple cards out of his hand. However, if Haik connects with this sensor and he names Oakenold, Hamilton could be put in a pretty awkward position.
Let's see. Let's listen in as this block is presented. If Hamilton takes the 3, what does Haik name as the card? 14 plays 1. He's going to bring the card back. How face up is this play? Looks like he might just be giving the 2 here because he doesn't want this sensor to just stop his turn.
Masterful heads-up play from the world champ here, deciding whether or not he actually needs to risk it here. Or if he can continue to wear his opponent down as inexorably as the elements this Guardian represents. Offering the 6 block here. Opting not to give his opponent the opportunity to blow him out and find a way back into this game.
That means it's just going to be the Redwood Hammer. Michael, a value player at heart, not willing to take extra damage, even with the potential of getting blown out by that sensor. Simply wanting to present a breakpoint. Now this asks for armor from Haik.
Barring a defense reaction. Not unreasonable to block with 2 cards here and send Kadachi into Command and Conquer. However, your deck starts to get thin very quickly in those scenarios.
Yeah.
Oakenold destined for Hamilton's arsenal. CNC for 7 could be a pretty crushing return.
Yeah, the quick dodge fluxers, powerful though they may be, do require cards to be pitched to have any block value at all, meaning the Tunic would have to enter the combat chain. A little laugh here from both players.
Bit of a tough blocking decision for Mr. Voskerchian here.
Maybe even throwing in the Mask of Momentum, realizing he might not be able to keep enough cards. Haik, someone I've just seen playing this game throughout so many events I've been to. Always someone sniffing around the top tables. Exactly the type of player that embodies what Flesh and Blood is about. Just showing up, throwing down time and time again.
It's about persistence.
But and a little bit of the blunder here versus our first world champion.
Asking how many Oakenolds he still has.
You have to imagine he was ready with that sensor if it did hit.
Also asking for a graveyard count as he is forced into a bit of a fatigue scenario here, giving up the flick knives on a block for 4 on this hammer, but that's pretty expensive as he is now vulnerable to Jarl freezing his exposed limbs.
1 damage with the Kadachi.
Yeah, 13.
Down goes Michael Hamilton to 13. Thinking on the vest trigger, says Haik.
He can float a resource and use it to pay for the additional cost on this pick up the point in his hand.
He is going to go ahead and float that resource. Up to 3 floating.
Pick up the point for 2.
Boom.
Here comes the pick up the point.
Get my Kadachi.
Coming in for 2 thanks to Ira's ability, picking his Kadachi back up, but he will not be swinging that Kadachi on this turn. I do not suspect.
Fascinating to look at the blood-splattered vest and imagine if it was a tunic. On this turn, we're 11 turns in, he would have had his 3 uses out of it already, would have been coming up on his 4th.
This is a piece of equipment that is all about short games. And those longer games, the vaunted legendary Fendel's Spring Tunic is still the king.
God, the art is fire, though.
It's really
It's
sick.
so fire.
I picked one up this weekend.
Let's go. Pick up the point now. Michael Hamilton does have to think about this because, ooh, you can even see the EA. Oh, my goodness. Just a little hint of the EA there.
Just a little hint.
Back to the regular. This one, pick up the point. Not an exciting attack, but Michael's still thinking about it. Given that the Mask of Momentum was kept around, Michael's going to take the 2, see what Haik has to follow this up. And it is the Command and Conquer. Michael probably very happy he went ahead and did not block on this one.
Looks like he is blocking with Tunic and intending to activate Quick Dodge Flexors as well as give 1 card here and move to close the game with Oakenold.
This can be activated.
He's verifying that he can activate Quick Dodge Flexors, which for the viewers at home, spoiler alert, yes, you
Yeah.
can.
Dodge.
Command and Conquer says defense reaction cards may not be played to this chain link. However, the ability on Quick Dodge Flexors is neither played nor a card. It is an activated ability of a piece of equipment on the board. And just like Quick Dodge Flexors, the Ice Earth Guardian of Oldhim, the grandfather of eternity, was capable of activating his defense reaction hero ability
Yeah. So funny to see Michael
in
Hamilton.
response to Command and Conquer.
Funny to see the world champs be like, all right, just give me 1 second. Stand up from the
Hello?
table. Get out there. Come on, help me.
Judge?
Just making sure, as you
Judge?
heard him say, he literally was like, I just want to make sure I don't lose the game to this. Because even though it says defense reaction cards can't be played, do have to just confirm to make sure that the quick dodge flexors can be activated. It looks like he does have the tunic available as well to just float into that quick dodge flexors.
I just wanted to make sure that this defense reaction ability can still be activated when this is the active chain link.
Yes, because this is activated ability, is not a played card.
So I can activate this as a defense reaction when this is attacked.
Yes.
Great. Okay, that was all. That was it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I'll give you 1 extra minute.
Okay. We have this timer. Do I just start this again?
Confirming that they get a little bit of a time extension for having a little bit of a judge call, but the answer, as you heard our illustrious judge say, was yes, you may.
So I'm gonna
Blocking for 4 here, then likely activating his Fendel Spring Tunic and using the resource to activate Quick Dodge Flexors and cover 6 on this Command and Conquer with only 1 card from hand. And now it is time for the oldest attack in the game, the Oaken Old, to be double fused the classic way, not with Pulse of Eisenloft, not with Crumble to Eternity, but showing his opponent a Seeds of Tomorrow, a completely unarsenable card, as well as a Winter's Bite. Coming in for 9, Dominate. On hit, taking 2 cards out of Haik's hand and closing the game with this evasive damage.
Michael Hamilton taking it down and moving on into the winner's column. Was a little bit on the ropes there at 2-1, in danger of falling nearly out of contention for the top 8, but he is the world champ from our first world championship ever for a reason. Quite good at this here game of Flesh and Blood, and moves on to 3-1 with that fancy Jarl deck coming out of that Armory deck at the end of last year. Congratulations and condolences, of course, to Haik, who moves on to 2-2. But for Michael Hamilton, a different take on Jarl than I have seen as of yet.
Absolutely. I think, just no mangles whatsoever. I think I fell into the mangle trap for a very long time. I also, I didn't see Summit, the Unforgiving Jarl's signature weapon, at play there.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the Jarl himself. Jarl Rathe is, of course, available for you in the Armory deck at your local game store. If you want to be like a world champion, then you can pick up an Armory deck, take it to your LGS, and I promise you, have a grand old time. That deck plays super. It's just very fun to play out of the box, and there are a nice, good section of cards that you can buy to upgrade it that won't break the bank. So go ahead and check out the Jarl Rathe Armory deck. It is out now, of course, and it's at your LGS. Man, what a couple of rounds we've had. 4 rounds in the books. We are now officially over halfway through this first day of competition, and man, it's just been a good one. Just been enjoying these games so very much. The Hunted seems like A+. I give it an A+. I give it an A+.
Easy A+.
Easy A+.
We have we had a little bit of ice there to temper the burning flames of the 3 rounds prior, as we saw a Draconic hero in every single game so far today.
Yes, ma'am. Let's go ahead and talk a bit about the whole darn world tour. What's happening all year long? Because if you look at that gently shaking floating number there in the middle of your screen, 1.5 million USD on offer all year long. You too could float above the earth like Viscerai and Aurora. 1.5 million, if you take down every single event and win the whole pot, you could probably go to space with 1.5.
Could you?
I think so.
Maybe more expensive.
There's some space tourism that's starting to begin.
Tourism?
No, it's only a good thing that type of money is spent. Let's go ahead and check in, of course, with the Player of the Year award. Such an exciting, just happening this year. Given that if you go ahead and take down enough events and accumulate enough World Tour points, then you could potentially take home a nice chunk of change. This is where, of course, the World Championship World Tour points are on offer. USA, baby, that's where the World Championship comes back to. And then, of course, the Pro Tour, London and APAC. And then you look down there, 60 Battle Hardens, 22 Callings, and 50 National Championships. And you might be like, all right, what is the point of all this? Why are you telling me about these World Tour points? How many can I get? 32 at Worlds, 28 at Pro Tour, 16 at Calling, and 16 at the Nationals. Why do we care, Sam? Look at how much money is on the line, dog.
There's so much money on the line, and 3 people from each major region, APAC, EU, and North America, will be crowned Players of the Year. However, only 2 will be in first place, 3 will be in second, 3 will be in third, and 1 will be your ultimate Player of the Year, the one with the most points across every single region. And cascading down, you have the 2 regional champions at 15,000 USD, second place at 10, and third at 5, as well as how much for first place, Sam?
First place, if you are the overall Player of the Year, you get an additional 10K. Cool, 10K.
25,000.
This is, of course, our leaderboard for the Americas region. You can see some of the players here. We've already seen Brodie Spurlock on screen. We've also seen Michael Hamilton on screen today. You are number 1 and number 2, but you look down the list, there are a lot of players in the hunt, in the running for those 3 slots. 3 people on this list, or maybe 3 people that we have yet not seen on this list because their run, their miracle run still is to come this year, can fight their way, acquire World Tour points on all of those events we just described to try to take home a piece of the pie. Looking ahead at Europe, the Player of the Year leaderboard over there. Of course, Simon Nielsen and Jacob Clements. What I love about the leaderboard here, the top 2 names we see, those 2 players won limited callings in this competitive season. It's not just classic constructed, folks. It's not even just it's not even just limited. Any of these events, callings, national championships, Pro Tour, you take them down, you get World Tour points. You do well in even the top 8, top 16, you get World Tour points. It's not just spike your CC events. Simon and Jacob there, Jacob Clements that is, taking down limited callings, still at the top of the leaderboards for all of that chunk of change. Asia Pacific region, of course, Nick Butcher, Putting Tam. We got some players that have won some things recently. Putting Tam winning the Battle Hardened in Hong Kong, I believe. And then, of course, Nick Butcher taking down the Calling in Kuala Lumpur. Shoma Yamamura, Pro Tour champion. That's a player we have heard from last year, and we will hear from even more, I have to imagine, as his illustrious year continues, as he fights to become the Player of the Year in his region. Overall leaderboard, of course, got some names we've just been talking about because if they're doing well regionally,
they're doing well globally.
Upcoming events, if you want to join the fun and join the World Tour, we got so many on offer, folks. A big triple header of a weekend to really round out February. Christchurch, Barcelona, and Portland. I do hope you'll tune in here at FabTCG on YouTube for our coverage of the Calling in Christchurch. We've got some friendly faces from Legend Story Studios that will be bringing you that action. I know you'll want to tune in to hear their insight and banter. Then, of course, Taipei, the Battle Hardened, over the weekend of March 7th through 9th, as well as Charlotte that same weekend. And then 2 callings that I cannot wait for. Kobe, the Calling returns to Japan. Classic Constructed and Battle Hardened over there. Tickets on sale now as well. Sao Paulo, Fab to Brazil, baby. This is one of the most passionate communities in all of Flesh and Blood. Cannot wait to see how that event goes down over there. We will also be bringing you that coverage as well as Kobe on our YouTube channel. And for Sao Paulo, tickets are on sale now. I do hope you'll head to fabtcg.com if you want to head to the great city in Brazil and get yourself a slot. Tickets on sale now for Sao Paulo. Please go ahead and pick up your packages today. And of course, Eindhoven and the Team Classic Constructed event in Milwaukee, maybe the first of its kind at this level, maybe the first at its kind in really a competitive event like this. Team Classic Constructed.
Yeah, for sure. I believe it is the first one.
People have been asking for Team CC for years? Years.
Easily. I mean, the game's years old.
Yeah, and people have literally this whole time been like, I just want to sit with 2 of my closest friends and try to beat up 3 of my other closest friends across the table from me at a Battle Hardened. Is that so hard to ask? And the team at MinMax Games says, no, it's not too hard for ask. Come to Milwaukee and we will make it happen. I'm so excited to see that one. This one will be a fun stream on their channel as well. We see Dublin and Jakarta, of course, the final 2 chances before the World Tour in London and the Pro Tour to test out your Classic Constructed decks, because then all eyes turn to the city with the big clock. April 10th through 13th, London hosts the World Tour and the Pro Tour. As you see there, Classic Constructed and Booster Draft. I simply can't wait for that one, Ellie. I simply cannot wait.
You going to be covering that event, Sam?
I'll be there.
You'll be there?
I'll be there.
I'll be there.
We got people coming to hang out. It's gonna be a great time. But of course, as we talked about earlier, there's so much to go. There's so much going on in London as well. We've got those Sync Below promos. We've got Sync Below events happening all weekend. It's not just for the Pro Tour players. It's for you too at home who want to come and game with us. I hope we'll see you there. So, round 4.
In the books.
In the books.
We have got a couple more rounds to go before our day is complete, and we have got, I think, a really exciting matchup. We won't spoil it, but we've got some heroes and some players we are keeping an eye on, and they're doing pretty well, which means we might be seeing some maybe underrepresented decks reaching our feature match soon. If you want to check in and see how it all goes down, stay with us. Don't go anywhere. More Flesh and Blood right after this.
A little over halfway through our day here at the World Tour stop in the calling of the Memphis variety. We have just had, my goodness, the games today.
Right?
The games today.
The games today.
The games today have been so good, and we have hopefully even more bangers to come. Sam Burn, joined by Ellie Bird. What has been your favorite thing we have seen thus far when you look back on today?
Breakout Cindra deck. I know I'm biased because it's Yuki, but
Me too.
Breakout Cindra deck. I feel like the narrative was so Cindra is, to quote our Sunday compatriot Nathan Crawford, he said, if there is something Cindra is good at, man, I am just missing it. And we've seen her win twice on stream today. Really exciting for me. Super stoked about that. Love the full red line, flick knives, blood splattered vest synergy. It's really one of those decks that when it comes together, it's kind of one of those like, oh, the people who make this game wanted this deck to happen for sure. It just feels so smooth. All the parts kind of interlock.
100%.
Everything does what it's supposed to. Really sweet deck. Love seeing that on stream twice.
Yep.
And seeing Art of the Dragon Fire, one of my favorite cards in the new set.
Close out a
used
game.
to fantastic effect.
Literally win the game?
And we also love, not myself, but maybe you love, to see the return of Ice to the meta game.
I do love.
Taking down some games at some rated competitive events.
Dude, but I will say the ice in that game that we just watched, of course, Michael Hamilton taking down Haik Voskerchian, the ice in that game was fusing, and it was winner's bite.
And Stalagmite.
And Stalagmite, which was very good. But, like, it was not much beyond that. We didn't see a CLF get resolved. We saw it fuse and Okanold, which is, of course, very strong. When you think about what ice brings to the meta, that deck from Michael Hamilton almost feels like, yeah, if I break your armor, great. If my hero ability goes off, it's gravy. But I'm just utilizing just like the raw value of the Earth, Ice, and Guardian card pool. Pretty fascinating to see the way he built the deck.
Most of the disruptive effects were Earth, and you know what they say? Green is the new blue.
Well, if green is the new blue, then purple is the new next round, as we have got Chris Iaali on Vynnset, the Iron Maiden. X and O versus Dyllon Dietz, new Alluring Desire. The first time we've seen one of those part the Mistveiled demons terrorizing the last meta grace our feature match. And this is a fascinating back and forth between two heroes that care about the Banished Zone very much, but in very different ways. Vynnset, of course, getting that new card Cull. Very excited to see just how it plays into this matchup. New, not working with a lot of new pieces, but still such a good effect on all of those cards. Game starts. Chris Iaali, Deathly Delight, hits the Banished for the Vynnset trigger. Card in the pitch zone here to activate the Grasp of the Arknight to make that second. And now he has got two more cards to work with. It's going to be a Deadwood Dirge.
Wow.
What a start here from our Worlds 2022 runner-up.
I love seeing Bloodied Oval in Vynnset so much. I feel like something this hero needed so badly was an offhand that wasn't the Grimoire. You know, you don't have that much use for the Eloquence, and the permanent blood debt that you get from cashing that out is really a pretty steep cost to pay for a piece of equipment. And, you know, Flail of Agony is good, but it might not be good enough to be worth doing something like that. You know, giving up a weapon like a Nebula Blade or something to that effect.
Wow. Count Your Blessings hits the quote-unquote combat chain. If Chris was not aware of just what kind of game he was in for, he certainly is now, as are we all. Count Your Blessings speaks to Dyllon's desire to take this game just a little bit longer. Happy to see that play out on that first turn. You have to imagine he is. And now it's time for his first attacking turn. Dyllon's on the new side. Let's see just how he wants to start things off. No 2 daggers. Needs just the one because of the Arcane Lantern. So that means overpitching with the Shelter for the Storm. And now Beckoning Mistblade comes in for 1.
Interestingly, you said that New is rocking with no new cards, but this hero actually can play some of the newer Hunted Assassin tools to pretty great effect. If you present that Hunter's Clave, you're very capable of turning things like blue, Mark of the Black Widow, and Mark of the Funnel Web into really devastating, disruptive effects in conjunction with Just a Nick, as well as putting them in scenarios where A, if Mistblade hits and they're marked, or B, you have the ability to transcend, you're really capable of leveraging these new Mark Matters blues.
Yeah, no, when I said New didn't get a lot of toys, what I meant was a whole set just came out with Assassin cards, and there's plenty for her to work with. I just must have
I just must have misspoke.
No, it's
I
misunderstood.
No,
It was
I
my bad. I misunderstood. It's my bad.
I might have misspoke. I might have.
No,
That's gonna be-
it's all me.
that's
It's all
a-
me. It's all me.
It's going to be a block for 3 here with the Funeral Moon on the Art of Desire body. That is going to get banished. That is going to draw Dyllon a card because of News Effect. It is an action card, but that Funeral Moon hitting the banish zone for Chris. This is why I said this matchup is going to be interesting. Both of these heroes play in and around the banish zone very, very differently. That Funeral Moon is now an option for Chris, really at any point that he wishes.
You've got to feel a little punished for not presenting something like Reaping Blade when your opponent casts Count Your Blessings turn 0.
Imagine the Nazareth comes out here because there are exactly 6 and only 6 rune chants. Unfortunately for Chris, the Great Soul Harvester is not on offer. Here comes the Widespread Annihilation and the 6 rune chants alongside of it. When this combat chain closes, if a hero has lost life this turn, they must banish a card from their hand. Now, when you're worried about 6 rune chants, I was literally about to say, a deck that cares about blues is probably going to be pretty happy to pitch into those 6 rune chant effects. Let's see how he wants to deal with 6 physical.
Looks like 2 defense reactions is how he wants to deal with 6 physical. Losing a little bit of value, blocking 8 on 6 here. However, if he took any amount of damage, he was just going to be forced to banish a card anyways. Chris not getting the opportunity to cast that Funeral Moon from the banished zone as no player lost life this turn.
And importantly for Chris, got that Widespread Annihilation out of the banished zone because that card, one of those Guardian-style blue cards that attacks for 6, something that Chris is going to want to make sure does not fly against him from the other side of the table off of News Ability. It's going to be a Widespread Ruin now on the banish. Here comes the first rune chant as Dyllon just passed the turn on his turn after establishing the arsenal.
Vynnset is very capable of clearing out her banished zone, making it hard for New to effectively use her blues against her. However, in exchange, sometimes that banished zone can really stack up against you and put you in a scenario where you're incapable of clearing all of it and start bleeding out to your blood debt and, you know, losing life at a rate that kind of outstrips the amount of value you get out of having a larger functional hand as a result of being able to store cards in your banished zone with blood debt.
Here comes the Widespread Ruin.
We'll attack with Widespread Ruin. This will be coming in for 9.
Really cool line Chris played here, by the way. He played this Beseech the Demigone to give a red card in his banished zone +3, or an attack action card in his banished zone +3, and then he paid 1 life to Vynnset's Unpreventable Damage trigger, which, since a player had now lost life, let him clear the Funeral Moon as an instant, giving him a 2nd rune chant with which to fire off this Widespread Ruin.
I will play Succumb to Temptation.
Blocking 3 on the Widespread Ruin. Chris going to reactions and saying, all right, here is Succumb to Temptation. 6 damage coming over the top. And if it connects, which I believe it has, Dyllon will not only join Chris at 36 life, but be forced to show his opponent his hand. And Chris will force him to discard a card of his choosing.
That means Succumb to Temptation now gets to grab a card.
Interesting choice between a Persuasive Prognosis and a Leave No Witnesses here. Choosing to make him discard the blue, likely to make some kind of usage of a card in his arsenal a little bit more difficult, kind of stripping away his resources, leaving him with just a Leave No Witnesses and banishing a Levels of Enlightenment off the top. New cannot play blue cards from her own banished zone, so that card is functionally milled. It is lit on fire, and that's a card you do not want to see New resolve against you, especially after a Beckoning Mistblade trigger. But who cares about any of that? Chris firing off 2 Revelant Runebloods in the same turn here, generating 8 rune chants and following it up with a Deathly Delight for a functional 13 damage, coming in for 5 physical with 8 rune chants behind it. And both players will have lost life this turn. So when the combat chain closes, Chris is going to gain 2 life to 38. How do you like that? Count your blessings.
2 floating that's been conspicuously just sitting there for this whole turn cycle. I wonder why Dyllon hasn't wanted to spend those 2 floating on
I just don't know. There's just no 2-cost instant in the game.
No, it's a tough thing because there were all these rune chants flying across the table, and he's already down to 26. I just wonder why he there was a count your blessings.
Oh, he's gaining
in the
3
arsenal.
life.
Oh, I see. Count your blessings in the arsenal. It's basically turning those 2 points of rune chants, instead of being 2 life gained from blocking rune chants, instead it's 3 life gained. So getting a little additional value there from this pitch. But now down to 26, drawing up the hand for his next turn. The onus is really on Chris to string together something that Dyllon is not going to be able to take care of. Count your blessings changes the math so much. Can Chris either pitch stack or find something that will just truly break the math apart and push him forward? Maybe 2, 3 chain links wide. Something that just is too much for this Count Your Blessing new deck to deal with.
You know what we say in the booth here? Gaining life is only cool when Shadow Runeblade does it.
I'll banish. I'll make a rune chant.
Yep.
Generating a rune chant off of banishing this yellow Deathly Whale. 3 more cards in hand to work with. Let's take a look at what he's thinking so closely about. And it looks like it's just the edge of the table.
Much to consider. Much to consider there.
Much to consider there.
Believe I saw him flash a Malefic Incantation. Let's see if that's the first action. It is indeed. Malefic Incantation comes in. 3 verse counters.
Well, now we know he's not playing Oath of Loyalty this turn.
Certainly not.
I believe Dyllon has drawn another Count Your Blessings in this hand.
And I will pass.
This is kind of a bit of a back and forth experience that Count Your Blessings generates, where you really don't want to be drawing that card when you are in situations where you just need to be blocking. You want to be resolving it when you have tempo, when your opponent is just in a position where they have to pass, so that the functional amount of life total that they have to climb over grows greater and greater and greater. But when you functionally just have to use it as blocking value, as life you gain on defense, it gets a lot harder to properly punish your opponent for not being able to hit you hard enough.
And now, just like you said, it's bummer when you have to be blocking, but Dyllon here rewarded by Chris Iaali having to just establish a Malefic Incantation and pass, but it is kind of what we described. Chris is looking for those big turns. Middling turns might not do it against a deck that's going to be gaining so much life and banishing cards. He needs to string together some things that are truly devastating. And for him on that turn, it meant establish the Malefic, get that first rune chant, and maybe let that Deathly Whale do some work later. Boy, but here comes the levels of enlightenment. He's going to draw a card and get the go again, just thanks to that Beckoning Mistblade. Pretty nice stuff here from our new player. Let's see how exactly Chris wants to handle this. 3 more damage that he has to work with.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bit of a tough situation that because he dealt so much damage to Dyllon, he wasn't capable of cashing in the Bloodied Oval to stop Beckoning Mistblade from connecting. Something, you know, it's a really, really premium armor target when your opponent has 4 cards in hand.
No blocks. Take 4.
Looks like Chris here just going to go ahead and have to take the 4 because of the blue in the pitch. Here comes a Leave No Witnesses now. This one threatens the arsenal. Vynnset here does have some equipment to work with. Looks like Chris did not bring the Vexing Quill hand to the table, so does have the Grasp of the Arknet and the Crown of Providence, if this is the arsenal worth protecting.
When you let that Mistblade hit and it's followed up by levels of enlightenment, you really, really don't want to see a disruptive attack at the end of that combat chain. And Dyllon still has 2 more cards in hand. We could see something like a Hiss join the fray, as well as, though he hasn't blocked with them, Chris does have to contend with a Rousing Wave, threatening to push this Leave No Witnesses to 5 if he just sends 4 armor. Instead, it looks like we'll see the Crown of Providence blocked with and the Arsenal sunk. He'll still lose a card off the top of his deck, but he will get to have 5 cards to work with on this turn. Dyllon, 2 cards left to convert.
Take 2 down. 230 goes Chris Iaali. Top of the deck shows.
He has drawn a card, is what the top of the deck shows, Sam.
And it's not a red Deathly Whale, it's a yellow Deathly Whale, so that means it's not going to get a silver for Dyllon, which is something that they actually can use relatively well, these new decks. You start pitching into silver late in the game, those levels of enlightenment start to get pretty nasty pretty quickly. But Dyllon there also just passed with the card in hand. Both players aware of the potential long game and not wanting to throw cards if they don't necessarily need to, but we do see the first Cull hit the arena, this time in the Banish Zone, but it can come out of there at a moment's notice. Cull, of course, powerful new tool for Vynnset, able to allow or force both players to banish a card from hand, and if a hero has lost life, it can be played as a, you know, an instant. Pretty impressive stuff from that new expansion slot card.
Cool as an offensive tool where you rip your opponent's hand, but maybe even cooler as a defensive tool where you kind of get a functional Scowling Flesh Bag out of it when you force a card out of your opponent's hand on offense.
Tunic into the grass with the Arknight to get that final floating because it did cost 4 at that moment. That means 3 resources, excuse me, 3 rune chants now available that kind of become resources in the Vynnset deck as the Rune Gate is going to turn the Deathly Whale from a card costing 3 into a card costing 0.
Paying 1 life to the Shadow Puppetry trigger. Forcing unpreventable damage over to Dyllon's side of the board. Making this Deathly Whale generate 2 rune chants as both players have lost life this turn. 3 and 5 coming in, 3 and 6 coming in here. 6 go again. That on hit will threaten to banish a card from the top of the deck if Chris looks at it and decides he likes it. 9 damage threatened.
6 go again.
That's how I feel when my opponent sends 9 too. Oh.
What's this about? Do, of course, have that rune chant, as you can see, behind the Malefic Incantation. Bonds of Agony is going to go ahead and deal with 2 of the rune chants. 1 Dyllon could not deal with because of the Vynnset trigger.
Tunic on 3. We could see Tunic floated with which to cast a Count Your Blessings. Chris thinking on the reaction step here. This attack does have go again, thanks to Shepherdry.
Pass priority. Close the chain.
Pass priority, close the chain.
I'll make 2 rune chants.
Because the combat chain closed, 3 rune chants total, 2 more created from that Deathly Whale, seeing both heroes having lost the life.
Chris is holding a Revel in Rune Blood on this hand. Bit unfortunate that he had to use Tunic to fire off Grasp. We could have seen a Tunic activation into Spellbound Creepers on this Rebel, allowing him to go an entire extra chain link wider if he were capable. Instead, we're going to see Runic Reckoning hit the table, giving his next Rune Blade attack +3.
To Whale for, this one's for 8.
Whale for 8, which will also generate 2 rune chants on the back end.
Yeah, this Deathly Whale doesn't care that this life was lost earlier. This one's just going to go ahead and still make the rune chants at the combat chain closing. Up to 2 floating goes Dyllon.
Surely he won't cast Count Your Blessing.
Move to 82.
There's no universe where he does that.
No way.
I thought he was only playing
Not
2.
a chance.
I thought he was only playing 2. I believe he did actually not cast Count
No,
Your
it looks
Blessing,
like he
instead
didn't. You were
Arcane
right.
Barrier
You were
2
totally
rune
right.
chants. And I was being
No
facetious.
reaction.
Looks like he's taking 5 here after blocking with this. Oh, never mind.
Taking 1.
He is taking 1 after blocking with a Sink Below.
I'll close the
1
chain,
over the
4
top,
chants.
down to 27. There come the rune chants from the Deathly Whale. Looks like that Revel in Runeblood is going to go ahead and hit the arsenal.
8.
And 1 more life down from the Cull. Both of these players, life totals falling at a somewhat similar rate, but Dyllon's threatens to go up more often than Chris's over the course of this one.
Yeah, you're good.
Ooh, maybe a couple defensive pieces there in the hand. Saw what looks to be,
Banish.
I think, a Haunting Rendition. You can see the Runic Reckoning.
Yes, his hand is, I believe, reduced to Rune Chant, Haunting Rendition, and a Runic Reckoning, as well as a Widespread Ruin that has found its way into the Banished Zone. Chris with 2 Blood Debt here.
I got
Runic
9.
Reckoning pumping his next attack by 3, and a Widespread Ruin coming in for 9 alongside 3 Rune Chants. Just a casual 12.
Casual 12 and not a card has been pitched yet, my friend. Under the trapdoor, there's one of those new cards from Hunted making its way into this new deck. Runic Reckoning powering this thing up, so 9 more damage. No cards pitched, no resources necessary. Everything discounted in this Vynnset party. No blocks, any reactions? Answer is yes. Sink Below is going to put a card from the hand on the bottom of the deck. Draw a card once again.
Still no reaction.
If this hits, it does threaten to take a card off the top of Dyllon's deck in a matchup where he's concerned with fatigue that could become incredibly relevant as time passes. As well as he could lose key disruptive pieces like Codex of Frailty, a card we haven't seen him draw one of yet. The likelihood of it becoming the top card of his deck somewhat soon is increasingly high.
So Chris here maybe thinking about Cull, can play it as an instant. Rip a card from both players. He is going to go ahead and Cull here.
Oof.
You can see Chris here. A little sound there as he saw the Count Your Blessings come out in response. Can be played, as we say, in response to this Cull, so it doesn't have to lose the card. The Cull that Chris is, or the card that Chris is going to Cull here is that Haunting Rendition, so no value gained there. Going to keep the Reduce to Rune Chant instead. Once again, Dyllon's just going to Tunic to 2 and pass after gaining the life from the Count Your Blessings.
A little bit of a brutal situation there. It's kind of subtle. It's not the most obvious blowout in the world, but Chris was already moving to play that Cull in a scenario where he was lighting a card on fire from his own hand to deny value from his opponent's hand, and his opponent completely sidestepped it. It's kind of the classic assassin situation of whatever you thought I had was completely wrong. I'm going to go around you here and make you sad. Chris forced to light a card on fire by his own Cull and functionally light another card on fire by not being able to convert them all, stuck with a Reduced to Rune Chant in his hand into an opponent who is refusing to take any offensive game actions. Yet again, he will banish a card that does not have Blood Debt. The Vynnset train is kind of falling apart at the hinges here a little bit. The deck really not doing what you need it to be doing.
We passed priority.
And you heard him say, we're going to pass with a little smile on the face. But again, this is part of the game plan here, actually, I believe, in this matchup. Put the onus on the new deck to disrupt. If you just gain life, I'm going to be comfortable passing the turn and establishing a big power turn, something that can break through your defensives. But now 3 cards in hand and a Bonds of Agony. All of a sudden, you asked for disruption, buddy. You're going to get it. This is about as disruptive a piece as we can find. And Chris Iaali, he was the second place, the runner-up at the first World Championship ever. Here at 4-0. He's going to give
none too pleased.
6 block here in front of this Bonds of Agony. A couple cards that he's happy once again to see blocked. 5 block. This Bonds of Agony. Envelop in Darkness only blocks 2.
This is a really genius block from Chris here. Not only is he holding a Reduced to Rune Chant, so he's playing around Bonds of Agony being played and Justinic being played, or Bonds of Agony having 3 reactions played, as well as Justinic being played, which would push it to 9. He's covering 5 and then another 4 with the Reduced to Rune Chant in hand, and by putting this Cull in front of this Bonds of Agony, if the Bonds of Agony is forced over his defensive wall on this turn, he can rip Dyllon's Arsenal card out of his hands. And that card just so happens to be a Count Your Blessings.
Look at this, though. Dyllon throwing that Widespread Annihilation back into the Banish Zone. If he's going to play it on this turn, he'll be able to throw 6 more damage after activating New. If he doesn't, all of a sudden, he maybe put that card in the Banish Zone, and Chris Iaali will be able to use it to devastating effect.
We talked about Winner's Bite earlier. Here's even better than that.
I'll respond to the activation of Mask.
Response to the activation of Mask here with a Reduced to Rune Chant. Once again, attack reactions are all technically instants. And look at this. All the cards are coming from the hand here. The Haunting Rendition is going to go ahead and be discarded. Prevent 2 damage over the next couple. I think it just prevents the 2, right? And so that will create another.
Yes, it prevents the next 2 damage you would take.
So it's not over multiple links. It's just going to be the 2. So that is going to go ahead. And from here, it looks as though Dyllon was just content to just pass the turn after all of those blocks were presented. That's going to be good enough for Chris.
He was indeed holding a Count Your Blessings. Curious to see what Chris does here. I think he may play this call to try and take a card from Dyllon as his one game action, as well as soften the impact of his own blood debt.
Yeah, Dyllon there didn't have to commit any more attack reactions to the Bonds of Agony. Once he saw all the defense Chris was able to play, said, I'm fine. I don't need to break any of my equipment. I'm just going to see what you can do on your turn.
For no value.
You have to banish a card from your hand.
Do I have to banish a card for it?
He didn't
Dyllon
even know
said-
that it banished a card from his hand.
Dyllon said, for no value? And Chris was like, oh, no.
Okay,
For
so
this amount of
instant
value.
card.
For a card from you. I believe Dyllon was under the impression that only heroes who had lost life
Yeah.
had to banish a card, but that's not quite how call works. That card is not so kind to the opponent as to give them any choice in the matter. You will banish a card from your hand as long as there is a card there for you to banish.
Down to 27 falls Chris Iaali after that widespread annihilation that Dyllon put in his banish zone with that pass over. Triggers that blood debt. First game action for Dyllon. Here comes the surgical extraction.
A little bit of a double-edged sword, pass-overing playable blood debt attacks like that. You can absolutely punish your opponent by trying to make their blood debt spiral out of control, but you can also just put them in a situation where they have extra cards to work with if you're not careful about what you take out of their hand, deck, or graveyard. Speaking of, the surgical extraction is coming across here, threatening to take a card both off the top of Mr. Iaali's deck and a card out of his hand should it connect. However, that can just create a situation where Chris has extra cards to work with. This is the back and forth texture of this matchup. This is the scenario where New has to tread lightly. You really have to be careful about the waters through which you wade, because one wrong step and the shadows of the Demonastery will claim you as these beasts from beyond beckon from the blood debt zone to take you down with them.
4 damage from this surgical extraction, and so much more represented with the on-hit effect. This has got to have a think about this one. Banish Zone only has the widespread annihilation as of now. Surgical extraction could change that in a hurry. Both players here deep in thought. 26 plays 27 at the moment, 30 minutes remaining in the round. This one might take much of this time, folks, as these players clearly at the top of their games, both X and O here, 4 and 0 at this round of the Calling Round 5, coming to you live from Memphis.
Tennessee.
From Memphis, Tennessee. And Paul Simon may have gone to Graceland. But we here go to Volcor.
My cab driver last night had the thickest southern accent of all time. That's when I knew I was in Tennessee.
That's when you knew?
That's when I knew.
You got off the plane like, where am I?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, after 10 hours,
What is this place?
Vancouver to Tennessee will
Get in the car,
absolutely
like,
leave you feeling like,
oh.
oh man, where am I? That was layovers included, like 10 and a half hours in transit. Not pleasant.
8 block presented now. Here comes the Grasp of the Arknight and 2 of the 3 blocks.
No.
Go again going to be presented now with the path well traveled. Talk about a sidestep. Looks as though Dyllon's just going to try to get around this one. Give go again and activate New here. Look at the top. Going to leave it on top. And that widespread annihilation that was going to be played most likely on Chris Iaali's next turn now just gets to come in for 6 points of damage. Kind of a back-breaking follow-up from Dyllon. Chris really wanted to keep that hand around. That's why he blocked with those extra cards. The question is he willing to take 6 damage to preserve both of those cards?
No blocks.
Yep. Yes, he is.
Absolutely.
He's
Check
super,
my hand.
he super is. He said, okay, no blocks. Take 6 down to 21. And the Funeral Moon is going to go ahead because, of course, Chris has lost life. Widespread Annihilation says, please banish a card from your hand. Luckily for Chris, this one can still be played, though now the next card in his hand also has to be banished to that Vynnset trigger. But with 3 Rune Chants, everything in the deck should be able to be played.
And Salt in the Wound, though that is a ninja card, Dyllon, as new here, has cast a Count Your Blessings after all is said and done, coming in with the Surgical Extraction into the Widespread Annihilation. He has used the one floating he had in conjunction with his Tunic counter to play Count Your Blessings number 4, I believe, when Chris passed priority there. Chris banished the Funeral Moon to the Widespread Annihilation and the Deathly Wail to the trigger at the start of his own turn, but he has to consider that if he chooses to send an attack here, it could put him in a situation where he doesn't have enough to go over the top on future turns. Despite being 30 minutes into this game, his opponent is still at 32 life. There is a tremendous mountain to climb with 2 Count Your Blessings remaining unresolved.
We'll throw the Deathly Wail. It'll be for 6 and 4.
Chris Iaali going to throw the Deathly Wail here, as you heard him say.
Yep, I agree.
4 Rune Chants. And the 6 physical from the Deathly Wail. In good news for Chris, the Tunic being utilized on Dylan's last turn means that this is not a comfortable, pitch into these Rune Chants. And we do see Dylan is going to take the 1, so that Deathly Wail is going to refund itself 1 Rune Chant. 6 block going to be presented as well.
Close the chain.
Just full covering this.
4 Combat Chain closing.
I will pay a life as an instant.
And because a hero has lost life, Funeral Moon can be played as an instant because it is still a shadow non-attack action. Even though it's played at instant speed, it still is a non-attack action for the purposes of Vynnset's trigger. And now when the Deathly Wail resolves after the combat chain closes, giving the resources, the Rune Chants for the players that have lost life. Now Chris has lost life as well, so that Funeral Moon creates a Rune Chant and then virtually creates another Rune Chant thanks to the Deathly Wail.
Like you said, a Rune Chant is a resource in this matchup. Chris's arsenal has stayed full for quite a bit now. Dylan playing Codex of Frailty, pretty high value card here, but he does at least not force a card out of Chris's hand since his arsenal is full.
And what?
Leave no witnesses, threatening to take that arsenal that sat there for quite some time away from Chris. I'm a little bit curious if it's a defense reaction or maybe even a card he wants banished by Leave No Witnesses.
1 block remaining on the Grasp of the Arknight as well, if Chris wishes to just give a card from hand and a piece of armor. News armor, on the other hand, untarnished, unblemished, still completely able to do all their blocking and their effects. Arousing Wave, Stilettos. But the Bloodied Oval here, also a piece of armor. Card oft forgotten. I certainly just did.
I love the egg.
You love the egg?
The egg.
Colloquially just referred to as the egg in your testing?
I call it the egg. Nobody else calls it the egg, but I call it the egg.
Well, folks at home, you too can call it the egg and be just like Ellie Bird.
Blocking with my egg.
No Tunic available for the Arousing Wave as well, so this 4 block will do it. It will be enough. That's going to buy the card from hand. And because it's not an attack with stealth, it doesn't head to the Banish Zone as per News ability. Here comes the Ponder. There goes the Arsenal. Turn shifts back over to Chris Iaali. 5 Rune Chants and a Dream.
I believe his arsenal is Revel in Runeblood that he arsenaled so long ago that I nearly forgot about it.
Let's see now. Widespread Annihilation coming back to the party. Spellbound Creepers, maybe an option to get some go again here.
3 cards here to work with. Let's see Chris's hand if we can. I believe that is a Snag.
Snag could do some real nice work against a new deck that is happy to play attack reactions.
Looks like Dylan is Arcane Barriering as much as he possibly can here. 5 and taking 1 Rune Chant, presumably looking to block with the 2 remaining cards so that he is not forced to banish anything from his hand. I think the new decks are often a little bit more proactive than this, but we've basically seen Dylan on a hard fatigue plan. He's done little but sit here and block everything that Chris sends his way. Little bit of a downside created by sending so much arcane damage at the cost of cards from your own deck is that people can just Arcane Barrier what you have to present. And to that end, Dylan is sending this Art of Desire Mind just for 1 because it effectively threatens cards out of Chris's deck.
Is that crazy?
Here the players here having a bit of a laugh.
Maybe I'll hit another Annihilation.
You wish.
Chris, here you can see a bit of a head shake when he looked at those 4 cards off the top. Maybe not what he was hoping to see. He was able to buy all of the cards out of Dyllon's hand last turn. He really needs to break through this cycle.
Well, I sure hope it's not another widespread annihilation off the top like Dyllon said. A little bit more painful than that, it is another Malefic Incantation. Chris is starting to get a little bit low on damage in deck. He needs to make a big push here. Looks like he doesn't have a valid banish for Blood Debt.
Second tear through the portal, hitting the banish zone for no value. Maybe that's why Chris had that bit of a head shake. Wasn't happy to see the hand. Maybe there wasn't even a Blood Debt card on offer. Yeah, Machinations of Dominion and the reduced to Rune Chant here. Just going to make a Rune Chant. And he just has to pass the turn. Just devastation for our 2022 Worlds runner-up, as sometime the Rune Blade giveth and the Rune Blade taketh away. Just a really tough turn of events. You bought all the tempo. You took all of the cards out of Dyllon's hand. And what do you have to show for it? A single Rune Chant.
2 Rune Chants. Vynnset did banish a card.
Yeah, but that was happening anyway. You know?
You got me. You got me.
What did he do? He made a Rune Chant and he passed the turn, meaning all of a sudden the Beckoning Mist Blade once again threatens some real potential danger. No blocks, so Chris goes down to 18. Dyllon still sits at a pretty comfortable 30. This really feels like that might have been the turn.
Bonds of Attraction coming in for 2 with Go again. This has a pretty meaningful on-hit in this matchup. This will banish both the top card of Chris's deck and a card from his graveyard, not only setting something up that New would be allowed to play against him, as well as creating a situation where he can maybe give Chris a little bit more Blood Debt than he can handle. Thankfully, the top card of the deck is not a Blood Debt attack action. And Dyllon, knowing that he can't make use of anything in Chris's banish zone this turn, instead opts to just banish a card of the same color to fulfill Bonds of Attraction's life gain clause. Activating Tunic, and I believe we are going to... Oh! Well, that's not a Count Your Blessings at all. That is a Command and Conquer coming for that last Revel in Chris's arsenal.
Different card that starts with C and a wholly differently devastating effect coming in, threatening that arsenal. Chris has already utilized the Crown of Providence on a Leave No Witnesses early in this game. If that is the final Revel in Runeblood, that is too much offensive value. And we know there's... he pitched away the Reduced to Rune Chant, so he's got to really think, how can he protect that Revel in Runeblood? Can he protect that Revel in Runeblood? 3 Rune Chants sit over there in the arena.
Has a little bit of armor to work with, but it's all pretty expensive to block with.
Oh yeah, big think here from our Worlds 2022 runner-up.
We have a Snag, a Deathly Whale, I'm taking a guess. I see a Malefic Incantation for sure.
Yeah,
I believe
it's that third card.
May be a Funeral Moon. Oh, it is an Envelop in Darkness Red.
Doesn't block 3.
His hand doesn't block very well at all.
Snag doesn't block whatsoever. He's been keeping it around.
If he wants to cover this, he has to give 3 cards or 2 cards in a pretty significant portion of his remaining armor suite.
That's why you can see him taking such a long time to think. That Envelop in Darkness, he has not been able to get much value. The Tunic counter is on 3, so he would be able to pay for it with that Tunic counter. But all of a sudden, some real expensive options to do so, given what the Command and Conquer on the combat chain represents. 6 damage, Arsenal Disruption. Block 2. That's going to be the call. 4 damage over the top. Card in the arsenal gets destroyed, and it is the Revel in Runeblood. And Chris Iaali down to 12 to Dyllon's 31. That last turn, drawing a hand that completely bricked. Chris Iaali's mountain back to the winner's column in this game is steep from here. Losing the 4 value from the Revel in Runeblood. Not only the damage, but what it represents to potentially extend a combat chain. Chris here once again just going to pass priority and put that Deathly Whale into the banish zone for a future turn. Is it, at this point, too little, too late?
That is one of my favorite qualities about Chris as a player. Not only is he kind and an excellent person to play against, he is persistent in the face of disaster. And despite this last turn having been, I mean, veritably a complete nightmare for him, he is still here and fighting. He is still setting up, and he is still trying to find a way through the maze of traps that new Alluring Desire is laying out for the Iron Maiden. The Arsenal, this snag. He's blocking here to put a card in his banished zone as well as cover up the on-hit here without giving his opponent a drawn card and life gained. But Dyllon has the hiss. Coming over for 3.
Importantly, Chris now thinking about not only the disruptive effects, not only his own banished zone and the lost life from Blood Debt, but also just the damage that this new deck can sometimes randomly represent. Snag, however, is going to finally come from Arsenal and threaten to take away the +3 that the hiss is representing.
Little shake of the head from Dyllon. Doesn't look none too pleased about that snag.
Persistent effect as well, so going to go ahead and persist over the turn. No attack reactions from this point forward.
2 floating. Looks like a Codex of Frailty, but Dyllon is forced to discard because he was holding a Just a Nick he couldn't make use of because Chris just passed.
Look at this, though. Command and Conquer with the 2 floating. Once again, going to threaten whatever Chris grabs. The blender does not let up. Dyllon in the driver's seat and looking to put his foot on the gas.
Looking to slam that door. Chris got to give some thought to what he puts in his arsenal here, because if he's not careful, it may well be headed back to the graveyard.
Calling players at table 2, Dyllon, Dietz.
Let's see just now exactly how...
Really, really good moment here on coverage where the TO, perhaps unaware that there was a little bit of a judge call extending this round a little bit. The round is at time. They have an extension to finish this game because it is the feature match. And a result was asked for by the TO.
Chris just go, we're still playing
We're still playing. We can't report. We got 15 more minutes. We gotta find a winner.
That does bring some attention too. Time left in the round. These players are going to have to work quickly to reach a resolution. 31 currently plays 11, and Command and Conquer on the chain.
Sounds good. Take 6.
Sounds good. Take 6, says Mr. Iaali, going down to 5. This may be the turn we see him make that final push. He has the widespread destruction to remove the ponder that Dyllon's going to draw. He has a Deathly Wail with which to extend and a Malefic Incantation to muster as much as he possibly can. This turn could be pivotal, but he only has 2 cards to work with, and one of them has to go to his banished zone. It is another Deathly Wail, and the card in his hand is Shadow Puppetry with Tunic on 3. We could see Spellbound Creepers used to great effect on this turn.
Tunic on 3. Where does he find the rest of the rune chance? Looks like it is just going to be Shadow Puppetry played honestly from the hand here. Give something go again.
I'll pay a life down to 4.
And he is going to pay a life here. Go down to 4. Keep a rune chant coming through.
It's coming in for 7 and 5 rune chance, making 1 behind.
Very casual. Very casual. 7 and 5.
7, 5 rune chants, and the life must be taken from that first one, meaning both heroes will have lost life, meaning at the end of this, there will be 3 rune chants left over for something like that widespread destruction.
No blocks here.
Okay.
Take 7.
And now, because of all the life benefit that Dyllon has been able to find, he is just taking this damage.
He found a cull off the top. This could be the pivot he's looking for. He has the ability to force both the card out of Dyllon's arsenal thanks to widespread destruction and a card out of his hand without it dinging Chris the way it has earlier in the game thanks to the Shadow non-attack, only banishing a card from your hand if there's a card from your hand to banish. Another 9 damage represented.
Once again, coming forth from the arsenal, has the cull pretty face up. Dyllon wasn't aware of how it worked last time it got resolved. Now you have to imagine he is aware of this one and worried about the potential effects of that beautiful card. He's got all the cards left in his hand, however. He knows that Cull might rip one. He knows this Widespread Destruction on-chain close is going to take that pondered card away, unless it's an instant that can be played in response.
Dyllon suddenly in a bit of a difficult situation.
Yeah, is this the moment that Chris really establishes himself as a player still needing to be respected in this game? Both players at 4-0. They'd love to be undefeated heading into round 6. Here comes some armor. Take the 3 rune chance.
Looks like 2 armor block landing on the combat chain. Still 4 more damage to contend with. Could be a pretty painful blowout if Dyllon has a D-react here, but I don't believe he does. Taking 4 on the physical.
Yeah, I figured.
Chris playing the Cull to remove a card from Dyllon's hand.
That takes a Venomous Bite. Now the Arsenal gets banished as well. There goes a Persuasive Prognosis. Look at how Dyllon is playing this final turn out. He is just going ahead and ripping through his own life total here, given that he had all that life to work with. Homage to Ancestors here. Homage to Ancestors. Stir the pot. Couple no blocks in the hand that he didn't want to utilize for those rune chants.
He likely intends to either activate new or use Mask of Recurring Nightmares on this turn.
Does he have the spec? He pitched it a while back. It was one of the first things he pitched in this game. I guess it's not technically the spec. Does he have Undercurrent Desires?
I mean, it's Mystic Assassin only.
Mystic Assassin. At the moment, New is the only one that can play it. Let's see.
I think he might. Oh, no, just Command and Conquer. This will be Command and Conquer Mask of Recurring Nightmares, if I had to guess, which is back-breaking. Chris is at 3, so this just forces 3 cards from him if he doesn't want to give all his armor, and 2 at a minimum if he does. Chris doesn't have any rune chance with which to fire off this Deathly Wail, barring something like a Deadwood Dirge. He can't do anything with this hand at all. And because of Vynnset banishing a card from his hand at the start of his turn, it'll put him in a position where he has none with which to work.
Mask shows Oblivion. That would have worked earlier when he had all those rune chants creating Nazareth the Soul Harvester.
Banishing an Eloquent Eulogy as it is the only card remaining in his
But
hand.
that's the
he has a
perfect
play.
one here. Comes in for 1 and 4. Chris Iaali was left with 1 card in hand, and he found a good one. This one not only is going to come across and threaten that 5 points of damage, but also creates a rune chant on the back end. He's not out of this yet, folks.
That's what I was talking about with Chris. He is persistent in all situations. Dyllon pitching an entire card to Arcane Barrier here. He's holding a Double Trouble, a Shelter to the Storm, and the Grain that tips the scale. A chi we saw pitched Untranscended earlier in this game. Chris bleeding ever closer to his demise because of these Blood Debt effects. Dyllon has a Double Trouble and not much to back it up, but outside of Mask of Recurring Nightmares into likely Tunic counter being activated on a piece of his equipment, it's not much damage, but Chris doesn't have much life to work with.
And he has to worry about a Just a Nick. You can see him potentially putting 2 cards in front of this. He's losing life to his own Blood Debt. The clock ticks ever more towards midnight. How does Chris try to get out of this one? He's gotten his opponent down from 30 to 13, but he sits at 2 himself. Currently blocking 6. That will banish that Eloquent Eulogy. Grain that tips the scales is going to give it +1, so it goes up to 2.
And he will simply activate Mask to banish a card from Chris's hand. This is the Vice Grip. I'm not sure Chris has any ways out of this situation. If he's forced to put another card with Blood Debt into his banished zone and he's incapable of getting rid of it, then he's just going to die at the end of his own turn. This Eloquent Eulogy is already threatening that. However, he has a rune chant with which to clear it.
which will then trigger the Malefic Incantation, giving him another rune chant for a future turn. But this is a big banish here. You can see Chris really giving this one a think. What a fascinating game back and forth. Creepers coming in. That's going to be the activation here in response to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Is this card a Deadwood Dirge?
Deadwood Dirge.
Deadwood Dirge in defense step here because of the Spellbound Creepers. That's going to destroy a rune chant, create more on the back end, create 3 more. Now that Deathly Wail is able to come across.
Eloquent Eulogy to the Banished Zone. Chris has 2 Blood Debt and no way to give an attack go again. He's guaranteed going to 1 life on this turn.
That means the Deathly Wail can come out here. It's a 1-card 9, create a rune chant on the back end.
Most likely more than 1 rune chant here.
Maybe 3. Block for
Unless
6.
Dylan just full blocks here. I believe he has decided that his out here is forcing Chris to die to his own Blood Debt.
1 rune chant remaining, and that's all. What does Chris have up his sleeve? He's got the Eulogy in the Banished Zone. He's got 1 life. He's got a dream.
He's holding a Runic Reckoning, a Snag, a Widespread Destruction, and a Deathly Delight.
That's a way to gain a little bit of life, but unfortunately you can't pay the life to Vynnset right now because you just die if you do.
I don't think he has any way to extend this turn. If he can't find a way to gain life, he's just going to perish on the end step. And he doesn't have Spellbound Creepers anymore with which to extend using the Runic Reckoning.
Could just banish a card without Blood Debt, attack with the Eulogy. Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and banish the Snag, make a 2nd rune chant here. Like you said, can't extend this one, so the Runic Reckoning, he's just trying to threaten as many cards out of Dylan's hand as he possibly can. There's another Count Your Blessings finally come back around. 2 and 7. Dylan doesn't have to worry about this at all if he doesn't want to. He's at 13. He can take all of this damage if he wants to and try to just close the game out on his own turns on offense, given that Chris is all the way down to 1.
Giving it some thought, that is the downside of these hyper-defensive decks. You may not always have a way to close the game when you have a bunch of cards, and he's drawn 2 blues that don't block a Levels of Enlightenment and Count Your Blessings. That's not very much offensive tempo.
Not very much offensive tempo whatsoever. Currently blocking 3.
No reaction.
No reactions. 4 damage over the top is going to be accepted by Dylan. Goes down to 9.
Go to end step.
Going to make an Eloquence token from the Eloquent Eulogy. Here comes the Count Your Blessings, pitching away that no clock. 6 life up.
No!
Counting again. Another set of life here. It looks like 6 most likely into 7. Gaining 13 life.
Doubling his current life total.
I guess 10. I didn't do the math.
That's okay.
Whatever they play the card, I say, how much do you gain? I'm not counting for you.
You're a very trusting man. I respect that.
All right,
see what
Chris.
Chris has.
You've got 5 cards. You've got your opponent to 23. You've got 4 minutes left in the round.
4 Blood Debt attacks. I think he may just be dead.
If one of them is that Eulogy, I feel like I might have saw a Eulogy. Yeah. Oh.
We may see a larger attack banished and multiple cards pitched into grasp of the Arknight.
Grass.
That is going to be the play here. Pitch 2 cards away. Create that 2nd rune chant. Here comes 2 and 6. But now, once again, Dylan up to 23. He doesn't have to care about this whatsoever. Count Your Blessings doing what Count Your Blessings does, creating that life buffer.
But we're still going to block.
Shelter from the Storm, going to go ahead and shore up 4 of this damage. 2 damage over the top. Both players here picking up the pace slightly. Only 3 minutes left in the round. 20 life. Ahead of Chris is Dylan here. Mist Blade comes across. This threatens armor or a card, given that Chris is down 2-1.
Yeah, what are you looking for, the die?
Everybody knows what Mist Blade does, right?
1 go again. A Kodachi, I'm sure, knew wishes this is, but 1 is still enough when your opponent is at 1. And a brutal breakpoint to follow up the Beckoning Mistblade. The Surgical Extraction is beckoning cards from Chris's hand. If only he had the life to give for that to happen. This is lethal if it connects whatsoever. As well as Dyllon still has that arousing wave on the board. Chris is at 1. He has to play around that the whole time. If he chooses to cash this in here, it could just be the game if Chris doesn't have another trick.
Arousing wave comes over.
Do you think he'll play the Fang Strike?
I think he'll play the Fang Strike. Fang Strike hits the table, and that is just going to do it. Over the top goes the 1 damage, and Dyllon on Count Your Blessings New takes down the world's runner-up from our first World Championship, moving on to 5-0 on a new deck that still looks pretty darn good.
Still looks pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. What a game, though. Honestly, I do feel as though that was a pretty bricky turn from Mr. Iaali on that one hand. Perhaps if he had been able to keep the tempo he worked so hard to earn, it might have spelled a different outcome. But when you draw a bunch of cards without Blood Debt and a bunch of defense reactions and you put your opponent on the ropes, might not end up well for you. But congratulations to Dyllon, up to 5-0.
That is just really never what you want to see. You know, when you are in the driver's seat as a Runeblade, every Runeblade runs the risk of it. Aurora can draw 1 million instants. Vynnset and Viserai can both draw 1 million defense reactions, actions, attacks. It's a perilous path to walk for power.
Let's go ahead and talk about some of the other ways you can get involved with Flesh and Blood at some of these upcoming conventions in February, just a couple weeks away. The Copenhagen Gaming Week. Flesh and Blood will have a Learn to Play presence there. Do hope you will join us for that one. The conventions have been so fun. I don't know if you've managed to get out to any of them, Ellie, but they have these gorgeous, gorgeous Learn to Play booths. These like LED walls. They're so fun, and I've done the Learn to Play experience myself. I did know how to play when I did the Learn to Play experience because, you know, it's been a couple years, but I did go there with a friend of mine, learned with the Ira decks. It is a great time. You can also join us at the Cannes Festival. It's not the film festival, but it's pretty close to it. It's
Cardboard Festival, perhaps?
It's a cardboard festival.
Cardboard Festival.
Cardboard Festival. Another Learn to Play, as well as on offer the Blaze Firemind promo. You can get those as a gift with certain purchases at the merch wall. So we do hope you'll join us at these festivals, at these conventions coming up. Now, I've got something. I've got a secret.
You've got a secret?
Yeah, I got a secret.
Okay.
I'm not gonna tell you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna tell you.
I'm
gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm also gonna tell the viewers. We have a player out there that we've alluded to, we've hinted at, doing quite well in our tournament. You're not playing. You're sitting here.
Oh, you're so
casting
right.
with me.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I am undefeated.
You are undefeated in life.
Boom.
What? This player is an XO Rhinar Reckless Rampage. We have got world traveler Eugene C, known for playing Rhinar all the way from Hong Kong. Come here to do battle with the Reckless Rampage. The big green machine currently hasn't dropped a game. Let's go ahead and check in with him next round to see if he continues his reign of terror. Comes up next round. Don't go anywhere right after this. 2 rounds remain in our first day of classic constructed gaming before we have potentially some final undefeated players and a day 2 cut. And then it all comes down to the top 8, Sam O'Byrne and Ellie Bird. We had a bit of a grinder last round, but
Bit of a grinder.
we got some chest beaten approaching in this next one because if you were not here with us at the end of that last round, spoiler alert, a Rhinar is X and O, and we are going to get to watch to see if the run continues from here. How you feeling? You excited for this one?
I'm excited to see Eugene cook.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen him play Flesh and Blood like once, and
Okay.
it was limited, and he was busy smashing me.
Okay.
So I didn't get to see him kind of flex his Rhinar chops as much as I would have liked to. So I'm pretty stoked about that. I'm excited to see the big green man run wild in the current meta game. Something we haven't really seen him be very relevant to since basically heavy hitters, and even then he was a little bit on the fringe. So undefeated today is a little bit unprecedented. I'm excited about this game.
Me too. Also, quick reminder, everybody, as a thank you for 30,000 subscribers here on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel, we've got a giveaway happening 3 days, all weekend long. We got a box today. We got a box tomorrow. We got 2 boxes on Sunday. But this is going to be happening next round. During our round 7, go ahead and be active in the chat, and you could be entered to win this beautiful box of heavy hitters. Mistveil tomorrow, Rosetta, and The Hunted on Sunday. You're not going to want to miss it. Do hope you'll hang out with us for that tomorrow, but that's all coming later. What's happening right now is some intimidation and some good gameplay. We have got Rhinar the Reckless Rampage and a player you might recognize. And hey you there, you chatter, you ye who is about to be, moaning about the Count Your Blessings. Let me tell you, let's just celebrate a Rhinar at XNO at a calling here in Memphis, a player that has flown across the world to do it, because this matchup might be a pretty good one for Rhinar. If you're intimidating enough cards out of this news hand, it might not matter if that Count Your Blessings is played on turn 0 or not. It also looks as though some cards were discarded as well for Eugene on that first turn, because I do see an agility token and a might token. They are looking nice and fancy, those full art cold foils with some familiar faces. Looks like a couple windups most likely discarded from Eugene, as well as the CYB played from Dyllon. But I'm just saying, I don't want to hear it out there. I don't want to hear it in the internet. I don't want to hear anything bad about the deck won Worlds. And it's here for us in the calling, and we're going to see if Eugene can take care of Count Your Blessings. Here comes the send packing.
I love the way send packing gives you information immediately. It can be so incredibly fun to just lord it over your opponent's head. I have played so many games where I have a pummel in my arsenal, my KO opponent plays a send packing, and I go, all right, look at this. You want to block around this forever? And Dyllon kind of doing a similar thing, blocking 7 to protect his Codex of Frailty, a stark contrast to the previous game we saw him play on stream where he didn't cash in his armor until the final hour. We're seeing it come in the first hour, at least the Arousing Wave, covering 1 of the 7 damage presented by this send packing to protect the all-powerful card that some of us may have never even read in our lives, Codex of Frailty.
No card discarded yet on this one, so it's just coming in this Mandible Claw 4/3.
There's only one of those, by the way.
No go again on this Mandible Claw, as nothing has been discarded.
No blocks.
I think I've probably said this on stream before, but one of my favorite things about the elements of Flesh and Blood design and how they evoke different experiences is the way that Mandible Claw and Searing Emberblade are nearly the exact same weapon, but they evoke such different play experiences. One of my favorite things about the contiguous design of Flesh and Blood. And to that end, I hate playing Brute, and I love Searing Emberblade.
Count Your Blessings number 2 comes out for Dyllon. He's trying to start that life buffer early, but if Eugene has anything to say about it, some of these cards are going to get banished from Dyllon's hands before he has a chance to think about blocks, putting him in some pretty uncomfortable blocking decisions from here on out.
Absolutely, to what you were saying about Count Your Blessings new into Rhinar. Rhinar is the find a huge turn and make them hurt for it deck. And speaking of, here comes the first Blood Rush Bellow of ideally 3. This card has not been banished off the top or to Bonds of Agony. No, this card is hitting the combat chain in full resolution. Eugene is going to discard a random card, and then if it has 6 or more power, discard 2 cards. Or sorry, draw 2 cards, not discard 2 cards. And then All of his brute attacks will have +2 this turn, and you know what that means. The Mandible Claws, which will have 5 power, will also have Go Again for having discarded a 6 power attack. And Eugene has drawn a really powerful new card from Rosetta, Splatter Skull. This card will let him turn those intimidated banishes into permanent loss of cards.
Love that card, Splatter Skull. It's a card that I saw and made me want to play Rhinar because of how powerful the effect is. 5 damage first from the Mandible Claw. That one's going to be taken by Dyllon. Here comes the next Mandible Claw. Looks like this one he's got to think about as well. No blocks. This one's just raw damage, so already getting a full 10 points of damage across on the new side of the table.
Yep. 33-40.
Dyllon should be at 33.
Life changes can happen quickly when you are facing down a Rhinar deck. Here comes the Splatter Skull. This one's going to go ahead and have some real on-hit effects. It's coming in for 8, and if it hits, bad things for our new player. That card stays in the banish zone for quite some time.
I believe it goes to the graveyard, actually.
Goes to the graveyard. Goes to the graveyard. Just gets destroyed.
Do destroy the card you forced into their banish zone. And thanks to Bloodrush Bellow, unlike Command and Conquer in a similar position, this Splatter Skull is coming in for 8, forcing a fair bit of blocking, and Dyllon is being forced to take 2. This is the double-edged sword of the Count Your Blessings new deck. You have so many no-blocks. You end up in so many positions where you're incapable of using all of your cards to block. This Splatter Skull has come over for 2 damage and destroyed the Leave No Witnesses that Dyllon Dietz wanted to tuck away for later. The tables turned on the Mystic Assassin herself. Her cards have been taken away from her at random and without her consent, and now she has no plan for her turn. Turnabout is fair play in Flesh and Blood here, and Eugene has turned the tables compared to the previous game to where Dyllon sits.
Eugene here going to go ahead, draw up his next 4 cards. Calm, cool, and collected. The Hong Kong Green Machine.
That is so good.
Here comes the Nerve Scalpel as the homage to ancestors there. Betraying our new player, causing a whole card's worth of value to be lost to that Bloodrush Bellow.
Not all is lost for Mr. Dietz. However, as we do know, his arsenal is a Codex of Frailty Eugene got a little bit of a peek of, and he fought to protect. I'm unsure if he has a Command and Conquer in his graveyard with which to use the 2 resources that he could have, one floating and one from Tunic, but he does at the least have a Leave No Witnesses. Eugene has a pretty veritable fridge to protect himself from the on-hits, but he does have to think about that Arousing Wave, especially since it's already been blocked with. He can also threaten Surgical Extraction if he wants to cash in that Tunic counter. He has options.
One Go Again, currently on offer.
Let's see what Eugene's got to think about here. Freewheeling Renegades just about blew my freaking mind when I opened this hand cam. I'm not going to lie to you. Taking 1 down to 39. He is holding 2 blues, a Splatter Skull, and a Freewheeling Renegades. A little bit less of an impressively converting hand compared to the last one, but the beauty of the Reckless Rampage is that he is pretty content to just block when he is asked to block and send back reasonable value until he finds the hand that kind of just sends you to hell.
Eugene's got to give this one a real think. Grab a card back from the graveyard for the arsenal. It does get threatened right away by the Leave No Witnesses.
Bit of an interesting decision. He actually has quite a few effective options in there. Splatter Skull is a tempting decision. However, Pulping can help him extend as long as New doesn't arsenal a defense reaction. The other 2 cards in his hand are in his graveyard rather, are wind ups, so they seem like relatively unlikely choices for Mr. C. Oh, that's gotta feel so cool. You think someone ever called him Mr. C?
Have to imagine.
That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick.
Taking a look at the hand here. Got 4 cards in the hand. Once again, looking like it's like he's going to grab that Send Packing as well for whatever that arsenal is.
This is why he's the Rhinar player and not me.
Does have to lose a card here.
Easy to give up a 2-block.
Got the Smashback Ailhorn. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and lose that barraging
Looks like he's going to go ahead and
beatdown.
lose.
No.
He's lost. Game's over.
Plenty of game remaining with this Leave No Witnesses. Hitting the combat chain, threatening that Send Packing. See just how Eugene wants to block. Plenty of armor on offer. Splatter Skull and the Apex Bonebreaker going to create that Might token.
I love this block. The Might setting him up in a situation where he is capable of offsetting the Frailties nerf to the Send Packing's power, so he'll get to come in for 6. Making Dyllon's blocking difficult and threatening to take a card away from him. He also still has that Smashback Ailhorn with which to work.
That's going to banish away the Surgical Extraction grabbed off the Ponder. That's a powerful one. One Eugene is happy to make Dyllon try to protect with a couple cards. 1 no block in the hand, but 3 that are able to be worked with.
Dyllon's hand, unfortunately, because of that no block, is in a little bit of an awkward situation. He's holding on to 2 blue 3 blocks, and I believe his last card... Oh, I can't see it. I think it was a Command and Conquer, but that might not be true.
Now the Surgical Extraction comes back to hand. Interesting part of the Send Packing. It doesn't stay banished. Doesn't go back to the arsenal.
You
to count your blessings, not
Oh,
CNC.
yucky!
But this one comes in for Surgical Extraction. Once again threatening the on-hit and does have the one floating for the Arousing Wave.
Many situations in which to fork Eugene's decision-making process.
Eugene's got to give this one a read and a think. Doesn't want to lose a card from hand or from the top of the deck.
Curious if he's on Blue Wrecker Romp. That card is often considered to be more or less uncuttable by many Rhinar players, but it is also a 6 that New is pretty happy to play as long as she has a card to discard to it. Also haven't seen any of the blue 5 power attacks in Eugene's deck. There may not be many options for New to steal. Looks like we are going to see that Arousing Wave activated rather than the Count Your Blessings played. Valuing taking a card away from Eugene here.
One damage over the top means Eugene is going to have to lose a card. Down to 38 he goes. Top card of the deck shows a Pulping.
His hand is 1 blue, 1 yellow, and 2 reds. Taking the blue away from Eugene can be pretty crippling here if he was hoping to fire back efficiently.
We'll take Wild Ride.
Taking the Wild Ride is a really interesting choice here.
And proceed to end step.
Leaving Eugene with a blue is an interesting gamble to take when you don't know what's in Rhinar's arsenal.
Your bearings for the last round of the day are online.
Yep.
Discarding Mighty Wind Up to get a Might and intimidate your opponent.
That importantly is going to once again remove a card from the blocking decisions this turn. Mandible Claw comes in now. Got the go again. There's the Wrecker Romp you were asking after. Does hit the pitch zone.
3 go again is the ask. Dyllon on his way down to 28. Followed by Freewheeling Renegades.
That's going to go ahead and buy a block to make it no longer an attack for 6, down to an attack for 4.
Still a 2-card 7.
Yeah, nicely for Eugene here. Puts his opponent down to 27.
Just a 2-card 9 if your opponent doesn't want to interact. I'm so impressed by that card, even if it completely brain blasted me upon first sight.
Yeah, I mean, pretty nice. Going to go ahead and be a 6 for the Rhinar. Discard effect. Here comes Persuasive Prognosis. Still got some cards in hand to make this potentially a little more impactful. 2 cards, in fact. See, I think a Grain that tipped the scale on the hand, as well as a Hiss. So a lot of ways to get this thing over the top, especially now that there is a Tunic counter on 3. A lot of danger that can happen.
Venomous Bite.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Excuse me.
It's okay. They kind of look exactly the same.
No, I know the difference. I know. How does Eugene want to deal with this one? Yeah.
Blocking situation here.
Got some armor remaining. Has the Scowling Flesh Bag.
That is the ultimate please leave me alone option.
Yep, the please leave me alone button.
At the end of each round, players with at least 5.
Eugene here looking like putting ahead the Scabskin Leathers just to at least block for the 1. Having to think.
Puts him in a tough position for the Grain that tips the scale in Dylan's hand. Going to come over by 1 and activate Mask. This may end up forcing 2 cards out of Eugene's hand.
That being said, welcome to round 7. You have 55 minutes and you may begin.
Mask of Recurring Nightmares activation once again, going to ask for a card.
I feel like this is the one I never play around.
The Grain.
The Grain.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can cover basically every single possible option. 4, 5, 6, no matter what the attack reaction is.
Yellow Pummel? Yellow Pummel in the deck, in the banish zone? My goodness. The Madman. Doing well for Eugene so far, though. 5-0 in our calling.
Maybe he's mentally pummeled his opponents as much as he's mentally pummeled me this game.
All right, so 5 damage over the top. Eugene down to 33. Dyllon hasn't done too much in the way of actually dealing damage yet this game, but banish off the top will be a red Savage Feast.
Going to 28, thanks to Persuasive Prognosis' static ability.
Ooh.
He may only take a red card out of this hand, and Eugene's has a pulping and a swing big. Very interestingly, Dyllon opts to take the pulping away from him, maybe wanting to limit his ability to convert in larger hands rather than actually interact with this swing big that's destined to come at Dyllon for 9 off of just 2 cards on Eugene's next turn.
Yeah, Dyllon probably didn't want to see that that pulping hit the arsenal, like you said, just to potentially go wide future, even though this is still a nice follow-up. 2 cards, 9 points of damage with that Might token. It's like it might buy a couple blocks from Dyllon.
Do you know what Eugene's arsenal is right now? I think it might be a Splatter Skull.
Oh, yeah, it might be from that turn a couple turns ago. The question is, if this takes enough blocks away from Dyllon and the return fire is not that impressive, we saw how much damage a Blood Rush Bellow, some intimidations could really be. If there is not a lot of disruption on this turn, all Eugene needs is 1 or 2 more big turns with a couple major intimidates, and that might be the difference maker.
I'm very curious about Under the Trapdoor in Dyllon's deck. I don't think I've seen a single trap from him yet, so they must be in his sideboard.
Mistblade now coming in 4-1.
I believe Dyllon's last card is a Siren's Call. Unsure of the status of Mr. Dietz's arsenal. Rhinar is also very prone to drawing hands without a blue at all, though he has one here. What a wacky hand that is. Double Wild Ride, Beast Within, and a blue Wrecker Romp.
Siren's Call here would do some major work, ripping away that blue that could power up the turn.
Or power the turn at all. Pretty difficult to fire off 2 Wild Rides with just a yellow, though he does still have the Savage Sash, but he may not want to commit it without a Blood Rush Bellow to go with it. Here comes the Scowling Flush Bag.
Please leave me alone button activated.
In response, he's going to count his blessings.
That pick takes the Siren's Call away, meaning the blue gets to be kept around, but some more life is going to be gained. But now Eugene going to be able to keep a big old hand here, and with that Splatter Skull in the arsenal, a couple Wild Rides, some big intimidations happening. This might be the turn we've been waiting for to see if Rhinar can really put this Count Your Blessings new deck into a little bit
his
more.
His arsenal may be a pulping.
Savage Sash here. This is the turn. Everything's going to get more powerful because it's going to cost 1 less. Card off the top. Wild Ride card with 6 or more power needs to be discarded. You can see Dyllon going ahead and laying his cards out.
But first we have to find out if a 6 is discarded. Rhinar is not KO, and he is prone to whiffing sometimes.
5-6 shows us
the other Wild Ride.
Other Wild Ride. So this is 6. Go again.
Not the end of the world.
That is a card intimidated from here. So now 6 more go again. Savage Sash going to keep things. This party going to be rocking a little while longer.
Let's see how Eugene's hand has changed. He did draw a whiff and avoid it, but he also avoided discarding this Beast Within in his hand.
And now from here, he's able to go Claw. 3 more. 3 more go again. Let's see if Dyllon wants to take it. No blocks. Going to take it down to 28. Already 3 Count Your Blessings have been resolved.
Here comes a Claw for 3 with Go again.
No blocks. Takes 3. 1 card in hand. 1 card in the Banish Zone from the Intimidate. And
Playing
now
smash back Alehorn here, generating a Might and an Agility. Had to think about which 2 heavy hitters tokens the Brutes were permitted. And ending on a 0-cost freewheeling Renegade.
Let's go. This is sick. Another 6 damage. If it's not an action card in the hand, it's not going to be interacted with whatsoever. All of a sudden, the Count Your Blessings not looking as impressive. As soon as Rhinar is able to intimidate, that's where the plan of this new deck kind of falls apart. 6 damage has to be
full
taken.
Value out of it.
Down to 19. The Savage Sash here did so much work, discounting both of the Wild Ride and that freewheeling Renegading, allowing it to come in for free. And he set up Agility token, Might token, has the go again for the next turn.
His full hand, and Savage Sash was worth 3 entire resources. He had a blue on the board that also blocked for 2. Talk about powerful equipment. Looks like Dyllon has been left with a relatively awkward hand here. He's holding a red and a Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, plays that Codex, has to lose a card, but maybe he's happy to do so given that Eugene would be down to 3 cards after discarding.
He's holding a hand that seems relatively glad to do some blocking. He has 2 blues, a Thick-Hide Hunter, a new hunted card as well, and a Swing Big. So he's just sending a Leave No Witnesses. This is a Wounding Blow that takes a card off the top of Eugene's deck.
Yeah, Dyllon here wanting to save that Codex maybe after blocking out for a whole nother turn.
And banishing the Leave No Witnesses off of the Intimidate is just so brutal. I think it's really commonly understated how disruptive Rhinar's Intimidate ability can actually be, because it puts you in such terrible situations where, you know, Dyllon can't afford to block with Codex of Frailty. It's worth too much. He wants to block with the Leave No Witnesses and fetch it back with Codex of Frailty, but because Leave No Witnesses was banished, that Intimidate functionally did 3 damage straight to Dyllon's life total.
Agility token, Might token, gonna pop here, so go again. He's up 10 life on his Count Your Blessing. New opponent is our Rhinar player. Swing Big now coming across. This got go again, baby, so we're coming 9 with go again that Dyllon has to think about.
Just a casual 2-cost 9 with the go again. I think we may see the other card in his hand pitched to send Thick-Hide Hunter, because that card only asks a discard of you if you have cards in your hand. It is not an additional cost.
That's going to block 6, 3 over the top. Dyllon goes down to 16.
Just giving 6 block.
Scabskin Leathers here going to be the roll.
Let's go.
Oh, all the way off the table.
I'll try to move out of the way, but
Oh, but it looks like it maybe hit onto Dyllon and hit into a 1.
That's what you get for throwing dice at your opponent there,
Oh
Eugene.
my goodness.
That's what you get.
You look at the smile on his face. Dyllon with a little bit of the assist. He's like, ooh, just knock that, make sure. No, of course not. But it does hit the 1 on the combat chain. He had the agility. His turn could have continued from here. But unfortunately, that is going to be the end. And that is just a devastating, devastating blow. I mean, let's
I think it
not.
may not be as bad as it seems. He was basically gambling for 3 extra value there, but he's already gotten 2 cards out of Dylan's hand. You know, I don't think he rolls scabs there if Dylan opts not to block.
Yeah, could be. Never good to pass the turn, especially when you are trying to rush down an opponent that's trying to prolong the game with cards like Count Your Blessings.
Dylan's last 2 cards proving a little bit awkward, having to pitch a Count Your Blessings and a Codex of Frailty into this dagger because his last card is a Codex of Frailty. Eugene, 13 life up. Dylan has a lot of work to do here, though Eugene is mostly out of armor, giving Dylan a little bit of space with which to do some more disruption. Eugene reading the cards in Dylan's graveyard. I think trying to get a little bit more insight on what is likely going on with Dylan's hand here.
Yeah, we know it's a Codex of Frailty in the arsenal there for Dylan.
But Eugene has to suss that out.
Eugene down to 27 after taking this 1 from the Beckoning Mistblade. Never good to see a 1 rolled off Scabskin Leathers, but really looks like it might just take another big Intimidate turn, and that could be the difference maker here. Tunic, 2 floating, Codex of Frailty, probably grabbing that Command and Conquer to threaten that arsenal once again. But the ripple away in response, that means no Codex or no Ponder, no Frailty there. That means there's not going to be a draw off this Ponder token. You can see a smile from Dylan.
get Command and Conquer and then CNC for 6.
CNC now comes in for 6.
I want to talk about Ripple Away.
Talk about
I
it.
adore that card. When I took Slap Happy Vigor Bolton to Battle Hardened DFW in 2023, 24, I played against an opponent who was on a deck long lost to the ages, Pistol Dash, just full fatigue Pistol Dash. I played Goblet of Blood Run Wine, and my opponent, lightning speed, like they were born for this moment, slaps Ripple Away into the graveyard and just goes, Ripple Away? And I was like, oh my god. Nobody's ever been happier to discard a card in their entire
look
life
at
than this
this.
guy. They kind of Hunter coming down to cover 6 with 1 card kind of on this Command and Conquer, discarding a random card. Another Ripple Away.
Another Ripple Away. Players here laughing, but you can see the Thick-Eyed Hunter doing what you have to imagine the Flesh and Blood gods intended, as James White intended, as people say, blocking 1 card, discard a card, and smiles on both sides of the table. Unfortunately for Eugene, the follow-up here just going to be the Mandible Claw 4-3.
Pretty
Checking it out.
reasonable
Yeah.
to ship the 1 card 3 here when your hand already didn't convert and you got to use Ripple Away to take an entire card away from your opponent. Rhinar is the kind of deck that is so happy to just trade down on resources and force your opponent into situations where, as you kind of trade 1 for 1 with them, your life total slowly finds its way upwards as you break through this kind of card parity barrier with your Bloodrush Bellows turn, and we're seeing Eugene kind of exhibit this play to masterful effect. He's 12 life up over a deck that's resolved 3 Count Your Blessings.
This game is fantastic, Ellie. Look at that
What is he
wacko hand that
What is he
Eugene
cooking?
has. Hold on, no, go back to that. Go back to that.
back to that,
Actually,
go
a
back to
yellow pummel, a Ripple Away, a Shelter from the Storm, and a yellow beast within. My goodness. Eugene here sitting at 5-0, showing us conventionality might just have to fly out the window when you're playing a hero like Rhinar. I mean, this game has had everything. We've had a 1 rolled. We've had a Thick-Eyed Hunter discard.
And yet he remains firmly in the lead.
Absolutely. A fair amount of life up on his opponent here.
Curious what Dyllon's working with here. I believe that is an Art of Desire Mind. Do you think I'm cursed? I
Do you think
I
you're
might be
cursed?
cursed where whenever I press the hand cam button that we have in our cool little stream deck, thank you so much, Ethan. Every single time I press this handy dandy button, players set cards down on the table. I think I might be cursed.
You might be cursed.
I think I might be cursed.
This might be the moment you identify a lifelong curse. Yellow Pummel.
Of cursed, Yellow Pummel finding its way to the combat chain to cover up this Beckoning Mistblade, as Eugene does not have that much use for it in this hand. And what a read. Here comes Levels of Enlightenment with just one mode, choosing 3 go again.
Yeah, could
as he
have
was
been.
not permitted to hit with the Beckoning Mistblade.
Could have been a card drawn thanks to the go again from the Mistblade instead, but no, the Yellow Pummel doing the Lord's work there on defense. And this turn could have been even more impactful from Dyllon if he had a pondered card thanks to the Codex of Frailty, but the ripple away from Eugene, like you said, slammed onto the table, keeping those 2 tokens from being generated. 3 more go again. Eugene, this is not a lot of disruption yet. Did he find, I was about to ask, did he find the Intimidate? But then I remember we saw his hand. And he did not. He found whatever
There's still 2
combination of
Blood
cards
Rush
that
Bellows
was.
in that deck. Looking at the size of his deck, I think it's possible he presented something in the range of 66 to 70 cards.
Yeah, just needs to find 1 more of those Blood Rush Bellows to really put Dyllon in an uncomfortable situation. And it's unfortunate for him that he hasn't drawn 1 yet.
I love the way Eugene kind of set the graveyard all the way on his side of the board. True brute player behavior. Sending Art of Desire Body for 3. No go again. After this Levels of Enlightenment has connected for 3, giving Eugene the option on whether or not he wishes to block. And I think we may see him just cover this up with a Shelter from the Storm. Not the most efficient block in the world, but it does deny Dyllon the ability to draw, which is something that Eugene has actually been valuing pretty highly throughout this game. He was willing to 1-for-1 his opponent with Ripple Away, and he's taking a 2-card 6 line rather than keeping the whole hand to ship something like a Pummel, just because he really doesn't want Dyllon to accrue any resources on his side of the table. And I think this approach to this matchup has been proving incredibly efficient for Eugene, where he just continues to starve New of the resources she tries to use to hedge that life buffer and stay ahead of her opponent as she continually disrupts them.
2 damage over the top after the sink below. Dyllon down to 14. See if a Count Your Blessings comes out soon to change the math on that. Starting things off here, it's going to be just once again Art of Desire Mind.
Let's see what Eugene's working with here. Another Shelter from the Storm, a Battlefront Bastion, I believe a snag, and the second Blood Rush Bellow of the game. This is
I mean, this
to be a
hand
fly on the wall.
in the deck building process.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, tell me it's not working.
That's what I'm saying,
5
though, right?
and 0. You put the right cards together in the right combination.
This is not disruptive either. Even if Dyllon sends this hiss that's in his hand, pitching this Levels of Enlightenment, it's not actually doing all that much outside of threatening to draw a card. It's not taking cards away from Eugene. It might gain life if he banishes a red off the top, but Rhinar plays a fair few yellows and blues. This card could whiff entirely, and 6 damage is pretty much a number to sneeze at when you're at 25 and holding a Blood Rush Bellow. Basically, Eugene's only question remaining is whether or not he wants to block 4 with the Shelter from the Storm that's in his hand.
Yeah, now all of a sudden he has to wonder if the card off the top is red and the card that is then drawn from Dyllon is disruptive. Will he want that Shelter from the Storm? But if he keeps the Shelter and Dyllon arsenals, then he has a Shelter from the Storm. That might mean Blood Rush Bellow does not bellow at all.
I think he can... Well, no, he's holding a snag.
Yeah, he's got to pitch the snag, play the Blood Rush, and
Little
pray his
bit
luck is better than when
awkward.
he rolled a die.
A little bit awkward. His Beast Withins have not been as kind to him as they always could be. I think this is actually a pretty important decision point for Eugene here.
This has been just a fantastic game back and forth.
I know, right? There's definitely a nightmare scenario where Art of Desire Body takes a red off the top and Dyllon draws into something like a Command and Conquer. But Eugene's been sitting on his arsenal for quite some time. I was under the impression it might have been a Splatter Skull, but that may not have been the case. I guess there's also the Nightmare scenario where the top card of Dylan's deck is Count Your Blessings. Sure. Because there is 2 floating. Oh, he's giving 2 cards to cover this.
Giving the snag and giving the Shelter from the Storm just to get it out of the hand.
This is what I'm saying about Eugene just valuing 1-for-1 trading with his opponent to deny them resources. Swinging a Nerve Scalpel just for 1 value off these 2 resources. He has no other recourse as he has no cards left in his hand. Eugene's deck is looking a little bit thin, though. Seeing a Mandible Claw hit the combat chain. Just coming in for 3. Good old 1-card 3. Blocking with a Shelter from the Storm. The rest of Dylan's...
You're cursed.
I'm cursed.
You're cursed. I don't know why you hope for things when it comes to the hand cams.
I am cursed. Well, maybe Eugene will be kinder to me. Holding a Swing Big, Blood Rush Bellow, a Snag, and an Agile Windup, and his arsenal is Run Roughshod. That's what it was. We may see him just say no blocks here to get to fire off this Blood Rush Bellow finally.
This one, I could imagine him taking the 6, losing the arsenal, and having another Blood Rush. Count Your Blessings in the pitch as well. This one is just going to be taken. Command and Conquer, 6 damage. There goes the Run Roughshod there into the graveyard. All right, Eugene, show me the Blood Rush. Show me the money. Because if you're going to take down this new deck, you need to do it in style. Blood Rush Bellows, pitching away the Snatch.
Snag.
That's what I meant. Pitching away the Snag.
That's like the same name.
Odd even.
Declaring odd even, rolling a die. It will be the one on the right. That is an Agile Windup. Certainly the less attractive card to keep in your hand.
All right, Intimidate, number 1 on the turn. Let's see how many there are. 1, 2, 3.
Banishing card number 1. Let's see what Eugene's hand has become here. Beast Within, Savage Feast, and Swing Big. He has 2 floating. Do you think we'll see Scabskins rolled again here?
Oh my goodness.
We could see him force a Savage Feast draw. Shout out to Savage Feats.
Shout out.
If he hits 2 or more action points on the Scabskin Leathers.
Here's 5 damage. Already a card has been intimidated.
Something truly explosive could occur on this turn.
Yeah, maybe Eugene feels like he needs to hit the Scabskin Leathers to break over the defense on a turn like this. 2 damage over the top.
2 cards left in Dylan's hand.
Dylan down to 12.
I want to see some dice rolled. No.
It is just going to be the Swing Big coming on in for 8.
10. Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, 10.
Blood Rush Bellow.
That takes the 2 final cards.
This is such a reasonable and conservative play.
Oh, but look at that. The Sink Below will go ahead and cover up all of the 10. That means a Quicken token for Dylan. We'll have to see how relevant that is.
Dylan with 1 card left in his hand.
Intimidated card comes back. Let's see what it is.
It's a hiss.
Hiss goes to the arsenal for a future turn. All right, Eugene, all the onus back to you. We can see a Savage Feast. Nasty surprise. There is no go again here. He might reach once again for the Scabskin Leathers. Man, if he ripped the Blood Rush on that turn, this is such a different story. He's seen 2. He needed to see the 3rd. He's got his opponent down to 12.
Deck looking thin. Smaller than his graveyard at the least. Rolling Scabs may be his only real option in this scenario. Sending a 2-card 6 isn't going to get it done against this life gain control deck. Here comes a Send Packing. Attempting to force some amount of interaction from his opponent, holding a blue block 3 in his hand, maybe just favoring setting up some. Savage Feast still in arsenal. Thinking on the Send Packing trigger is an interesting response when we know that it's an attack reaction in Dylan's arsenal, but he is holding Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and Stir the Pot. Perhaps looking to filter some of these no blocks out of his hand so that he can actually protect that hiss. Ironically, this has kind of put Eugene in an interesting position where Dyllon arsenaled an attack reaction, something that is frequently incredibly dangerous for the Mystic Assassin, because if you draw a Codex of Frailty, or you just need to keep a single card hand, pass, and arsenal it, those attack reactions can become incredibly punishing.
Here comes
Putting
the...
it back in his hand gives him the opportunity to safely clear his arsenal. Draws a Count Your Blessings. No block value to be found here. I believe Dylan's hand looks pretty clunky, actually.
Card now to the bottom. Energy comes back to the hand.
Sure, resolve this.
There goes the hiss to the banish zone.
You said what for 6?
Let's see what Dylan's hand is here. Just a Nick, sink below, a cheat, and Count Your Blessings. He has no attack.
Yeah, he'll just be committing things to the defense here, probably gaining some life with the CYB. Eugene confidently waiting for that final Blood Rush Bellow. Hopefully going to utilize it.
Dylan none too happy with his current position. He doesn't have the block value to both send something and protect this hiss. Sink below, trying to find something better. Is he sinking? He may just keep the blue and Count Your Blessings.
And that means the hiss will come back to hand, and the hiss can be put back into the arsenal later. No pummel. We've seen a couple come out
pummel,
so
Sam.
far yet in the hand and blocked with. You can see Dylan kind of looking up like, do you have a reaction? The answer was no.
Command and Conquer, Shelter from the Storm, and Skullcrack. Where is the Blood Rush, Eugene?
CYB going to go ahead. Gain looks like 2 life plus 3, so a total of 5.
Gain 5 to 17, nearly matching Eugene's life total as he rubber bands back up.
Means that hiss is bound for the arsenal.
I have not played an attack yet. Still there.
Dylan clarifying that, no, I actually just haven't played an attack in like 3 turns. The Quicken is still supposed to be there.
Scapskin Leathers once again.
I need a 6 from you, Eugene.
Needs a 6 to see it. Let's see what we got.
It's
It
a
is going to be the
4.
4.
That's
Okay.
something.
2 action points on this turn. I wonder if he's wishing he had gone ahead and kept that. I don't know if he has this. Oh, he does still have the Savage Feast.
An adherent of Dr. Dice.
So this is going to go ahead and potentially draw a card. We did see that. We did see that Shelter from the Storm in the
We
hand.
did see that Shelter from the Storm. Eugene is a gambling man.
Oh,
go.
but does discard the Command and Conquer, gets to draw
See
a card.
the rip.
And now those Mandible Claws are online as well, and it's time for another Intimidation.
That's an Alpha Rampage off the top in his hand.
Okay, okay, things are happening, folks. Buckle up. We're moving. We are flying towards the end of this game. 16 minutes elapsed. We've had 1 Intimidation. Perhaps we're going to get another. Thanks to all 3,000 of you hanging out with us at this day 1 of our first calling over this World Tour weekend in Memphis. This hunted hype.
An entire 10th of Flesh and Blood YouTube's subscriber base is bearing witness to the reckless rampage and perhaps the most reckless game I've seen in my entire life. As Eugene bears down on New, attempting to crush her beneath his scab skin leathered boot.
I do wish everybody in the chat could have seen your face when we first saw the freewheeling renegade. Your eyes so wide.
They left my head for sure.
6 block presented on the Savage Feast.
Card intimidated from Dylan's hand. Only 1 left with which to block on this turn. Mandible Claw, Searing Emberblade, all the same. Coming in 2 for 3 with Go Again on this turn. I'm just thinking about the Alpha Rampage.
Now let's see. Does he have any resources to pay for the Alpha Rampage?
He has a blue.
He does have a blue.
He has a blue.
Thought I saw a couple of reds. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, is it all reds?
But here comes the 3 go again. Dylan down to 14.
I believe. I thought he had a blue.
Looks like he's going through the graveyard here, checking out what has already elapsed so
You've
far
seen
in this one.
So few Justinix. The amount of mental damage that card deals. I had at a Battle Hardened Toronto, day after covering Battle Hardened Toronto, I managed to top 8 the PTI event, played against Montreal local Daniel Dreisiger, incredible guy. He was on Count Your Blessings new, and he put me in an endgame situation where I won if I didn't respect the persuasive prognosis. I was like, the last card has to be just a Nick. He's seen 0. It was a Count Your Blessings. I died. Great game, Daniel.
Mental damage indeed. You talk about mental damage.
Ooh,
this
is all rats.
Yeah, just going to be Skullcrack and Alpha Rampage heading into this Mandible Claw.
So what is Eugene's final card?
I think it's the Shelter from the Storm, right?
Oh,
yeah, its final card is Shelter.
The card he managed to dodge discarding.
Yeah, so now he has that in the arsenal. That can help against some more disruptive effects if he finds something like that Blood Rush Bellow.
Even a little bit how many cards are left in Eugene's deck. I thought it looked thin, but now it looks thick. I think he presented something near the effect of 70 cards. Will we find the Blood Rush? No.
Nope, not yet. We
Not
do
even
find
a
Nerve Scalpel. So after the shuffle, the Sacred Art has come back around from the Stir the Pot.
So you were wondering if the Quicken would do very much. The answer was no.
No, probably not here.
Dagger has go again, again.
All right, final card in the hand, pitched into the Beckoning Mistblade.
This is the danger of putting things like instants and attack reactions in your arsenal as
Yeah, this is the hiss,
new.
right? This is still the hiss.
Yes, he I believe it's the... No, wait. I don't think it's the hiss. I don't know if he re-arsenaled it. Oh yeah, he played Count Your Blessings and re-arsenaled the hiss. And this is the situation that can put you in when you arsenal these attack reactions. I was talking about this earlier. You have a Codex of Frailty. You can't rattle it off because you don't have an attack reaction on which to resolve, or an attack action card on which to resolve your attack reaction. And this Codex of Frailty, this same Codex of Frailty has been pitched for the 2nd time in this game of Flesh and Blood.
Skullcrack here is just going to go ahead and buy the block. Pass the turn from there.
Eugene, maybe not too concerned about cards in deck, just trying to find his moment to slam the door with the last Blood Rush Bellow. Here comes one of my favorite Flesh and Blood cards, Barraging Beatdown. Intimidate you and get +2 power to my next attack for the cause. Unless you give me 2 non-equipment cards, which against decks that don't block like this can be pretty strong. Splatterskull coming in for 8 unless Dyllon forfeits 2 cards here. Let's see if he even has 2 cards with which to block. He has
he
a
does.
Leave No Witnesses and a Persuasive Prognosis, but his last card doesn't block. If he wants to protect this card in his banished zone, he has to give up nearly all the action available to him and cede all of the tempo. What a game!
What a game. Back and forth, truly. I mean, like, we are just seeing Eugene try to put the pieces together.
I want everybody to know right now just how stoked Ethan is in the booth right now watching this Rhinar gameplay. He has had a huge grin on his face from his producer's chair for the past 40 minutes.
Let's see just how Dyllon wants to handle the Splatterskull. Comes in for 8 unless you give the 2 cards, but those 2 cards are ones he'd like to use on offense. I wish we got to see one of those yellow pummels get fired off.
There's still time.
There's still time.
There's still time.
Splatterskull here really putting in some major work. It's a card that I still haven't built out the Rhinar deck, but it's calling to me like the Green Goblin mask. I keep thinking about, I mean, literally the Green Goblin.
We can rule this city,
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
Yes. No, we can destroy intimidated cards. I just want to see this card do so much more work. It looks like this one is going to come over the top.
And destroy that intimidated card, as well as deal 7 damage to Dyllon, putting him to 4. A Siren's Call find its way into Dyllon's arsenal. He is making the move to keep the disruptive cards in his hand here. Does Eugene find the Blood Rush? Still no.
Finds a Bear Fangs, finds 2 Bear Fangs. So those are some really impressive cards as well with the Intimidate that Rhinar does present. Now here comes Persuasive Prognosis. And the problem for Eugene, a couple of those cards in his hand, pearls just like Dyllon's. No blocks on both sides of the table.
Interestingly, Eugene does still have 1 point of armor, and if he makes the read and shoves it, this prognosis will not connect. Dyllon will get to force a card out of his hand with Mask of Recurring Nightmares, but I think that may be all he has for him unless he cashes in Tunic and the Undertow Stilettos to fire off a Leave No Witnesses. He has the Hiss.
Go to 5.
Gain 1 life, go to 5.
Then I'll activate Mask.
In the arsenal. Activating Mask.
Mask
Oh,
is-
I actually didn't see the line at all. He gets to fire off the Hiss on the Prognosis and then play the Leave No Witnesses. This turn is a lot better than I thought it was.
It's looking like it's going to be a good one. Here comes the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, gets rid of a card.
Then I'll
Banishing a Bare Fangs, opting to get rid of the no block. Hiss, sending this over by 3, generating a Slither in hand, giving this attack go again, and leaving Dyllon capable of throwing the Leave No Witnesses that remains in his hand.
This deck is a strong one.
No.
These cards are some strong cards. Here comes 3 over the top. Persuasive Prognosis. Going to go ahead and banish off the top and then look into the hand. 9 minutes, 28 seconds remaining.
Eugene holding all 3 colors in his hand. His Persuasive Prognosis is incapable of whiffing, but it doesn't matter because he still has the Shelter from the Storm in his arsenal, and now this Leave No Witnesses has no action whatsoever. This is a wounding blow, but we are so late in this game. If Eugene opts not to block this, the top card of his deck could still be a Blood Rush Bellow.
Oh my gosh. That would be devastating for our Rhinar player. Let's see. I will say the CYBs in this game have just been like pretty normal defensive pieces. This hasn't been like, it's not looking like this game is going to fatigue. Eugene has plenty of cards in there.
Blocking 1.
Still left in the deck, 1
Oh,
damage.
please don't be Blood Rush on the top. Please don't
Over
be
the
Blood Rush on
top.
the top. Please don't be Blood Rush on the top. Oh, thank God.
Got the freewheeling Renegades.
Oh, thank God. I would have been completely heartbroken if we sat here and watched Eugene protect his deck, protect his life total in biding his time for this last Blood Rush Bellow, only to have his hopes dashed by a single wounding blow. But the chance is still there. He's
No! Off the top! Bare Fang shows Blood Rush Bellow! And we have been waiting all game to see how powerful that final Blood Rush would have been at 5 life. It was nearly a foregone conclusion that that Blood Rush Bellow wins Eugene the game, and yet it is looking like it might be tough from here. Even though he's got his opponent to 3, he's just got to get that final piece of life. The question is, can he do it? No shot, right? No shot off the top. It's the Blood Rush.
No shot. He does have Reckless Swings to work with. Dyllon has Count Your Blessings remaining in his deck as he pitched them earlier. I'm a little bit still in disbelief.
Okay, here comes a block with the Beckoning Mistblade of the Nasty Surprise. Saw both of those cards get pitched early in this game. They are coming back around. Bonds of Agony slams down onto the combat chain.
And we, the viewers at home, know that Dyllon still has a Chi in his hand here. I do believe this Bonds of Agony is alive and well if he chooses to use this one floating to cash in on his Undertow Stilettos.
What is this game? What is going on? 16 life.
I think it's actually so far from lost for Eugene, which is
he's
completely
close,
crazy
man.
here. He's close. Dyllon's at 3, and he has so much Intimidate left in his deck. He has options like the Thickhide Hunter currently in his hand that will set him up to push the last bits of damage necessary over Dyllon's defenses. Blocking with a Run Roughshod, a dangerous card to block with. Pass over. Likely going to take a relevant blue out of Eugene's graveyard here.
I'm looking at the deck totals. I'm looking at the deck size. I'm looking at the life totals. I'm looking at the time in the round to see how this one's going to end. Pass over here. It's going to transcend.
Every single time I think there's a blue that New can play to great effect, I just kind of come to the realization that, like, oh no, she can't. How's she going to discard a 6 for Run Roughshod? How's she going to pay for the additional cost on Wrecker Romp? What is she going to do with barraging Beatdown?
I mean, literally at this point, it's Nasty Surprise if that's the one that gets discarded or, excuse me, banished here. 16 life, playing
I
3.
believe we're only seeing Mask activated on this Bonds of Agony. Oh, no. Here come the boots. Here come the boots.
That's going to push this thing up by 3, getting over by 1, meaning one more card leaves Eugene's hand. Can he find that final point of damage? If he had gotten his opponent down to 2, the Reckless Swing is looking significantly more threatening. But Dyllon masked.
He has 2 Reckless Swings.
In the deck or in his hand?
In the deck. Is one in his hand?
I think, yeah, one's in the hand.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, that is actually going to be the Reckless Swing out of the hand from...
That is not good.
Yeah, we talked about the Reckless Swings in the deck, and Bonds of Agony has a pretty interesting line of text. Grab that last card out of the hand, and now unfortunately grab the last one out of the deck. There's a win condition gone, simply eliminated by that powerful Majestic. Eugene, he lost 1 win condition to the top of his deck in his Bear Fangs. He's now lost a 2nd win condition to this Bonds of Agony. What does the man have cooking? Can he find another way to punch through those final 3 life before Dyllon counts his blessings for a 5th and potentially final time?
Let's see. Doesn't seem likely. Doesn't seem likely. There is a Count Your Blessings in Dylan's hand.
You just hit me with the magic 8-ball. You just hit me with the...
Not likely.
Yeah, not likely.
Not on this day.
Here comes Art of Desire Body. 3.
Threatening more cards from Eugene's deck, as well as some life gained. Dyllon holding a Command and Conquer in this hand, valuing, clearly, the opportunity to get his opponent to interact here, as well as valuing the opportunity to send a threat, while holding back a Count Your Blessings for the viewers at home. Eugene's window slipping away. Please be blue on the top. Our small graces. No!
Even just a little bit of a laugh there
How many
from
reds
Eugene.
could there have possibly still been in this deck?
You can hear a laugh from Eugene. It is going to allow a card to be drawn. Currently, I don't believe any action points remaining for Dyllon. So this might just be a CYB from here.
It sure will be. I think he has 2.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, no, not. No. I can't look.
The Agile windup. Oh, he's pitching away 1.
To play 1.
So 3 plus 5 is 8, up to 11. But Eugene here has an Agile windup. It's going to be a way to do some intimidation. And then for that next turn, he will have the agility token. 3 minutes, 37 seconds left in the round. This one's going to come down to the wire. Here comes the Agile windup discard.
Intimidate you.
Intimidate, plus the agility.
Not too much action, as well as at least 1 inner chi in this hand. We could see Dyllon pull it out here. Eugene.
Mandible Claw comes
with go again.
For 3.
Here comes the Mandible Claw now, coming in for 3. No blocks. Dyllon from 11 down to 8.
What's Dyllon working with here?
Savage Feast.
Savage Feast discarding Skullcrack. I want to see the draw.
Cursed.
Cursed.
Straight cursed. This is going to be another intimidation as well, though. So card to the Banished Zone face down.
Not giving Dyllon the opportunity to block with some of these cards.
And it's coming to the point that there might just be a fair amount of chi left in Dyllon's deck.
I think we may see Eugene zip this one up with this final agility. Dyllon did arsenal a disruptive piece. I believe it was a Command and Conquer.
Tunic on 3 means that's always going to be an option.
No blocks, take 6.
Going to 2.
No threat of Reckless, yeah, given that, of course, they did hit the Banished Zone from the Bonds of Agony.
Oh, I want to know what Eugene's arsenal is so bad, but I'll have to find out at the same time as all you at home. Smashback Ailhorn, a handful of blues, but this hand has some intimidating to do. Here comes a double trouble. Dyllon is holding 2 copies of Justin Nick.
Wait, how much? Oh my gosh!
Oh
my gosh! How much damage is this?
This is 13. If he says no blocks here, no.
Mask of Recurring Nightmares is going to buy a card, and 2 Justin Nicks +5/+5/+2 from Double Trouble's effect. That all of a sudden goes up to 13. Eugene's at 12.
He's a goner, folks. He's a goner.
Oh my goodness! Unless there's a snag in the arsenal, this might be the game.
Does he still have any snags left? Did he rip a snag off the Savage Feast? Are we watching the sickest man to ever do it?
I mean, I think at this point, he's close to that moniker already, just simply by
I think he may. I think he may already be. I think he may already be.
Just by the cards in the deck, the record. He's currently 5-0. At the end of this game, he'll either be 6-0 or 5-1 with this pile of Rhinar cards.
Unbelievable, Sam.
That's going to get rid of, it looks like, the sand-sketched plan from the Mask of Recurring Nightmares to Just a Nyx. Is that going to do
His
it?
face!
You can see
Oh!
the look on the face
What
there.
is that?
Surprise, shock, and awe from Eugene. A bit of a laugh. The cards
No
come down up to
snag.
14, and that's going to do it. Dyllon Dietz moves on to 6. And oh my goodness, what a game from our two players. Count Your Blessings knew might have won this game. But after watching that, I kind of feel like we're all winners.
I think I was a winner.
You know, I kind of feel like we're all winners after getting to watch that one. I just know there's people out there who
You
started
know
the
what
match.
I'd call that game, Sam?
What?
That was a wild ride.
Come on. Come on. I know there's people out there. We started that game. They're like, count your blessings
count your
again.
blessings.
What are we gonna do? I want to get you know the meme. You know the meme of the apology form.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I wish Count Your Blessings a very I'm sorry, because that game was sick. I
I'm
was
sorry,
so back
Eugene.
and forth. Yeah.
I underestimated your
that game was
yellow
awesome.
pummels.
And dude, with the literally the Blood Rush Bellows.
Twitter
off the
told
top.
me Rhinar was
yeah,
dead.
Yeah. The Blood Rush Bellow off
I was
the top.
unfamiliar with your game.
Unbelievable. And if you yourself want to get some Rhinar cards to be just like our hero Eugene, you can go ahead and stick around. Next round is our last round of the day before, of course, our whole day 2 and top 8 tomorrow. But we're giving away this box after the next round. So all you need to do is be active in the chat in just literally like a couple minutes. So why would you ever think to go anywhere else? We can get you a box of heavy hitters. My friends, that was so much fun. Let's talk about how you yourself can get involved with the upcoming Flesh and Blood event schedules. We have got Road to National coming up just around the corner. Next weekend begins the Road to National journey. You too can play Yellow Pummel at your RTNs in your Rhinar decks, and honestly put yourself in a position where if a Blood Rush Bellow doesn't get ripped off of the top to a Bear Fang, you might win a game and move on to 6-0 at your Road to Nationals, while also playing for all of these
6-0
illustrious...
is a really big Road to Nationals.
It's a real... Hey, maybe that's also in top 8. Could also be in top 8. You also, of course, get some of these illustrious prizes on offer. Look at the rainbow foil heroes, participation prizes, cold foil of those nice defense reactions, and then of course gold foil to the winner. 1 of 7 Arakni playmats, finalist prize, Cindra or Fang playmat. One of the only ways I think you can get these exclusive mats and cards. I do hope you'll join us at your LGS at the Road to Nationals all over our great globe. You can find your RTNs at the events locator, fabtcg.com. If you want to join the fun, get involved, and fight for a chance to become your country's national champion. That was
What a
awesome.
game.
That was so awesome. How you feeling? You feeling ready for one more? One more?
I'm feeling a little brain blasted, if you believe it.
Brain blasted.
Brain blasted.
Like your brain's on fire? Like you're ready? Like what does that mean?
I feel like I was just shaken very hard by that game.
Well,
That was a roller coaster. That was a
yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone at home. I'm at a loss for words.
Well, I've got good news for you. We have got 2 heroes we have not yet seen fighting in our final round. We have got a player doing very, very well on a certain hero that is plugged into the mainframe. So we might be able to actually get you some help in the brain as we can jack in,
Oh, thank
find
God.
out. Yeah, no
We
problem.
can finally figure out what's wrong with me.
No, all will be revealed in just a moment. See you for round 7 and a giveaway right after this.
welcome back to this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. It has been a long and crazy day, Sam. We've seen the advent of a Cindra deck that the world was underestimating. We have seen Rhinar beat the brakes off of everybody's mental, even if he did not beat the brakes off of his opponent. We have seen some amazing games played by amazing players in the Flesh and Blood on this day. And we have one more amazing game to bring you guys. We have Dash.io versus Zen, Tamer of Purpose. And I know what you're thinking at home. You're thinking, Dash.io, they banned High Octane. How is that hero ever going to compete? I'll have you know that just as recently as a week ago at the PTI event attached to Battle Hardened Toronto, a PTI event. A ProQuest Plus. How big could it have possibly been? It was 150 players, so stay thine mouth. Stay thine tongue, knave.
Stay thy tongue.
Dash.io was piloted to top 8 by one Ray Chua Alamag,
Wow.
who played against 5 Zens in their Swiss run and
No
won
way.
all of them.
Oh my gosh.
So I think we may see the Tamer of Purpose tamed on this day,
Whoa.
if there's anything to be excited about. But we got to talk about what the players in this room are excited about before we get straight into this one. We have the prizing on offer for both this calling and the calling that begins tomorrow, the limited calling. First place, 5,000 big ones.
Big ones.
And a gold foil extended art Stonewall Gauntlet that we'll get to in just a second. And the rest of a glut of $20,000 US, both today and the calling tomorrow. I cannot overstate how basically Pro Tour size this weekend is. Cascades all the way down to 32nd place.
Yeah, just amazing stuff on offer all weekend long for both of our callings and, of course, the Battle Hardened that we will be bringing you the coverage of on Sunday. Stay thine tongue once again. I know you're like, what about the Battle Hardened? Well, let me tell you, it comes for us all. We've got, of course, the Champions Prize here, the Stonewall Gauntlet, the Tournament Invitation, the PTI, and those World Tour points.
Juicy
Important World Tour points, of course, that are going to help propel the players here that win these two callings even further into the contention for those 9 slots atop the leaderboard to take home their share of nearly, I think it's $100,000 on offer.
Their share of $100,000 split
insane.
among the 9 Potty Player of the Year. I propose the acronym Potty, though not everybody at home may love that one.
I wonder why.
I just can't
Yeah,
fathom
it's
it.
weird. Yeah, it's a weird thing.
This could even propel somebody with presently 0 World Tour points into the fray. Money is up for grabs, and many names are up to both be taken and made at Memphis this weekend. And after this round, we will be giving away, you want to play Rhinar? You want to be like Eugene? You want to put some yellow pummels on the combat chain? Here's a box of heavy hitters. All you have to do, hang out and chat, stay active, watch some amazing games of Flesh and Blood with your homies, Ellie and Sam here. And you could win a box of heavy hitters. We will also be giving out 1 box tomorrow and 2 boxes during the Battle Hardened.
We're going to give away Mist Veil tomorrow. We're giving away Rosetta on Sunday, as well as, of course, a box from the newest set, The Hunted, during the top 8 of the Battle Hardened on Sunday. And this is all as a great big thank you for all the Flesh and Blood fans out there for getting us to 30,000 subscribers on YouTube. A pretty exciting, pretty cool milestone. So we thank you all. Be active in the chat, and you could win this box of heavy hitters, because I think it's going to be pretty easy to be active in the chat for this next game. It's our final round of Swiss. After this, we move on into a Day 2 Top Cut tomorrow. Let's dive into our final round today. We have got Aaron Cutbirth versus Jordan Long, Dash.io versus Zen, the Tamer of Purpose. I recognize Jordan. Jordan was on coverage Pro Tour Los Angeles. I believe he took down Roger Brodie on stream. He was the Viserai who took down Roger Brodie on stream, and now he's out here playing Zen, even in a Viserai-dominated meta. The question is, can he take down the Dash.io that sits in front of him? The Hanabi Blaster has hit the arena. How much blasting is Aaron going to be able to do? Only time will tell. The first action of the game for Jordan. Levels of Enlightenment Blue. 100 wins to the pitch.
Something interesting we're seeing right off the rip here is Dash.io is presenting Goliath Gauntlet in the equipment zone here. You typically see adaptive plating used to convert items that are out or nearly out of Steam counters into some extra block value. This could be prioritizing just sending a gigantic maximum velocity to take his opponent out of the game quickly.
Response to the levels of enlightenment while it's still in the layer step is going to be transcending, getting that chi into the hand. That gets a resource available from the 12-petal Kaseya. We'll see if Jordan wants to activate Zen in response here, start doing that whole Zen deal. Looks like the answer is going to be...
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm going to do this.
There you go. Now that we've activated Zen, we can choose 2 modes on the levels of enlightenment.
You never want to see your Zen opponent transcend on turn 0.
Yeah, there goes a Crouching Tiger, created from the Zen ability, into the hand. And now 2 modes can be chosen. Draw a card and go again from the 2 cards in the pitch, as there are 2 cards when the attack actually attacks. You play it in the layer step, you can respond in the layer step, and then once the card is actually attacking in the attack step, that is when the text of Levels of Enlightenment resolves. So going to go ahead and grab that Mauling Chi, keep the Crouching Tiger in the hand, so the Mauling Chi follows the Crouching Tiger.
Pretty solid opener. We're going to see Levels of Enlightenment for 3, Tiger Taming Kakara come in for 2, likely Tiger for 1, into Mauling Chi for 5, threatening 6. This is going to push a fair bit of damage through to Dash.io, who already starts a whopping 4 life below Zen's starting life total. This game is definitely not going to start out easy for Mr. Cutbirth on the other side of the table.
All right, let's see how he wants to deal with the rest of this hand. Is there blocking cards in the hand for Dio? Sometimes you draw those items.
Let's find out, shall we?
Oh yeah, a bunch of 3 blocks in this one.
Though cards you may not want to be blocking with, Spark of Genius is not the most attractive option to put on the combat chain.
And that Mauling Chi is played from the banished zone, so those 2 cards in hand can still be used. One of them is that Crouching Tiger. You have to imagine Jordan would love to keep 1 card for the arsenal here.
Yeah.
Aaron doing the calculus on what Jordan's turn is going to look like.
Right. 1, 2, 3, Tiger plus a card. That's 5 cards.
He drew a card. He drew a card.
Are they asking about where the
missed
card
you.
came from?
Yeah.
So we're good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe there was a discrepancy about the correct amount of cards that Jordan should have on his side of the table. After 7 rounds at a calling, it's pretty easy to be a little bit tired. I know I am.
2 damage coming in with Zen's trusty staff.
What do you mean Zen's trusty staff? It was Fi's favorite weapon.
The Tiger Taming Kakara?
No, not even a little
Okay,
bit.
I was going to
Not
say,
even a little
excuse me?
This is the crouching...
I've been out of the game too long.
Crouching Emberblade,
Let's do
as it were.
Tiger.
Here comes the Crouching Tiger. This one's coming in for 1. Still no blocks, so Jordan here has to be wondering, are there items in the hand or just cards that Aaron really wants to keep? Knows he needs to most likely keep cards to make that Mauling Chi an attack for 5 instead of an attack for 6.
I think there's one of 2 likely scenarios. Aaron sees the Spark of Genius as something he simply cannot afford to block with in this matchup, or there is an item on top of his deck that he wants to play before moving into his turn.
Looks like the answer is, I need this spark.
Maybe. Maybe.
Nothing on your turn.
Okay.
On your turn. Oh.
I think nothing on your turn is the call, so there are the 4 cards from hand from Jordan.
Every single time I see a Dash.io player have 1 in hand, draw 3 up to 4, then reach for the top card of their deck, I have a small heart attack because I feel I am about to watch somebody accidentally commit hidden card error by looking at 1 too many cards, and then I go, that hero's just allowed to do that.
Yep. But the nice thing playing this Mechanologist hero. Ooh, Spark of Genius off the top in the Banish Zone from the boost, but 4 damage from this 0 to 60.
A little bit prescient from Aaron to hold the Spark in his hand. Though, I guess if he blocked with it, ironically, this Spark would have ended up in his hand, as he would have drawn 1 more card. 1 gets lit on fire basically either way. Fate is a cruel mistress.
Say no blocks.
No blocks is the call from Jordan. 4 damage over the top. Down to 36 goes our Zen player. The life totals will be adjusted shortly.
Joining Dash.io at her starting life total. Blue Throttle coming in for 4 with Go Again, banishing an Outpache off the top of the deck.
Blue Throttle, of course, not exactly where Aaron wants to be. Does have that one floating. Let's see if he's able to find an item off the top. That's where the Dash.io deck really starts to shine.
Considering the top card of the deck yet again, 2 for 4, maybe not the happiest rate in the world, but I think we're going to see this Spark of Genius hit the combat chain after a Tekla Foundry Heart activation, perhaps digging for an item on the top.
Zipper hit ×2, red and blue variety.
Ooh,
looking back on the
bars?
top, he's got 2 floating now. That's going to be the Spark of Genius.
Spark of Genius paying 0. Asking his opponent if he has any responses before he searches his deck for a 0-cost item. Curious to see. I suspect it may be Dash's trusty neural implant, cerebellum processor, but instead he's getting a new piece of tech from the Hunted.
Yeah.
Null Time Zone. And folks, I have a solid guess on what he's going to name. Inner Chi. The card named with Null Time. So first, Null Time Zone enters with 2 Steam counters. Second, when it enters, you name a card. The named card cannot be pitched or played from hand. While this card is in the arena, Aaron Cutbirth has gone and searched his deck for 3 entire turns of Inner Chi becoming bricks in Jordan's hand. And because they cannot be played and because they cannot effectively be arsenaled, he is incapable of clearing them if he chooses to transcend with a Chi, or with an instant that would become a Chi.
Some cool new tech from the Hunted, actuating before our very eyes. Some really cool art, honestly, on that one. I haven't really taken the time to check it out, but you can see it looks like there's a little pup.
They're putting the stinky robot dog in time prison for his crimes.
Inner Chi is the name on the Null Time Zone, so you can see Jordan head in hands having to think about what the remainder of this next couple turns is going to spell for him. Going to be a card drawn as well for our Dash.io player for the Arsenal, and most likely keeping both Steam counters on this Null Time Zone.
Maybe a little bit disappointing to not find something for your Hanabi, not find a way to put a counter on your Hanabi Blaster on this turn. However, he is getting some pretty powerful setup in the form of this Null Time Zone and an Arsenal thanks to Spark of Genius. Sadly, no item found off the top to Dash.io's ability on this turn, but there are always more fish in the sea.
Turn passed over to Jordan. Let's see just what he's got working with.
No Inner Chi in this hand to be disrupted. Unless he has a Transcend instant in his arsenal.
Got that Ancestral Harmony, but I have to imagine he's hoping to utilize that on something, on a big turn, a lot of chain links, and maybe even a turn that he'd be able to pitch an Inner Chi on. That's not going to be for at least 2 more. Taking it a good bit to consider the Arsenal.
That is a Flex Claws. Good old 1 for 4, little leg tap stat line. Wind Chakra finding its way into the pitch zone.
And on hit, makes a tiger.
On hit, make a tiger for that Kakura to really go ahead and power on up.
Giving some thought to what he's going to do here. He doesn't have any Transcend instants bricked by this Null Time Zone, but he has to be careful about how he navigates arsenaling and setting up for future turns. Because if he draws into a hand that needs to be powered by an Inner Chi, he's in a really tough spot.
No blocks?
No blocks. Any reactions? No. Down to
29.
29 goes Aaron.
Life totals are 29 to 32.
There
I
they
believe
go.
They will now fix it on the life tracker, so you stop having to read the handwriting on that pad. Shout out to Ethan for such a crystal clear stream. Are you kidding me?
4, go again. Is the first chain. That means first chain link. Here comes the Tiger Taming Kakura. Coming in for 2. Gonna go ahead, power up that Crouching Tiger that the Flex Claws just created. Aaron here really needs to find an item off the top for this Dash IO list to start doing what it's really meant to. But no, 2 damage going to be taken here. 27. Plays 32.
And then I'm going to do...
It's going to be the follow-up from Jordan. It's going to be looking like Crouching Tiger. This one comes in for 1.
Thank God this hero doesn't have Mask of Momentum and Flick Knives. Aaron has presented very little armor in this matchup, making it a little bit scary if he starts to fall behind on life total so early.
Now, once again, Mauling Chi back-to-back turns. This is 5 and maybe 6.
Jordan looks like he has maybe accidentally pitched the wrong blue, putting an Ancestral Harmony in his pitch zone rather than the Tiger Form incantation. Seemed like he expressed a little bit of frustration about that. Getting some armor value with that Tekla Foundry Heart, blocking 2 in conjunction with the 0 to 60 to cover this up and deny the 1 value on hit. I need to know if Mr. Long draws any Transcend instants here.
Making that null time zone even more impactful. Let's see, those cards go to the bottom. 4 cards off of the top.
At the least, what it represents is a lack of ability to use Traverse the Universe. He has not drawn any Transcend instants so far, but it does still lock down Zen's notorious hat.
Yep.
Start of turn. Dio, null time zone, gonna lose a steam counter as it slowly works through its effect. 3 cards, looks like in the hand. Has that card in the arsenal as well. Gave 1 card to stop the on-hit effect of the Mauling Chi.
Let's see what he's working with. Outpace, T-Bone, Tekla Core, and a Heist. Banishing a Tekla Core off the top. That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty interesting. All of a sudden, the Heist has a real on-hit.
And Jordan is pretty incentivized to not give up much of his armor here, given that the Traverse the Universe, the inner Chi it fetches, is inert at the moment. An inert Chi.
Inert Chi is pretty good.
Inert Chi.
See if there's another item off the top. Still haven't seen Dash IO utilize the top of the deck in a way that really powers up what the deck is trying to do. Heist here, all of a sudden, on-hit effect. Interesting, Aaron didn't want to just play out the Tekla Core. Must have had other plans for the resource, or just wanted to make Jordan respect the on-hit effect that this Heist represents.
Sometimes you got to keep digging. It's possible he wants a crank item to abuse some free action points. Jordan giving some thought to his blocks. His hand seems a little bit on the clunky side. He's holding Enlightened Strike, Mauling Chi, or not Mauling Chi, Flex Claws, a Ancestral Harmony, and a Censor, having arsenaled a blue Tiger Form incantation.
Flex Claws and Enlightened Strike going to be committed for the blocks here. Those are 2 pretty premium offensive pieces. Maybe Aaron's happy to see that the Heist did its job, commanded some respect. The question is, what is the follow-up, and when will Dash start to establish some of those items from the top of the deck?
Yeah, she's got his inner Chi held, locked down, but we're seeing Dash IO kind of fail to present the board state that she's really looking for to find some value on this turn.
Jordan here checking out the Banish Zone, trying to get a sense of exactly what's at play on this turn.
Penetration Script off the top. Top rope.
Yeah, Aaron giving this one a real think. Maybe it is a card he did not really want to boost away. What's he working with in the hand here? T-Bone and an Outpace. What can he grab? He can grab the Pouncing Paws, but it has Battle Worn. You need a couple of T-Bones to really work through the armor suite. T-Bone here, it's going to grab a Boom Grenade, but that one also wasn't played off of the top.
He's got to be looking for something specific.
Maybe it is just the Outpace. He can play it with that one floating.
He could activate Tekla Foundry Heart in that scenario.
Now, 2 different times we've seen on this turn Aaron have the option to play an item off the top of the deck and forego it, choosing instead to just utilize them for boost. There's a reason Guy on the left side of your screen is 5-1 in this Callings because he knows his deck quite well and he knows the best way to value these cards. It was just looking to find the card off the top, but the Outpace is going to find a Fast and Furious, meaning another Steam counter on the Inner Chi, a card from the Armory deck helping out a card from the expansion slot, and now all of a sudden Jordan Long, he is not pitching Inner Chis for quite some time.
His opponent graciously reminding him of a counter on his Hanabi Blaster. We love to see the sportsmanship.
And now all of a sudden, you know, it does... You can see a little more as to why these 3 cards were the play on the turn. Just to get that 3rd card for the boost, start the ticker on the Hanabi Blaster. You can get so much damage with that overpower if you can get 2, maybe even 3 utilizations of it over the course of a game. For Go Again, this one's going to be taken. Jordan Long now down to 26 as well. 26 plays 26. Looks like that is going to be the turn passed as the Inner Chi denying Null Time Zone gets another counter. How do you think this impacts how Jordan wants to or has to play this game now that he is unable to actuate his own game plan given the state of the Null Time Zone?
He's basically forced to treat all of the Transcend instants in his deck as no-block blues until he can find an opportunity to make proper use of them. And he's in a situation where if the Fast and Furious triggers continue to pile up, if we see Aaron Cutbirth continue to prevent him from prevent him from pitching or playing, quote unquote, not that you could, Inner Chi, it's going to put Jordan in a really tough spot where he doesn't have that much agency over how he converts the hands that he draws when he's drawing these no-block blues that he can't use for their intended purpose.
Censor comes out here. Currently attacking for 5. On hit, Jordan gets to name a card. He's like, hey, I see you naming my cards. I want to name a card and stop you from playing a card. What is this?
I'm very curious what Jordan would name in the blind.
Yeah, it has to just be kind of like a deep knowledge of your opponent's list. 5 damage over the top. We're going to see what Jordan is able to pick. Down to 19 goes our Dash player.
Let's see the pick.
Yeah, Jordan here kind of, clapping those hands together. Wondering just what is it that I do pick here? He's gotten his opponent down to 19 already.
Playing some fair flesh and blood here. No transcending or searching the deck to be seen. 0-260 will be the name. Aaron having a smile. I think Jordan may have guessed correctly.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on this turn. 0-60, joining Inner Chi as the cards that can't be played. Both of these heroes doing...
I believe he does not have a 0-60.
Those heroes just kind of doing a little bit of a whole no thank you on the turn.
Thank you. No thank you.
0-60, no thank you. Oh, Inner Chi? No thank you, actually. I'm okay without that.
I'll live. Jordan has found a Transcend instant here, though. T-Bone coming in for 3 with Go Again here.
This will once again most likely grab the Pouncing Paws.
The Pouncing Claws.
They will block for -2 from this point forward.
Well, for -1.
Well, they'll have their counter will be -2. That's what I meant. You are correct. You are correct. I concede.
Of course.
3 damage here.
Jordan going to 23 here. 3 cards left in Aaron Cutbirth's hand.
Reminder, folks.
A Heist, an Outpace, and another red, a Twin Drive.
Ooh, Twin Drive, very nice. Maybe a way to power up on maximum velocity if Aaron has one. Finally getting a card off of the top, and it is a good one. There's the Cerebellum Processor. This is a way to draw some cards and do it in a hurry. Let's see if it's going to be cranked on this turn to get the action point necessary to make the Cerebellum Processor even better. Reminder, folks, leave a message in the chat as we are watching this great final game of Flesh and Blood on our day today, and you could win a box of heavy hitters, part of our weekend-long celebration as we go ahead and hit 30,000 subscribers here on our Flesh and Blood YouTube channel.
Let's see what Aaron has decided to draw with the Cerebellum Processor here.
Outpace and a heist. So those ones are going to be pretty challenging. You might have to
Has
pitch.
he drawn a card? Okay.
Oh, no, this is the draw. Another null time zone.
That is diabolical.
The no thank you game continues as we see these players continuously trying to chain together these suppressive effects. The null time zone trying to keep the streets of metrics clean and safe from riffraff and crime. And the question is, will it also keep Zen from utilizing the deep mystical arts found within himself and the great forests of Mysteria and utilize the inner chi to grab those cards from the deck? Pretty powerful hero ability. Turns out it's much worse when you can't use it.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
High level analysis.
High level analysis. I'm curious if we'll see these kind of this kind of layered one on top of each other. Null time zone naming inner chi, sensor naming 0 to 60. Maybe the second null time zone will name sensor.
Absolutely true. Here comes Heist. Actually, just that null time zone being pitched away. We see why the Goliath Gauntlet maybe was brought into the equation. Heist now coming in for 7, banishing the the throttle off the top. And now all of a sudden, this Heist has another real on-hit effect.
Yeah, that Goliath Gauntlet cashing in to give his next attack action card with cost 2 or greater +2. Kind of a card I've always loved seeing in Mechanologist because it really feels like in the first set in Welcome to Rathe, it was designed as a piece of draft equipment. You know, it was made for Guardian and Brute, basically, to amp up their attacks and close games with them. But it's kind of just seen constructed play in Mech for such a long time because it's just 2 free value on board that already plays into the thing you wanted to be doing. Prior to Bright Lights, when they didn't even have many other 2-cost attacks in the deck outside of Throttle and Maximum Velocity, it was still an all-star for the longest time, used to send your Maximum Velocities to 12 or Throttles to 8 in a pinch. Used to great effect here, pushing Heist to 7, as you said, threatening a pretty serious breakpoint on this on-hit. And yet again, Jordan's armor is functionally tied down. He doesn't want to block with this Kasaya. It's a little too early. He can't activate the Zen State ability by pitching an Inner Chi. Shugo is a painful thing to give up at this stage of the game because it represents so much value as the game drags on. And I hardly even need to say it, but I will anyways. Traverse the Universe, which when this defends, searches your deck for an Inner Chi and puts it into your hand, is functionally useless. No, maybe worse than useless in this scenario, because if you put an Inner Chi in your hand, you can make no use of it, and you are then hanging on to a no block for as long as Null Time Zone remains in the arena.
And there's one more turn of the time zone thanks to the fast and furious hit in the banish zone from the top of the deck from a boost. So Aaron getting plenty of relief from that null time zone. Jordan here having a real long think about this Heist, wanting to figure out if he can really give 3 cards up on defense. Will the tempo loss be too great? I wonder how different the game plan really has to be now that that Inner Chi denying null time zone is around for a whole nother turn. Is he going to be able to go defensive? Can the Zen deck fatigue a Dash.io deck? How impactful could a Zen State be? But you can't make the Zen State until you can pitch an Inner Chi.
Brutally enough, too. Jordan only has 3 blocking cards in hand and a path well traveled. If he shuts down this Heist on hit without giving up this crucial armor that's a little too expensive to block with at this stage of the game, he's then stuck with a no block blue in his hand where he will likely just be forced to either play the Tiger Form incantation in his arsenal and swing Kakara into the Tiger, or just swing the Tiger taming Kakara for 2 and pass the turn back to Aaron. I don't think when I was told by our producer that we had Dash.io versus Zen, I expected this much lockdown.
I don't think so either. I didn't expect so whatsoever. We've seen sensors. We've seen null time zones. And now the Heist threatens, couldn't get another null time zone, but could get that Teklo Core or the yellow boom grenade that we saw banished away. And Jordan here, making us work for our food today, as we are really excited to see how he wants to block. Time null for Jordan Long here. Looks like he might go ahead and perhaps consider a block. And perhaps consider other things. I don't really know what goes on inside the head of a man at 5-1 here at our calling day 1.
You want to play some Flesh and Blood later?
I would love to, Ellie. That sounds great to me. Looks like we're going to block for 2, 5, and 3. Traverse the universe. It's going to be utilized here as a 2-block.
He's searching his deck for an inner chi.
No, you can't, it doesn't say may. It says when this defends, search your deck for an inner chi, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. This is probably why that decision took so long.
Card game nerd interruption here. While this is not a may, it is implicit in Flesh and Blood's rules that when searching your deck for something, as long as it is not generic, example being Arakni Trapdoor, which you may banish a card from your deck, it doesn't have to be anything in particular. Traverse the Universe searches your deck for something specific. When you are searching your deck for something specific, you may always declare that you failed to find.
It is now going to be an outpace coming in 4-4. This can't be defended by equipment, but now that's the second counter on the Hanabi Blaster. So Jordan here still keeping that blue in the hand. He's not going to be able to do anything with it for a whole nother turn. Can't pitch or play it on this turn, and then the Null Time Zone's going to stick around. He can't pitch or play it on that turn either. And now that's 4 damage over the top of the no blocks here. 1 more counter remains on the Cerebellum Processor. Dude, the Null Time Zone doing major work in this matchup, especially now that the Blaster sits on 2. 5 damage on offer on a future turn whenever Aaron Cuthbert wants.
You know what the look on Jordan Wong's face says to me right now? It says, man, what did I do to you? Here comes a Tiger Form Incantation. 1 paid for with the path well traveled. This is a blue. It will generate a Crouching Tiger, and your next Crouching Tiger this turn gets +1 power. And this makes a Crouching Tiger in your hand.
Is this the one from turn 0 that was placed there instead of the Ancestral Harmony? Yeah, those are 2 Ancestral Harmonies that hit the pitch at the same time. The shuffle from the Traversal Universe does spread them out a little bit, but that poor Tiger Form Incantation's been hanging out for so long.
He is holding an Enlightened Strike in this hand, so we will likely see that Inner Chi used as fodder to put on the bottom of your deck to Enlightened Strike's additional cost, which says when you play Enlightened Strike as an additional cost, you must put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck, then choose a mode, either draw a card, Enlightened Strike gains +2, or Enlightened Strike names go again. Inner Chi still functionally pitching for something on this turn, but nowhere near as efficient as you would like to be, as I would imagine Jordan would much prefer to be pitching it into Zen Tamer of Purpose's hero ability.
Yeah, there's a good use out of that one. I was wondering what the plan was for the Inner Chi, but it's just going to be drawn ostensibly as a blue here. That just is put to the bottom. Here comes the Enlightened Strike card drawn off the top, most likely. Often how these cards are used. Maybe it's going to be +2. You see players having a bit of a laugh here, as it looks like Aaron probably just identified, oh, there goes the Inner Chi.
I'm cursed.
You're completely cursed.
I'm
no,
completely cursed.
you know, the first stage is acceptance.
The first stage is acceptance.
And then we can talk about exorcism, but stage 1 is acceptance. Definitely acceptance first.
Cursed for sure. I think he may have chosen 7, but I think he may also just be
thinking.
This is a thoughtful individual on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, thoughtful young
man. He said 5 draw. That's a dangerous thing to do with Inner Chi in your deck.
It is true. Oh my goodness. That could be a bit of a blowout, as it would have to hang out for quite some time. Let's see if Jordan puts it in the arsenal.
Let's see what the card was. Maybe we can catch a glimpse. Please don't just turn it 90 degrees into your arsenal. I beg you. I beg you.
Crouching Tiger goes away. It is a Stir the Pot, I think. I think it's a Marvel Stir the Pot. So that is going to have to hang out in the arsenal once again for quite some time. It looks like Aaron here may be considering doing a -IO activation at the start of the turn. No, turn is passed. Card hits the arsenal. Jordan Long draws another 4 cards. The final Steam counter is going to tick down from both the Null Time Zone and the Cerebellum Processor. What a fascinating game of Fab. I've literally never seen any game. I've never seen any game like this.
This card is brand new. Of course we haven't seen anything.
This card came out hours ago, and we are seeing how it impacts the meta in real time. Zen, a deck that has done so much work over our last constructed season and metagame, and now we're seeing how the Hunted is going to bring new strategies to the gaming table. Heist again. We have seen Jordan just
block, dummy.
Yeah, in the blender a couple times with this one. Now has to consider if he wants to give either of those armor pieces or a couple cards on this heist.
Still cannot make use of an inner chi on this turn.
Also, Aaron, quietly, I feel like we've been talking about how much the inner chi is affecting Jordan. He's just not able to use the hero ability. The Zen stake is turned off. Aaron's down to 10. He's just been taking all the damage that Zen has been offering. He's not been blocking. He's just been trying to present as much as he can. He does have the 5 damage here from the Hanabi Blaster. He does have the Cerebellum Processor that can turn this turn into something a little more devastating. But these heists, they've been getting blocked, and Aaron's not been doing a lot of blocking on his own. So we haven't seen really much in the way of Dash.io activations, and that's where the deck really shines. It's kind of, I mean, I just find it pretty interesting that even though I feel like I've just watching this game, I'm like, oh man, Zen's having a tough time, can't pitch any inner chi, still got the life lead. And when your opponent's at 10, even without the inner chis being able to be pitched, you can still do a lot of damage as Zen.
Zen is secretly a little bit the king of mid-range. Jordan stuck with another Transcend instant in hand here. Looks like he is aiming to block out this heist, but Aaron has more cards to work with, as well as the Cerebellum Processor, and he can always activate Achilles Accelerator now that he has boosted to gain an action point with which to draw a card.
Off the top comes the Boom Grenade. That's going to grab us an action point so important for the Cerebellum Processor on this turn. Aaron needed to find this while the Cerebellum Processor was still in the arena, while Dash's mainframe had expanded to this point. There's the second action point. Let's see just how he wants to utilize them both here. Card can be drawn at any point now. 2 cards are already out of the hand. Looks like just like chain close here now if the Cerebellum Processor can be activated. Card can be drawn.
2 action points on Dash.io's side of the board, piloted by Aaron Cutbirth. But we're going to see a Spark of Genius search his deck for any 0-cost item here, as he has declared X as 0 and neglected to pour any resources into Spark of Genius.
Yeah, just a really, really great card for Aaron to find here. He's going to be able to not only draw a card off of the Spark of Genius effect, he's also going to be able to maintain his 2 action points because he can grab a card that cranks, get himself an action point with the crank, and then when he plays the Spark of Genius, he's back down to 2 action points, able to keep going after drawing a card and having another item. The question is, can he find a card that can threaten the 3 damage from the Boom Grenade? He certainly thinks he can because he's grabbing a red one right now. So he's got to find a way to push an attack action card over the top. And if he does, that is 7 damage that Jordan Long is going to take as the 2 Boom Grenades tick, tick, boom all over the arena.
I didn't know that there was an Aurora in this game. It looks like Jordan's life total is threatening to be gone in a flash. Aaron's going to go basically plus 2 cards in this scenario as he gets an item out of his deck, draws off of Spark of Genius, and already has 2 action points, though I do believe he is cranking this Boom Grenade, and he'll have the opportunity to draw yet again off of the Cerebellum Processor. I think we were kind of questioning, what is Aaron angling for? What is he setting up for? Where is he going with all this setup? And the answer is A, the freaking maximum velocity that is presently in his hand, and B, this massive explosive turn where he gets to leverage multiple action points to convert them into multiple extra cards.
And importantly, because he's able to look at the top of the deck, he's always able to have some decision about if he wants to try to boost some things away, activate the Teklo Foundry Heart before he activates the Cerebellum Processor. He knows the card he's drawing. Dash.io lets you look at the top card of your deck at any point. So he's looking at the top of the deck, deciding, is this the card I want off Cerebellum? Do I want to try to utilize something like a boost or a Teklo Foundry Heart to change my futures and change the card I'm going to grab with the Cerebellum? With those 2 Boom Grenades, it is imperative that if Aaron wants to take down his opponent, he has to get an attack action card through here. But Jordan Long, he has been trying desperately to work through the null time zone. At the end of this turn, unless a Fast and Furious gets boosted again, that will be the end of the null time zone. Zipper hit goes off the top. That's not the answer for for Aaron of what he wants from the Cerebellum. He's going to go ahead and Sprocket Rocket, come on the combat chain, and if it hits, 7 damage is going to be taken.
In addition to the 3 it already deals.
Exactly, so you have to imagine Jordan very incentivized in blocking here with that Chase the Tail.
Jordan is completely out of blocking cards in his hand, though Aaron may not know this. Activating the Cerebellum Processor. Let's see what the rip is. It's a yellow T-Bone.
Yellow T-Bone will take that final card, and if it is a no block, it's going to buy some equipment from Jordan to keep this turn from getting disastrous. I wonder if that maximum velocity is just destined for the Arsenal. We do have the Hanabi Blaster that can follow this up with 5 damage no matter what. Won't threaten the boom grenades.
Is Hanabi Blaster a once per turn activation on firing it?
I think so.
You think so?
We'll find out, though.
It is. Once per turn action, remove 2 steam counters from Hanabi Blaster. Attack for 5 with Overpower. I was curious if in the process of racking up 4 counters, like he seems to be close to, he could fire it twice in the same turn, leveraging his Achilles accelerators. But it looks like instead he's just going to crack in for 5 here and set himself up to fire it next turn with this maximum velocity in Arsenal. If he can fire off this maximum velocity, even though these boom grenades did not connect, they forced Jordan's entire blocking hand onto the combat chain, and Jordan is left with something less than stellar to work with here. He is nearly out of armor. He didn't get to get much value out of his Traverse the Universe, and his hand is a complete brick as Aaron Cutbirth draws into a twin drive to set up the maximum velocity in his arsenal to push nearly guaranteed lethal damage against his opponent, Jordan Long, on the other side of the table. This is the last round of day 1 of the Calling at Memphis, Tennessee, in this stop on the World Tour, and both of these players are fighting to remain in the X1 bracket live for top 8 going into the second day.
X1 significantly better than X2. Both of these players will make it into day 2, but the question is which one has a greater chance of hitting that top 8, can lose, even a single game. Most likely in these tournaments, you can't lose more than 2 or 3 to make it into the top 8.
Drawing a yellow T-Bone off the top, favoring yet more 0-cost boosts rather than the other blue in Aaron's hand.
And there's another card that goes to the bottom of the deck that Jordan could do not with, given that the null time zone was in the arena. But now look at all the items getting destroyed. Dash.io has scrapped her items. She's starting fresh and has to take care of this game without the help of her trusty gadgets. But let's see if just good old-fashioned mechanologist attack action cards can get Dash and Aaron over the hump.
Jordan has drawn another Transcend instant in this hand, I do believe, in the form of a Drop in the Ocean. This card does not block, but in conjunction with the Stir the Pot in his arsenal, he can use 12 Petal Kasaya to generate a Zen state and do a little bit of extra blocking on this turn, though it remains to be seen if a little bit of extra blocking from a Zen state will actually generate enough life total to keep him alive going into his next turn with enough to fire back with.
5, go again. On the combat chain here. Jordan, gonna take a think.
Gotta take a think.
He's got the Kasaya. Most likely going to be a Zen State play just to try to stay alive. Seeing those 2 cards get banished off the top, if you're Jordan, you have to smell maximum velocity somewhere in the arena. Can play the Drop in the Ocean to give this attack -1. And then play the Stir the Pot, double Transcend. Here comes the double Transcend. -1 to the attack. This is all in reactions. Then the Stir the Pot as well. Now both of these cards are going to transcend. In damage resolution, the 12-petal Kasaya can be activated because finally Jordan can pitch those freaking inner cheese that this deck wants built around pitching inner cheese, but Null Time Zone said no. 3 turns in a row thanks to that Fast and Furious. Honestly, so cool to see expansion slot cards and armory deck cards working together in such a way to try to take down a true terror of the metagame in Zen.
When they said they were sending some targeted support Dash.io's way after banning High Octane, they were not kidding. Now imagine Null Time Zone off the top in response to the Transcend instance. Goodbye.
Goodbye indeed. Looks like that wasn't the case though. 2 floating still made off of the Kaseya because it is still in the arena at this time. So 2 damage over the top now. Jordan goes down to 12.
12 plays 10. Aaron considering the top card of his deck yet again. We've got a maximum velocity waiting in the wings here. 1 floating, Tekla Foundry Heart unused. We could dig for some items. We can push more damage. And you can even break the chain to force Jordan to act now and make the Zen state if he would like to.
Now, Hanabi Blaster and Twin Drive. Hanabi Blaster says the 3rd time you play a card with boost.
Correct.
So it doesn't care that you've boosted twice on the Twin Drive.
Correct.
Even though it says boost, boost. You need to play a card 3 times.
Correct.
So this Hanabi Blaster is still looking for 2 more cards to be played with boost to get a second all-important counter to be able to be attacked with. But it's time for the Kaseya to be pushed into the graveyard for that Zen state creation. All attacks for the next 2 turns against Jordan are going to be at basically a veritable -1, as 1 damage will be prevented from this point forward. It's time for the Tekla Foundry Heart to be activated. 2 cards off the top. That means we are up to 2 floating for the, of course, maximum velocity we know is in the arsenal. And you have to imagine at this point, Jordan also probably has sniffed it out.
A Sprocket Rocket and a Yellow T-Bone in Aaron's hand here.
That means 2 cards with boost can be played for the Hanabi Blaster.
Yeah, he can very easily both turn on Maximum Velocity and Hanabi Blaster on this turn, even through the Zen state. That is a devastating amount of damage when your opponent is at 12. You're looking at 2 into 3 into 5 into 10. That is another 20 damage, while Jordan is only at 12. Even with the defensive capabilities of the Zen state on his side, it seems a little bit difficult to actually push through and count that as 21 because Aaron Cutbirth has banished an item with Sprocket Rocket by boosting it, giving this +1 power.
Kind of canceling out the benefit of the Zen state there, getting the +1 off the top. It's honestly rare you see, I feel like, these Sprocket Rockets hit the 4, but when you do, they are just so impressive. 3 damage, Jordan has to think about.
Jordan asking his opponent, you've boosted 3 times, haven't you? Shouldn't you put a counter on Hanabi Blaster? Unfortunately for all of us Hanabi Blaster lovers out there, of which I am one of, it is not how that card works.
See how Jordan wants to handle this. 15 minutes left in the round. 10 currently playing 12. Aaron went down to 10 to kind of establish this tempo, took all of the cards out of Jordan's hand last turn, save for a measly 1 card that was put into the Tiger Taming Kakara.
We know he is holding at least 1 Inner Chi. I believe he is holding a Chase the Tail. Come on, Jordan. Show me those cards.
Cursed.
I'm cursed.
Okay,
Wait,
there you go.
Levels of Enlightenment, Tiger Swipe, Command and Conquer, and an Inner Chi.
I mean, it's a good hand. It's certainly a good hand. Without the Kaseya, though, it does make that Levels of Enlightenment slightly more challenging to be at its most powerful.
To fire off.
So this was 3 damage that was taken, so Jordan should be down to 9. Here comes that T-Bone. Once again, that T-Bone just loves having the pouncing
You said
paws.
-2 earlier. This pouncing pause is at -4.
Yeah.
Can we see a boom grenade off the top?
Boom grenade off the top would be no.
Oh, that's pretty
no
expensive.
maximum velocity. Yeah.
Yeah. Very expensive play there. Very expensive play.
So Jordan is currently at 9. This threatens to put him to 8. And then the maximum velocity does need to be blocked with a card.
As well as a Hanabi Blaster following it if he chooses to cash in his Achilles Accelerator.
Yeah, I wonder if what the value proposition is for Aaron. You cash in the Accelerator, you get the damage with the Hanabi Blaster, but, I mean, actually, let's be clear. Depending on how low Jordan goes, the overpower on the Hanabi Blaster could actually be the difference maker. Aaron Cutbirth here is just going to go ahead and put down the damage here with the Hanabi Blaster because he can still, at this point, utilize the Achilles Accelerator to come on through from this point forward. Interesting use here. I wondered if the overpower would have been enough after the maximum velocity. You kind of put the onus on Jordan he gets to decide a little bit more with this overpower. You know, if he had gone with the maximum velocity first, if you and the dash player get to decide if you want to push your Hanabi Blaster, push your Achilles Accelerator into the arena based on your opponent's blocks, you're pretty priced into it here, right? You've used the Teklo Foundry Heart, you've used all of these resources to get the 10 damage, but it looks as though 4 damage is going to be taken, putting Jordan down to 4.
Interestingly, though, this does conceal the most information. Jordan still can't be positive. It's a maximum velocity. It could be a throttle, a heist, a twin drive, or something similar to that effect. And the longer Aaron waits to actually show his opponent that, especially manufacturing a situation where it looks like he is closing his turn out with 2 floating, maybe he was digging for an item with that Teklo Foundry Heart activation with this Hanabi Blaster, it puts Jordan in a tougher situation. And this maximum velocity is coming in for a functional 9. Jordan has to give at least 2 cards to not outright die here.
Yeah, this is flesh and blood, baby. These are the types of decisions that make our game so great. For Aaron here, the stars have aligned and pushed him to throw down a maximum velocity after this Hanabi Blaster. Doesn't care about that Zen state, needs to just push the damage, get cards out of Zen's hand. 10 on the combat chain with this maximum velocity. One of the most iconic cards in Flesh and Blood. A card that has won callings. A card that has taken down tournaments. And now sits here in the hands of Aaron Cuthbert as he looks to move on to 6-1. But Jordan Long and Zen are trying to have something to say about it. The question is, will he be able to stay alive long enough to finally allow for the inner cheese in his deck to provide the value they've been trying to provide all game? But the null time zone doing so much work here in keeping this Zen deck from playing a little more, or keeping it playing a little more fair.
Forcing fairness while not playing particularly fair on her own does seem to be a little bit of Dash.io's mantra these days. Playing cards like Pulse Wave, Harpoon, and Null Time Zone to keep the opponent honest when they want to keep a bunch of cards. Dash.io is beholden to no such restrictions.
Yeah,
T-Bone.
T-Bone.
She racks T-Bone.
Give me your equipment.
Give me your Traverse. Racking up pretty substantial incremental advantages via, permanents that she puts on the board, via extra cards generated by previous turn setup. It's a really interesting hero identity that we're kind of seeing come out to play here.
It's like she creates items.
It's like she's an
inventor. And then when she battles these other heroes, she can use the items. This is taking all 3 of the cards out of Jordan's hand. That is going to buy all of the blocks. One would come over the top, but the Zen state is going to go ahead and take care of that. So Aaron Cuthbert, he's got 11 minutes left to try to close the distance, put those final 4 points of damage on the combat chain to finish this thing off. Jordan, a little bit of a stumble from Aaron means he might be able to get back into this one, and we know Zen, even with a couple cards, can present some nasty amounts of damage.
Even with one card. Even with one card.
Yeah, your Inner Chi here is going to go ahead and grab, what do you think it is, Tiger Swipe?
Tiger Swipe, for sure. 1 card 4.
Turns the Inner Chi into a Tiger Swipe.
Aaron Cutbirth has drawn the 3rd Null Time Zone, by the way.
Woo!
Woo! Would you maybe even call Dash an extraordinary inventor? 2 on the nose.
Yeah, that's actually not feeling quite right.
Don't like it?
I'm not sure. We can workshop it.
We can workshop.
We can workshop it.
Okay. I'll get back to you on that one.
Thank you very much.
3 to 6 business days.
Yeah. Something like that. What's going to be the call? The call is going to be Tiger Swipe for Jordan.
Sadly, no Tiger Stripe Shuko left to pump this, as this would be a 1 card 5 with it.
Yeah, Jordan needed to use that Tiger Stripe Shuko to stop a bunch of boom grenades a couple of turns ago. Probably happy for the value he got on defense. Look at all those tigers.
Look at all those tigers.
There's so many tigers on that art.
I think there's 0 tigers.
What are you talking about? Look at all the tigers.
They're like spectral tigers.
They're still tigers.
They're like spectral tigers.
They're ephemeral tigers.
Oh, you're so smart.
Oh, come on. Insane.
Ephemeral tigers.
Jordan Long having to think.
Ooh.
About what? Yeah, it looks like he's thinking
Considering?
about the pouncing pause here.
Curious. Perhaps he's considering using the pouncing pause to generate a crouching tiger in his banished zone to fire off this tiger swipe so that he may arsenal the crouching tiger. Although after a moment, I believe he sees that it is all the same.
Yeah,
as he can activate the pouncing pause at any time. No powder kegs on Aaron Cutbirth's side of the table, from what I understand. That'd be pretty funny.
Zen State loses its balance token. Balance counter.
That's a balance counter.
That means it is time for Aaron Cuthbert. He puts down the boom grenade. Going to crank it. Pitches away the Cerebellum Processor. Here comes the zipper hit. This banishes another maximum velocity. I wonder how thick that deck is. 9 minutes remaining in the round. 6 playing 4. This is 5, but on hit die. So all of a sudden, it's got to be respected. Jordan has to give cards even if he doesn't want to.
Even if he's incapable, he is holding a block card, 200 wins, and a Command and Conquer. It's likely Aaron can force Jordan's entire hand onto the combat chain here with just a couple cards.
Tiger's Eye Reflex when it defends.
Make a Crouching Tiger in your banished zone. You may play it during your next turn.
And buying the 100 wins as well. God, also insane art on Tiger's Eye Reflex.
I love that one.
So sick.
Very cool.
Looks like we might be getting something off the top here. It's a backup protocol red. This is going to take a card, or excuse me, a resource pitched, but now all of a sudden, another card can be utilized from the graveyard to try to threaten this boom grenade as well.
Teklo Foundry Heart still available with a null time zone in Aaron Cutbirth's hand. He has some pretty serious options available to him on this turn cycle. He can either establish a null time zone and lock Jordan down a little bit further, or he can put him in a position where he has to block out an even larger attack if he chooses to retrieve something like a heist. Jordan only has 5 block value left in his hand, too. Though I'm unsure if Aaron is capable of presenting an attack,
the Zen
capable
state.
of going over the Zen state, yeah.
Even if you grab the 0 to 60 here, it actually only comes in for 3, or it comes in for 4, and then the Zen state would prevent the 1 damage over the top.
0 to 60 into null time zone can be pretty brutal. Breaking the combat chain.
Teklo Foundry Heart to get the requisite resources needed. There's the 3rd and final maximum velocity, but maybe he doesn't think he's going to need it here. Deck is starting to look a little thin for Aaron.
He's got to find a way to close this game before he runs out of cards. Activating the backup protocol red. Gonna get a red attack action card from his graveyard and put it in his hand. Basically trading a card for a card here since he has paid 3 resources into this backup protocol. Turning a blue into a red is far from bad. Notably, he cranked that backup protocol, so since he doesn't have to boost this 0 to 60, he gets to preserve a little bit of cards in deck, helping him stay alive a little bit longer. And here comes null time zone yet again. I wonder what he's naming.
Have to wonder. A lot of good options for Aaron Cuthbert here. He could... Oh.
It's energy.
Yeah, it's energy.
It's energy. That makes sense.
Absolutely makes sense. Jordan Long looking like might just have to attack with the cocker again.
Null time zone might be the most, but what if it is card of all time? I name Inner Chi. My opponent doesn't have an Inner Chi, but imagine how sick it would be if it was Inner Chi, though.
100 wins now, just goes on the Cockera once again. Aaron doesn't have to think about this. We are potentially witnessing before our very eyes the difference a single expansion slot card can make. As this matchup would have been very different if Jordan was able to be presenting those Inner Chis into the pitch zone. You think about how many turns the Zen deck was not able to do what it was trying to do.
He has only activated his hero ability once this game,
was
and
it turn
was
0?
on turn 0.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. He's certainly not allowed to do it right now.
Here's the 1 damage because of the Tiger's Eye Reflex, so this is going to threaten half of Aaron's life total, and you have to imagine a single Zen activation would have meant Aaron was blocking on this turn. Jordan would have been able to present 3 more value. It is guaranteed from there. Null Time Zone really showing off what it was brought out to do, and that is to add some agency into some matchups where Dash.io struggled before. And it's looking like it might be propelling Aaron Cutbirth into 6-1 here. 0 to 60. Here's 4.
Boosting a 0 to 60 red.
That's the final 0 to 60 red out of the deck. Boy, that deck is looking really thin, though.
Thin it may be. Gas remains in the tank. I think he may be able to push through on this turn. Let's see how much block value Jordan is working. Cursed.
Cursed. Absolutely cursed.
He has a Biting Breeze, and 2 Transcend instants.
2 Transcend cards.
He has a total of 4 block value.
Here comes the Teklo core. All of a sudden, the Inner Cheese have been laughing at Jordan all game long from both sides of the table. They haunt him. The Null Time Zone saying, you can't play them. These Inner Cheese in the hand that will be created aren't going to block. Meaning that this game might be over very quickly if Aaron Cutbirth is able to find a way to get over the top here. That's 2 damage from the 0 to 60, so now Jordan's down to 2. What's the final card in the hand?
In Jordan's hand?
Yeah.
It is a blue Biting Breeze.
No, sorry. Aaron's hand.
In Aaron's
That's what I
hand,
meant.
it's an
Yeah.
outpace. It's an
outpace. So
it is
that means
4 share lethal damage.
This comes in for 3 damage.
I appreciate that they've been counting up the battle-worn counters, despite it no longer being relevant.
Oh, yeah.
The first.
No armor has ever blocked for less than that pouncing pause. This Biting Breeze blocks for 2, so 1 damage over the top. Down to 1 goes Jordan. And to move on to 6-1 here at the Calling. The blue outpace. It doesn't come in for very much. But when your opponent is at 1, 2 is plenty. It's double what you need. Because the Transcend here can put Jordan up to 2, but then the 2 will take care of the game. And that is going to do it. No blocks, no reactions. The fist bump is extended. And off the back of the new Null Time Zone from Flesh and Blood's newest set, Aaron Cutbirth moves on to 6-1. Dash.io taking down the round. And we have completed our coverage of day 1 here from the Calling in Memphis. That game.
That was crazy.
That was fire.
That was a true spark of genius.
That was,
watching
yeah.
Aaron Cutbirth tactically dismantle his opponent's entire strategy with Null Time Zone, just sticking it on the board, playing towards finding Fast and Furious boosts off the top, like you said, to synergize with it, to keep it in play and keep his opponent's inner chi locked down.
Yeah.
I dare say that matchup has gone from bad for Dash.io to grim for Zen.
Yeah, we will have to see. I can honestly say I have never seen a Flesh and Blood game play out like that.
I know,
like,
right?
Truly
Crazy.
never.
It was
I've never
bonkers.
seen one where one side is really able to suppress with the card like Null Time Zone and say, hey, your strategy, I'm going to turn that off for a little bit. And it was all, I mean, you know, Aaron was down to 3 at the end of that game.
Yep.
It was still very, very close. Zen's power cannot be understated, and it shows when you get new cards like Null Time Zone coming out in new sets like the Hunted, that metagames and matchups can turn on their head. We've got a giveaway coming up for you in just a couple minutes, but I would like to take a look at our standings. Let's see who ended up doing well at the end of our day 1. I see a couple cool names that I want to talk about here. We can see Raj Parikh, one of our 3 undefeateds, a friend of coverage, very, very excellent player,
Yes.
excellent dude, was top 8, I believe, or very close to top 8 in Chicago. I think top 8 on Viscerai, rocking Viscerai here as well in this event, 7-0. In the chef's hat, of course. Brodie Spurlock, Ninja we saw around 3 or 4 coming
On
out,
that same Cindra
roaring
deck.
out of the gate, 7-0. And Samuel Young, great name and a great deck. He is rocking with Enigma. So still 3 pretty interesting decks, but talk about Brodie Spurlock taking a new hero from the Hunted in Cindra and piloting it to 7-0. If anyone can do it, Brodie can do it. A couple names I do want to talk about. Eugene C down there, 5-2, so still rocking around the Rhinar tree, trying to get his way into the top 8.
Hanging in there.
And Peter Budensick, one of the Kanos that has been
He's
blasting people all day long, 6-1. Other 2 names right below Peter that I do want to highlight. We have Jacob Clements. We've been talking about how the World
Straight
Tour
from the UK
changes how people want to go ahead and make their way through these events. Jacob Clements, he is well in the race for a real payday and sitting at 6-1. He is looking good. And right below that, we see Adam Franzi, who is a Prism player through and through, took the deck to 6-1.
Fantastic guy. I love Adam Franza. I will admit that I slack on my duties testing with Team Eclipse solely because I have been quite busy since moving to a new city, but he is a member of that team. Everyone there is so exceptional. Shout out to all them. Shout out to Adam. And the last name I want to point out, Dong-hee Kim from Vancouver, where I now live. Fantastic guy. I saw him in the airport on the way here, so really sick to see him hanging in there at X and 1. And we now have a giveaway for you all with a box of heavy hitters.
Once again, thank you all for 30,000 subscribers on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel.
So many.
We have got so much in store for you all year long. It's a whole new competitive season. That means more coverage. That means more games. That means more Flesh and Blood. And today it means more heavy hitters for one of you. We're going to go ahead and pick a name from the chat. We're going to roll that name in just a moment. You're pulling it out. You're pulling it out of the hat.
Crazy.
Let's pull it out. Ready? And survey says...
Arwen!
Boom!
Boom!
Hey, you want to talk about a big boom?
You want to talk about a big boom?
This set was full of big booms. Heavy hitters, and it's a box coming straight to you. Thank you for being in the chat. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us all day long. This day of games was exceptional. It was
fantastic.
Chef's kiss. Shout out to one of our undefeated Raj for the chef hat, because that was a chef's kiss of a day of coverage. We have got more giveaways tomorrow. We've got a box of Part the Mistveil. You saw Zen. That's a powerful deck. He's 5-2, and there's plenty of Zens still kicking around in the tournament. You could open some Zen cards. Stick around for the giveaway then, as well as 2 on Sunday and tonight and tomorrow, your last chance to enter into the giveaway for flights and accommodation to Pro Tour World Tour London. Do this.
If you're already planning on going, it's literally free value.
Exactly.
It's free value.
You just need to go to
EV to enter the giveaway.
Easy. FabTCG.com. Find the registration link. Buy a Fabled package or a Go Again package, and you will be entered into the draw to win flights and accommodation. We're picking that winner on Sunday, so you need to go ahead and get it now. Go do it. Get your souvenir package while we're there. Okay. Deep breaths. Deep breaths, everybody. We will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. our time. Can't wait. It's day 2 and a top 8. We love you. We'll see you then.
Mwah.